Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and we are on day 8. Am I sounding unenthusiastic? Sorry about that. We're on day 8 of the Christine Banfield trial. Here he is, 40 years old, facing lots of counts as we've gone over. Just expand the description box if you want a quick case overview. 4 counts of aggravated murder, right? I'm trying to not confuse this with now the Tepe case, which I made a video on this morning. If you missed that video, there's a new video for you. You got homework after this trial day, okay? Okay, and also child endangerment is what he's been charged with, as well as the use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. Yeah, so he's on trial. The defense is taking very long to present their case. And so we're going to have to get through today, okay? There's been a little delay with the snowstorm. So if you were wondering where everybody was, that's what it was. Thankfully, today they opened. I'm so glad, because there was no guarantee. They could have said, nope, not yet today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe another day. So here we are. Okay, let me put the sound on and see. Are they even saying anything yet? We started just a little bit late, so we can hopefully defluff just a little bit. Okay, but wish us all luck, because they're just going to pick up right where they left off from what I've just peaked already. Okay, so I hope you've got your caffeine, water, whatever. Oh man, we're going to need energy today. We're going to need our snark suits. He's not looking happy. Good. And yeah, the state rested on day 4 already. And the defense, here we are on day 8. So they've done... Well, at what time did they rest on day 4? I can't remember. But the defense, day 5, 6, 7. This would be their 4th day then, in total, right? I would think 4.5 even. Okay, so let's put the sound on here. So there's a bit of a sidebar happening. The judge is already like, listen, I told you, you better number your exhibits. If you haven't seen the shorts that I've made for you, make sure you check those out, because I'm trying to clip the very best moments from these trial days. And thank you for those who helped me to do that. Like to put in the comments the timestamps as well, where you see funny moments, snarky moments. Yeah, those moments we live through together. All right, so please like and share so others know we are live right now, and they can be encouraged to come and get through this day with us. That would be much appreciated. All right, thank you, mods, for everything you do as well. Let me quickly just see what's going on here. A lot of sidebar, a lot of delay. Oh, my word. All right. But judge, look at the judge. She's like, but I told you. I don't know what she's saying. She's like, I told you already the other day. All right. Gotta have it numbered, gotta have it electronic, and just get it together. I mean, the judge has already gone through jury instructions, not read them to the jury. They've had their charging conference. You know, she was very productive. She already did that, I think, on Friday it was. So, yes, I hope that you guys are warm, that you're safe, that you've had a good weekend and a little bit of the first bit of the week. If you missed the body cam that I put out for you, there's videos in the video section on my channel where we analyzed the body cam from him at the hospital, which he didn't ask to go and see his wife. You know, initially when he got there, yes, but then afterwards, when they said your wife has died, he could have said, can I go, please, can I go to just see her, to, I don't know, say prayers for her, say goodbye to her, nothing.
All right, we ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So if you didn't see that, you can go check it out. Not that Mickey said, gee, you got me at beyond reasonable doubt with your comment on what Juliana said about spank. Yeah, okay, let me explain that quickly. Hold on. People are going to be like, wait, what? Okay, let's pause it there. Well, we pause it in his face there. Oh, my. So, not that Mickey said, you got me at beyond any reasonable doubt with your comment on what Juliana said about spank. Thank you for being the best YouTuber. Thanks for being a member for 30 months. So, what I said about it on the body cam was that Juliana self-snitches a lot. And I must say, you guys, I love your comments. You know, we all think about this case together, and you bring up some really good points. And it was actually a commenter, I think on the Brendan Banfield one, that said, why would she think of spanking? And that is so true. That's how she tells on herself. Self-snitches, right? Because she says when they went into the basement after she'd called Brendan and not 911, and he also got there and didn't call 911, they decided to go into the basement and leave the little girl there. Okay. Then they go up the stairs and Brendan says, wait. And Juliana says she can hear spanking. Why would she say spanking? Why don't you say I could hear like slapping sounds or like someone hitting someone? Why would your brain say spanking unless you know that the guy was there for sexual reasons because you organized it, right? She's telling on herself. Everybody stand, please. We miss Kyle from the Megan Boswell trial, the bailiff. Everybody stand, please. Yes, you. The guy looks at them with such desperation. Come on, bro. Cold as ice. Objection Cake says, is my math right? 3 years? Yes. Thanks for being a member for 3 years. You said, love you all. Such a great community. Thanks for making this a safe place, G. Thank you so much, Objection Cake. Oh, my word. The guy stares at everybody. On that note, Objection Cake, and to everybody, I just want to put a reminder out there that this channel, this community, this chat, everything belongs here at Grizzly True Crime, right? So while we love engagement, okay, just know everything happens here, and no one is speaking on behalf of the channel. So unless, of course, I specifically ask them to. So I'm just putting it out there as a guideline, okay? And thank you all for being here and always engaging here and with each other in the comment section. So if you ever feel unsure, just come back to the channel, send me an email or something, okay? All right, are we ready? I shouldn't be this excited. Are we ready to go at snail's pace? The defense attorney has a lovely jacket on today. I'm not that excited to see the PI. Nothing against him, just the testimony. Oh man, it's just so drawn out. Can you speed it up? Can we get some bullet points? I wonder if the defense attorney over this break watched any of the, the chats and sometimes they learn from the chats and the feeds and everything to see how's it going. Not well, dude. Wrap it up. Or is it? Is it making reasonable doubt?
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you may recall, before the break, we were in the middle of an expert testifying for the defense.
Look at the judge's face.
Can you take this down, sir?
Did you see the judge's face? Where we left off. There was an expert testifying for the defense. Yeah, on cue. Take the stand.
Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay? All right.
Morning, sir. Mr. Harry Lidsky.
Good morning. Yes,
You
I
have the
am.
microphone too, please.
Good morning, sir.
There we go.
Mr. Lidsky, can you see the screen before you?
I don't have anything. Yes, there it is. Yes.
In terms of foundation, these are the, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you're looking at right now?
And how many are we going to look at and how long will this take? Please tell us. There should be about 90 minutes left based on the defense's calculation of how long this guy's still going to be on the stand. 90 minutes minimum. You could probably multiply that by three, based on, the time estimations from the defense. Chloe's mama said, you were right, G, the state rested too quickly. I do want to also, we discussed this on a members only live stream yesterday. So if you're not a YouTube member, sorry about that, but it is there if you want to become one. It's also on Patreon. If you can't become a member, you can go there. It's $1, right, to become a patron. The replays are there. And we were discussing quite a bit about this case and I was reminding everyone that the state, the Commonwealth, it's all new prosecutors since October 2025. Because the original team, the lead prosecutor was transferred off the case. There was another transfer. And so he's apparently in the courtroom and taking notes. And I wish him well in his recovery. Apparently he was struggling with like drinking or something like that. I'm not too sure. I haven't gone too much into the weeds of that story, but you know, and I also want to respect him. So the thing is that he was transferred off the case, and so they got a whole new prosecuting team. So I don't know if that's why they arrested so soon, thinking, oh, well, I forgot Juliana, we've got everything we need. What about all the first responders? What about, you know, I don't know, what about all the detectives? The defense is calling them. What about all the paramedics? What about the 911 dispatchers? You know what I mean? Like, did they hear anything funny? Did they think anything weird? Anything like that would be helpful. There's so much. There's actually so much more. You know, so many people they could have called. Welcome, Jill.
This is a T-Mobile responsive record, I believe, to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is cell tower location information for Mr. Banfield's phone.
And sir, I'm going to slide down. Do you see the highlighted portion?
I do. This is filtered in particular for the evening of January 9th, 2023. And there's one record in particular. These are in UTC time, so it's reflective of January 10th in the early morning, but it's January 9th for the conversion.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 294.
Any objection?
If I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
The court's indulgence. Thank you, Icicle. Hope I said your name right, for the coffees. Really appreciate that. BB Lee said, I have a vicarious embarrassment from watching his attorney. Sorry about that. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate your $20 sticker. They said January 9th, right? They talk about January 9th of 2023. The FetLife account was started on January 17th, but it was the Gmail account that was started on January 9th. So I think they're probably going to go over that now. Nobody can prove who started the account or who was behind the device, but the defense is trying to prove it, even though you can't. You can only say that the device was doing this, the device was doing that, the account was doing this, the account was doing that. We don't know exactly who did it, but I could take a guess who did it. I could take a little wild guess over here. So the crime happened when? February 24th of 2023. So for a month before, they or somebody had been communicating with Joseph Ryan on the FetLife account. Juliana said to lure him over to frame him for Christine's murder. So just to remind us of the dates. Sweets has a question. In this court, does the state get to do a rebuttal after the defense rests? Yes, and they said they have about 2 rebuttal witnesses, 2 to 3. I want them to call Juliana back up. You might be like, why? Because they've got many questions to still ask. They have to ask her more about the timeline, more about the 15 minutes. What were they doing between the first 911 call and the second one? Why did she call the first time? Exactly, and explain exactly what you did. How did you stage the scene? What did you do? Not just a little bit. It was too vague, in my opinion. They need to absolutely grill her more. Come on, state. We need more questions there. Okay. Deirdre Sargent, welcome.
And I'm sorry, Judge, we've identified this as Exhibit
294.
294. Thank you. No objection.
All right, 294 in evidence.
Sir, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury column 4381 and what the significance of that is relating to your digital forensics analysis?
Yes, I can. And I misspoke a moment ago. This is for Ms. Muggleheis's mobile phone, not Mr. Banfield's. So row 4381, which is highlighted, is just a data session point that T-Mobile logged with location information. The second column from the left, start time, is the beginning of the data session, and the column to its right, end time, is the ending. For locational information in this regard, the beginning time is what I'm focused on.
And sir, I'm going to have you look at
That's right. Schnupp says, can't believe the state didn't call the previous au pair. Christine was her bridesmaid and close friend. Other friends should have been called. Did Christine suspect the affair? Because if she did, if she had confided in friends or family that she suspected that Brendan was having an affair, and especially with the au pair, that would give Brendan more motive, in my opinion. The state could then say, oh, well, if he knew, if he was onto her that she was suspecting something, you know, maybe that's why the dates became maybe even expedited, for all we know. Thank you so much for being here.
Sir, I'm going to have you identify what would be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 295.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
This is just a Google map of the Herndon area with an annotation of the approximate location of the Banfield residence and Stablebrook Way. Also, the tower that handled the data session on the previous slide marked with a red pin.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 295.
Any objection?
No objection.
Map time,
And
okay.
so, sir, the jury is waiting to see that. Explain what that previous slide is relating to what you've put in Defense Exhibit 295 and what that shows.
So on the left-hand side, the icon of the house or structure is designed to represent the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And the red pin, which is in sort of the middle of Stratton Woods Park, towards the upper right-hand side, is the location of the T-Mobile cell tower that handled the data session from the previous slide.
Picnicking, hey? Is that so? You guys have such good questions in the comments. Somebody said, because the defense had that remote witness, and it's like they were trying to go in the direction which they never got to. They might continue with that later. I don't know. They were trying to imply that on the 911 call, that first one, that the noise in the background could have been a dog, but it really sounds like somebody, you know, in pain, suffering. So I think it was Joseph Ryan in the background. But somebody in the comments made a really good point and said, okay, but if it's according to Juliana and Brendan's, well, Juliana's story, why would Christine not be making any sound in the background, screaming, talking on the phone, doing anything? That's also kind of sus, eh? Yeah, that is kind of strange as well. They may have incapacitated both victims at that point already when they made that call, right? Because Juliana claims that Brendan shot Joseph Ryan, and then Christine said, call 911. Juliana called 911, and then Juliana did, which was her slip up that she actually she wasn't supposed to call that soon. And then 15 minutes went by when they called again. Yeah, but you couldn't hear Christine on the background of that call, huh? That's weird too.
Your Honor, I'm moving on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 296. Sir, are you able to see that slide?
It's still 295.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Same.
I'm going to speed it up because this is so slow. Oh my goodness. 1.1, how about that? They should paint the wall back here so we can watch it dry. Schnupp said, has the defense attorney ever used the computer before this trial? I'm not convinced, but he told the judge that he's a tech expert, okay? Well, he's tech savvy. The judge was like, if you say so. Self-proclaimed. Her snark was funny too. Yeah, Melissa says, as exciting as watching paint dry. I mean, if they just painted a couple of shades back there, okay? Yeah, we could watch that dry.
Sir, you be able to see the next slide, identified as Defense Exhibit 296?
I am.
Can you identify that slide?
I can. This is a screenshot of the portable case digital forensic platform for Ms. Banfield's laptop for January 9th, 2023 from, I believe, noon through midnight.
And what is the significance of this document?
That there was no data, no usage of the laptop during that time period on January 9th.
All right, move that in as Defense Exhibit 296.
Any objection? Can you make it just the full screen? 'Cause
The judge,
can't have
any
the other slide.
objection?
Yes, sir.
Show to the jury.
Yes, Caroline says, and he said in the ambulance that he took the knife from Joe. Exactly. So if they called 911 right then, by mistake, doesn't make sense, right? Thank you so much for your sticker. Jamie, thank you for the snarky coffees.
My apologies, Judge, I can't seem to move that next slide.
Oh dear.
May I ask the expert for help with this?
All right.
I have a confession, Grizzlies. Not only do I have a huge cup here today, I gotta prepare for this day based on experience. Also double bag today. There's 2 tea bags in here. two of them. 2 bags of Earl Grey tea. It's gonna be nice and strong. It's gonna get us through this day. Oh my goodness.
296. There you go.
There you go.
Any objection to 296?
No, ma'am.
All right, 296 in evidence and can be published.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Could you move your microphone back, please?
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is this Exhibit 296 show with regard to your digital forensic analysis?
So I analyzed the data usage from the laptop on this particular date, January 9th, particularly the evening, but again, filtered this to go back to, I think, approximately noon. And there was no data usage whatsoever on the laptop for this time period.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Defense identified as Defense Exhibit 297. Sir, do you see this slide before you?
I do.
Can you identify it?
This is part of the Google production in response to a search warrant showing the activity from January 9th, 2023 in the evening, particularly the 11:10 startup or creation of the alleged suspect Gmail account.
You're still calling it that, huh? So you really didn't review the chat. The alleged suspect email. You mean Brendan? We're all thinking of Brendan Banfield when you say that, because he's the suspect, allegedly. So just say the other email, the alternate email address, or alleged suspect email, okay?
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 297.
Any objection?
No objection.
297 in evidence. Published.
Sir, going from left to right, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that's displayed and what the significance of it is.
So on the left, the highlight is just for the Google login history. In the center, the third row down, highlighted is a particular entry of note, the IP address, which is the home, the Banfield home IP address, a login. It's both the creation of the account and the first login happening contemporaneously. Again, January 9th, 2023 at approximately 11:10 p.m. And on the lower right, we can see a notation for the CBRN920 account, and that's what this record's reflecting.
And so what are your conclusions based upon your analysis of defense exhibit 297?
So if you could jump back to 295. So given the location of Ms. Magalhaes' device at approximately 11:08 p.m. From this cell tower and its distance from the residence, my conclusion is that she was not home at the time the Gmail account was created.
Objection calls for speculation. The witness can testify to her phone not being present in the house.
Sustain the objection.
Sir, can you explain to the jury in terms of the devices?
So my conclusion is that Ms. Magalhaes' device was not in the residence at 11:10 p.m. when the Gmail account, the alleged suspect Gmail account, was created.
Probably because she was at the gym. Probably because Brendan Banfield was at home. You know what I mean? Anyway, Cloud says, waited days for the stream. I know, right? I hope that you watched the videos I made for you in between, though, because there were body cam videos in between. So quite lengthy ones, too, so that we could react to everything, every non-tier that this guy had.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, defendant exhibit 298. Sir, can you identify this slide?
It's almost like he was trying the snarky brow there. Did you see that? He suddenly started doing a, no, don't you try that, sir. We'll do it at you. Thank you very much.
If opened, this would be the Discord.
Judge, I'm going to object to the description of what happens when we open it. Let's open it.
We could,
Okay. Sir, can you identify this 298 has been opened. What, if anything, can you identify this as something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
Mr. Carroll, it only says Microsoft Edge PDF document.
Oh, sorry, Judge.
The document's not open.
It opened on my laptop.
KK on YouTube. I got your email and realized I always say KK on YouTube. You're probably like, what the hell? KK on YouTube. Sorry about that. In a co-conspirator crime, only one of them had to be home to use Christine's devices. Exactly.
So this is what I received as the Discord responsive documents to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is for Ms. Magalhaes' Discord account, and this is the subscriber information with IP addresses corresponding with login events to that account.
But she already testified she didn't make the account. So thanks, defense, for proving that.
Are there any particular login events that you're interested in terms of your analysis of this particular day?
So again, these are UTC records. So if we scroll down to January 10th, 2023, we will see a relevant login for the period of time that we're discussing.
The delay
You
between
see the highlighted
questions.
portion, sir?
I do.
Is that the relevant time relating to your analysis of the circumstances?
It is.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Actually, Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 298.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
298 in evidence. Thank you.
Identifying that highlighted portion, is that the relevant portion relating to your analysis of the January 9th analysis?
It is.
And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this fits within your analysis and remind them what is January 9th in terms of its significance.
So again, January 9th was the, January 9th at 11:10 p.m. was the date and time where the alleged suspect Gmail account was created at the Banfield residence. I used these records to supplement my other investigative work as a form of corroboration. Ms. Magalhaes' device was a few miles away from the Banfield location at 408. This is, again, Discord is not device specific, but Discord has Ms. Magalhaes' account transitioning from a T-Mobile service in the line, the 327 entry at 208.127.225.10. That's a T-Mobile provided IP address, and it's shifting to the home IP address at 11:11 and 30 seconds p.m. On January 9th. So that was used to try to ascertain a time where her device returned home.
And does that, and what, if anything, can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to January 9th?
I think this is our best window into the time Ms. Magalhaes' device arrived back home.
And I think perhaps you said this, but when was the suspect Gmail account created?
It was created at 11:10 p.m., so 88 seconds prior to this event.
Okay, and was there, is there anything else relating to January 9th on the defense exhibits up to 298?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
J. Grizzly says, Kitty stroller fund. Thank you so much. If you were at the member stream, then you know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at the slide before you. Can you see that?
I can, but not in presentation mode. Okay,
Can you see that slide?
I can.
Can you see that slide?
I can.
And sir, if you could look at what would be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 237.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
I can. This is a Google responsive document to a search warrant, again with the alleged suspect Gmail account reflecting a login on February 13th, 2023.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 237.
Any objection?
Just this slide, no objection.
237.
Sir, if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this slide going from left to right is relating to February 13th, 2023.
Again, on the left, we have highlighted just this particular data set, which is the Google login history. The top row in the middle reflects the particular login we're discussing now. The IP address is the Banfield residence. It's a login February 13th, 2023 at 7:33 and 12 seconds a.m. From a Windows computer. And again, this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account, not Ms. Banfield's sort of true name account.
And what's the significance?
That there was a login to the alleged suspect account on this morning.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 238. So do you identify that exhibit?
I do. This is a login a few minutes later at 7:45 a.m. to Ms. Banfield's actual email account, her sort of personal account, for lack of a better term.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 238.
Any objection?
No objection.
238?
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this defense exhibit and what the three columns essentially mean?
Sure. So unlike a prior exhibit, this is to Ms. Banfield's actual account, the C Banfield RN at Gmail account. So I highlighted this as significant because, again, we're seeing a movement in and out of the suspect, the alleged suspect account, and the real personal account belonging to Ms. Banfield. I have some, with regard to the catfishing theory, I see some consistency issues here.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 239. Sir, can you see that exhibit?
I can.
And can you identify it as an exhibit and what the foundation of that is?
This is on the same morning of February 13th, 2023. It's a few minutes later, 7:48, approximately 7:48 and 41 seconds a.m. And this is a login now back to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
And in looking at these last three slides, the time is important in terms of analysis, correct?
It is.
What's the significance to your analysis?
Well, in a 15-minute window, we've gone from the alleged suspect account to the known attributable account with Ms. Banfield, and now back to the suspect account.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 239.
Any objection?
No objection.
Raven Wolf Moon 7 said, could the defense be making up all the computer problems to try and make this witness look more credible? I don't think so. I think there's just, I think he just is struggling with the computer, right? In my opinion, but you never know. You never know. Thank you for your sticker.
And I apologize, if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of how 237, 238, and 239 connect.
Judge, objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
Sir, on the right-hand side, it indicates, or what, if anything, does that item indicate, that artifact?
On the right-hand side, we have the IP address, which hasn't changed. It's a login. These are all logins. The date and time. This is now the 7:48 event. And then in the evidence information, a few lines down, the source is the determining record for whether or not this is from the C Banfield RN account or the CBRN 920 suspect account. And that's just, to tell them apart.
And if you can, explain the significance of the CB Banfield RN account and the CBRN 920 account.
The C Banfield RN account is what I've come to know as Ms. Banfield's legitimate sort of personal email. The CBRN 920 account is the one we've been referring to as the alleged suspect account. That's the one that was created to set up FetLife and then to facilitate communication on Telegram as part of the meeting with Mr. Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 186.
I already have 186 in evidence, is that,
I believe, Judge, that's the same exhibit, and it's just been included in this.
that is the same, is it okay, 186 can be,
Finding something for us, yes.
can be posted?
And, Your Honor, I believe this has been moved into evidence?
Yes, it's in
Yes.
evidence.
Okay.
It's being displayed.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury regarding your analysis of this?
So these are FetLife communications. These are for outbound communication or messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield. These were all in the morning of February 13th, and they're all in or around overlapping with the time frames of the Gmail login accounts or login events that we were just discussing.
And identifying them, how are you identifying whom is speaking to whom?
So the far left-hand column, 163-63905, that is the user account that's associated with the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield's.
So could Christine Banfield not be on her normal, legit Gmail account on her phone upstairs, for example, and could the two idiots downstairs not be using a laptop? Do you know what I mean? Because the Gmail account that she was using, her personal Gmail account, and I think for her work, could be on different various devices, okay? Could be on her own phone and on her laptop. She can access it anyway, and on a tablet perhaps, right? Deborah says, did you say the defendant was going to testify today? I didn't say it. All I said was the defense attorney said to the judge already last week that yes, Brendan Banfield will testify. When? We don't know. At this pace, I don't know when to say. And you know what? My gut feel says he's probably going to chicken out. Brian Walsh chickened out. Donna Adelson chickened out. This guy going to chicken out. And if he doesn't, well, that'll be an interesting surprise. Whoa, Tone of Events is here, what he's got to say. Thank you so much for your sticker. So we just got to wait and see. The defense said when we last left off on day 7 that this witness would still need to be on the stand for about 90 minutes, at least. And then he's still got that remote witness. And then who knows who else he'll call, because initially he said something like 3 to 5 witnesses, and here we are, and I don't know how many he's already had now, like 12. So who knows? Okay, so pause to read if you want to stay awake about this, hey? FetLife messages on February 13th. Just a reminder that the alleged suspect Gmail account was created on January 9th of 2023. The FetLife account was created on January 17th of 2023. Here we're looking at February 13th of 2023, so the day before Valentine's Day, and at 7:33 a.m. from a Windows computer, that's what the guy on the stand said, there were outgoing messages from that account onto the FetLife account, right? So with FetLife, they logged in with that alleged suspect Gmail. And then what they're trying to show is, ooh, but Christine's normal Gmail was also being used. Okay, well, her husband could have been logging into that for all we know. We don't know. He could have logged into the one, out of that one, back into a normal one for all we know. How do we know? You could be logged into multiple Gmail accounts at one time. 10 if you like, you know what I mean? So this doesn't really prove anything. I'm just looking, I don't think I'm going to read this out loud. I don't know if we're ready for that yet, hey? Should I? Should I? Keep going.
And those are all outgoing comments?
They are. This has been filtered just to reflect the outbound ones.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 241. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And if you can explain, is this, how did you come to receive this, and how did you rely upon it in your analysis?
This was a document received from the Treasury Department's Inspector General office. It was provided to the Fairfax County Police Department and provided to me as part of a stipulation of records. This particular record is for the Easy Pass toll device that was assigned to Mr. Banfield.
And is that identified in the third column?
As the transponder or plate number?
Yes.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in this particular document?
The location of Mr. Banfield's transponder, presumably his assigned work vehicle, in particular on the morning of February 13th.
Judge, I'm going to object to the presumption that it's his assigned work vehicle. If he can testify to specifically which vehicle it's assigned to based on his knowledge and review, then certainly, but if he's speculating, objection.
I'll sustain its foundation.
Sir, can you explain to Her Honor how it is that you identified it as Mr. Banfield's vehicle?
The Treasury Inspector General's office assigned it, yes.
And in terms of the documents that you received, what, if anything, were they, what, if anything, identified it to Mr. Banfield's Treasury vehicle?
It's a record they keep track of. They have these assigned out to personnel. They pay for the account.
And so in looking at these records, how did you utilize them in your digital forensic analysis?
Well, it's an easy pass transponder, so it can be associated with location information, and that's the purpose I used it for on this morning, on February 13th.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense.
Okay, how about making a clear picture then, showing us Christine's roster? You don't want to do that, do you? You don't want us to know when she was at work for those long shifts as a nurse, Okay, a pediatric nurse. Okay, but you just want to just leave that out and speculate, well, this is where his car was and that's where the au pair was. Yeah, Juliana said that one would stay at the gym, the other one would go home, that they took turns, and that Brendan thought out all of this. Like a dumbass. Also, Vanessa for the mark says, can someone please tell Brendan that he is the defendant, not the stenographer? I mean, yeah, someone needs to tell him, because he thinks he has to write this all down. Thank you so much for the coffees, everyone. Thank you, Cloud9931.
Exhibit number 241.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
241 in evidence.
And what can you tell from the morning of February 13th, 2023?
So there were 4 entries of on that date, 2 eastbound on the Dulles Toll Road and 2 westbound later on the Dulles Toll Road. These are in East Coast time, so there's no conversion. So the first entry and column B is the transaction date, not to be confused with column A, which is the posting date. So we have an entry that's boxed in green on the morning of the 13th at 6:05 a.m. And it says that this transponder and the vehicle it was in entered the Dulles Toll Road heading in the eastbound direction at the Centerville entry point.
Sorry.
The column, the row just above, they're out of order, is at 6:12. So line 21 or row 21 shows us that the same transponder and the vehicle in which it was installed passed through the Dulles mainline toll plaza that is near Tyson's or in Tyson's at 6:12 a.m. heading east. Rows 23 and 24 are the corresponding return trip into the main line heading westerly, and then Fairfax Parkway, also heading westerly. Looks like an exit at 11:35. So the transponder was past Tyson's heading east at 6:12 and didn't return until 11:35.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
That was a Monday, February 13th of
Sir, do you see this?
2023. So what was he doing? His new routine, Going to Starbucks or McDonald's or elsewhere? Changing up that routine before February 24th of 2023. Is that what he was doing? Because then his transponder is proving it.
Slide before you, Defense Exhibit 242.
I do.
And what did you see there?
So these are T-Mobile provided location records for Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular section highlighted is for, again, the morning of February 13th, 2023, and these are in UTC time.
And so what does that convert to?
So the first entry begins at 6:17 a.m. There's a subsequent entry at 6:22 a.m., 6:29 a.m., and then it jumps forward to 10:35 a.m.
And what, if anything, can, Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 242?
Any objection?
Judge, I hate to do this, but if you can scroll to the top to show
Sure.
that it's identified as Mr. Banfield's phone.
I certainly can.
Please.
Thank you for being here, Kitten Pusher. You said I got you late, but decided not to watch from the beginning because it looks like nothing's happened. Has anything interesting or relevant been revealed so far? I would just stay right here with us present time, right? Lal Lee Pop said, so glad I'm not a juror. Bored, stiff, and irritated with the delays. Defense would not have my vote as of now. Thanks for being a member for 37 months.
And it came all the way down. Thank you. No objection.
All right. That 242 is in evidence.
Sir, the highlighted portion is what you were previously identifying?
It was, yes.
Okay. And just pointing out, let's see if I can move it up just a little bit more. Pointing out the columns, column E, what is that?
Column E is the date and time of the beginning of this particular session that T-Mobile logged, and the to the right towards column M is the location of the cell tower that handled this data transmission.
And this was in UTC time?
These are all in UTC time.
So subtract 5 hours?
Correct.
Correct.
And
Does it
what, if
mean anything?
anything,
No. Sorry, I'm
can
going
you
to put on
conclude
1.1.
to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based upon these records?
Scientific certainty.
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at or near the residence at the time of the Gmail logins or the FetLife messages we saw in previous slides.
Okay, so what's Juliana's? Because they keep doing this. They're like, ooh, look, Brendan's device wasn't there. But then they don't say, and Juliana's wasn't there. That would be interesting, but they don't say that. So then your mind will just fill in the blanks. So Juliana's was then, right? Thank you so much, Jackie Lynn, for your $20 sticker.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
That's a good point. Kerry says, anyone new to trials, this is not how they usually go and are. This is laborious and unusual. Yeah, if you've never watched a trial with us, this is your first time. This is not how they go. Rather go watch what will stay here with us. Firstly, support us through this. But go and check out some of the previous trials that I've covered. The playlists are always there. The timestamps are always there. And you'll see it's not like this usually.
Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 242. Oh, I'm sorry, 243. Let me move on to. Defense Exhibit 243. Sir, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and
Well, that's more interesting right now. As the gavel drops, just supported the mods with coffees. Thank you so much.
this is, explain what that is showing there on the screen.
It's still just, the PDF is not open.
Thank you. These are AT&T wireless records that correspond to Mr. Banfield's work-issued mobile device. So the same kind of records as we just saw with T-Mobile, this is AT&T for a different phone.
Sir, I'm going to scroll to the highlighted portions and have you identify them.
The one with
Roro Froyo says this man gripping those straws. Mm-hmm. NEB, thanks for the €10 sticker.
These are the documents that you
Look at the little
received,
lemon.
from the Commonwealth in discovery.
They are. I believe these were obtained also with a search warrant.
Snail 1, Brendan Banfield's in jail. He's been there since he was arrested in September of 2024. No bond. That's true. Mary says, although this trial may seem boring, there's a lot to learn here. Wonder how many attorneys are watching this live stream with us and reading the comments. Lots to learn from the public's reaction. I wish the defense attorney himself would read the damn comments.
Sir, can you see the screen?
I can.
And are these documents that were utilized in your digital forensics analysis?
They are.
And what's the significance of this particular screen?
And this is the AT&T wireless corresponding location information from Mr. Banfield's IRS phone. And this particular page is location information for February 13th, 2023 at 10:13 in the morning.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 243.
Any objection?
No objection.
243 in evidence.
Sir, I'm on page 1,602 of 1,757 records. What particular columns were of interest to you in your analysis?
So on the left-hand side, obviously, we have the date and time and UTC. Far to the right, we have Latin long coordinates for the cell location, and that is what I was looking at for my analysis, the actual physical location.
And sir, do you need me to scroll up?
I don't. I'm fine with this.
Okay. And this was part of your analysis as to the whereabouts of Mr. Banfield on February 13th?
At least his devices, yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you conclude based upon what you've presented?
That Mr. Banfield's easy passive vehicle, his personal phone, and his work phone were in Maryland from a period about 6:49, 6:50 through after 10 a.m. on the morning of February 13th.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
It's like an hour away.
Sir, can you identify that slide?
I can. It's just a Google map with the timing of the FetLife exchanges annotated.
And sir, what is this exhibit intending to show?
I was intending on annotating the location of the various devices and times that I analyzed, just to show sort of a east to west progression of the devices that morning.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 244 and move it into evidence.
Any objection?
Judge, in its current format, it contains annotations that have not been created by the witness in court, so we would object.
What's your objection then, Foundation?
Hearsay.
Excuse me?
Hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement.
All right.
Your Honor, I believe that he's already testified to these FetLife exchanges, which are just the timing of it, and the intent is to...
Yes, he has. Ad nauseum. Can we stop now? Your Honor, I believe he has. Just let him do it for another 2 hours, please. Why? Defense attorney, why? The poor jury, my goodness. Caroline Fenton, thank you so much. Are you having a nap there? Is that the nap time fund? Should I have a nap? My first on-camera nap. No, don't worry, I won't be doing that. Thank you so much for your sticker.
To show the travel, which we've taken away from the previous objectionable.
Judge, this is the same problem we had with the graph exhibits. Counsel
All right, I'll sustain the
objected to.
objection.
Sir, at the time of the FetLife exchanges, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Mr. Banfield's devices were at the relevant times?
They were in vicinity of Cheltenham, Maryland,
And where was Juliana's?
What's in Cheltenham, Maryland?
the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center.
What a good boy he was.
And
Esme,
the
thank you.
previous slides that we were talking about, let me reference those. Defense Exhibit 186, what are those?
These are the FetLife messages that were sent on the morning of February 13th, 2023.
Okay, FetLife, February 13th. Where was Juliana's phone? Because you're pointing out that Brendan's car, work phone, personal phone. Oh, you got multiple phones there. Okay, they were out there in Maryland with him. Where was Juliana's phone? Do tell, do tell. And was Christine working that day or not? What time did she leave the house? Do tell. You got to tell the whole story. You can't just cherry pick like this. 7 Marmy, thank you so much for your sticker. I really appreciate it. New England Coast. B, 4P said, Gisela, my husband is a detective. You would have been a phenomenal detective. Oh, thank you so much.
And sir, at the time that the FetLife Defense Exhibit 239, was that one of the FetLife exchanges?
Judge, asked and answered. We've been through these exhibits.
A million times.
Okay. Sir, let's move on to January 23rd. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
I talk in between more than usual to keep us all awake, okay? Jackie Lynn Troell said, Grizzly True Crime, long time watcher, been here since your start. Really got in live? Is that so? Thank you for being here on our live today. And you said, just can't afford membership. Keep up the awesome channel. Thank you so much. You never have to feel obliged to be a member. If you're subscribed, you're a Grizzly. So thank you so much for being here. Bex, thanks for being a member for 16 months.
Defense Exhibit 245. Sir, can you identify that slide and what it contains? Actually, just identify it as something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis.
It is. This is part of the Google responsive documentation I received through a stipulation reflecting a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account on January 23rd.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 245.
No objection.
245 in evidence.
Sir, please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these 3 columns are based upon your analysis of January 23rd, 2023.
He's yawning.
Yeah.
The baby boy is ready for his nap time, guys. He's yawning his ass off too at his own trial. Shame.
So on the left, just reflecting the login history, the highlighted row in the middle is the one we're discussing here, January 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:22 p.m. On the right, we see the IP address, which is the Banfield residence. It's a login. And in the evidence information, we're confirming that this is to the CBRN 920 Gmail account.
And these are artifacts that you analyzed relating to January 23rd?
They are.
And what's the significance of January 23rd in terms of the devices?
In this particular instance, it is a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which is, obviously relevant given the nature of the investigation.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
Please do, and quickly, swiftly, slim but curvy. Thank you so much for your $3 sticker.
Sir, can you identify that?
These are outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield, all from the similar time frame, January 23rd, 2023, around 11:30 p.m.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 191.
It's already in evidence.
Okay. And sir, what's the significance of these messages relating to the timing of the devices?
Just that they were happening about the same time as the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
Your Honor, I'm going to
Even he's tired of this. Just stand up and make it stop. Brandon Banfield, stand up and say, you know, I can't anymore. I plead guilty. I did it. Okay, cool. Do that. Do that. Scott, 88. SA should love that you all consider me a Grizzly without joining. I've been watching for years. I know, you're an OG. You've been here for a very long time. Thank you so much. Of course, you're an official Grizzly when you subscribe. Melissa says, hello everyone, just now joining. I'm so glad to spend the day with y'all. I hope so. We're going to make it through this together, right? Thank you so much.
To be identified as Defense Exhibit 247. Sir, can you identify Defense Exhibit 247?
Again, you have to open the Excel spreadsheet.
Look at the judge's face.
I'm sorry.
You have to open the Excel spreadsheet. It just says Excel on here.
Thank you, Heidi. I really like how the judge looks at him. It's like, If only he would make eye contact, he would be able to read the room.
Your Honor, actually, I think we identified the spreadsheet independently in this. This would be Defense Exhibit 248.
Right, this is the first time we've seen
Okay.
248.
Okay.
So we are skipping 247.
Yeah,
It is not
247
being
was
mocked.
the icon. That was
Yeah,
the
246,
Okay.
246 and 247. We're on 248.
Let me just clarify, Your Honor. 246 was already, I'm sorry. That was 191.
191 is in evidence.
247 was just the icon, Judge, and I think that's,
Okay, so 248 is where we're at.
yes.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can. This is a screenshot of the full document, which is 247, which is a large spreadsheet provided by Google in response to a Commonwealth search warrant or law enforcement search warrant. This is Google's geofence location, that is geolocation information pursuant to Mr. Banfield's mobile device. And it's it runs from, I think, January 18th through February 20th, and it's 20 or 30,000 rows of data.
But you got to look at everyone's then if you're going to do that. You can't just look at Brandon Banfield's. Okay, I know he's the one on trial, but I'm like, I can see what they're doing here. You want to pin it all on Juliana, don't you? Definitely. They either want to blame the victims themselves, but I think they're just going to pin it all on Juliana. And if he takes the stand, is to try to combat her story and timeline. And the state does need to ask many more questions about her own timeline. There's things that one can, unpack there that weren't yet. So maybe he has some room to work with. Kay's Beautiful Struggle says, Grizzly, if you weren't covering this trial, I would have skipped the defense altogether. Slim but Kirby says, I love it here. I'm so glad. Thanks for being a member for 9 months. And quickly, wait. Oh my word, this chat is flying. Bearded Lady Dog Mom says, as a pre-K teacher, all I could say, if I ran a classroom like this, there'd be kids climbing out windows. I'm surprised the adults here aren't yet. How do you know they're not? Maybe everybody's watching, they're jumping on trampolines. They are cleaning like they've never cleaned before. They are folding laundry. You guys, what are you doing? Are you busier than ever, right? Trying to keep busy to keep awake. Unfortunately, I got to sit here. I'll get up every now and then, to do my squats.
Your Honor, I'm going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 248.
Any objection?
Judge, can I just rder?
Okay.
That might make it easier. Mr. Lidsky, I'm looking at what appears to be a screenshot of an inset, something you clicked on. If I look at the header at the very top of the screen, is that the root document from which you have pulled this screenshot?
It is.
Okay, so Google search warrant return 6923, specifically location for brendanbanfield@gmail.com?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
No
you.
objection.
All right, 248 in evidence.
Sir, I'm going to try to find the portion that you relied upon.
This is just a screenshot, so it's not going to move. I think on the next slide,
Okay.
you may have that.
What's the significance of the documents in Defense Exhibit 248?
So again, these are the responsive documents provided by Google. They provide location information for the device on which this data was collected. That is Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This screenshot is just at the very start of the spreadsheet, so it shows the column headings and the information that Ms. Sands just ran through. And above that, we see the folder structure as it was provided in Discovery.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 249. I'd move that into evidence.
Any objection, 249?
No, ma'am.
249 evidence?
Sir, what, if anything, did you review relating to this particular screen of the Google return?
Yeah, so this is just a screenshot of the same records, now advanced to the particular day in question, that is January 23rd, 2023, at approximately 11:35 p.m. Obviously, these records are in UTC and require our 5-hour conversion.
And so what's the accurate time with that conversion?
11.
Asked and answered, he testified as 11:35.
Sustained?
Exactly.
What's the significance of this, sir?
This reflects the position of Mr. Banfield's device on that date and time.
And what, if anything, can you opine about his position at that point?
He was not, his device was not home.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, that 249 is in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Sir, can you identify Exhibit 250?
This is just a Google map with an icon of the Banfield residence in its approximate location.
And what, if anything, can you, in terms of this map and the previous data forensics, digital forensics that you looked at, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty relating to this map?
Again, that Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during the relevant period of the Gmail login or the FetLife messages. I'm able to annotate his approximate location on here corresponding to the Google location information if desired.
Your Honor, can we have him identify, based upon his analysis, where on this map Mr. Banfield was at the time?
What does it matter? Where was Juliana? Co-defendants. Hello, conspiracy together. Oh my word. This is so frustrating. Also, Zengen Art said, that's hilarious. I think it was the Commonwealth's attorney, right? The state just jumped in there to move things along. I don't think the defense attorney even knew that was happening. Yes. The prosecutor jumped in there like, okay, let's just make this easier. So this, and this, right, correct. Okay, cool. And still, here we still are. If you're going to show where Brennan Banfield was, also show where Juliana was, because she already took the stand and said they worked together.
Yes.
And we know they worked together because we saw their bed sheets and bodily fluid stains. We know they had an affair. We know that she moved into the master bedroom after the murders were committed in that bedroom. So please, to be like, Juliana did all of this, I don't know if anyone's going to really believe that. Pernille, you've been a member for 38 months. You said, thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for supporting Gizla's hard work. Thank you so much, Pernille. Thanks for everything you do as well. Okay.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Thank you.
Notes. Where are you getting your notes from? It's like a little notebook now, what? Let me refer to my notes. Guilty. Oh, sorry. Not there yet.
So there were two entries about here. I have these logged at 11:19 and 11:21 respectively. And then one just short of home, sort of in the neighborhood, at 11:29 p.m. on the night of the 23rd.
And what's the relevant login for the Gmail?
If we could go back a few slides, my apologies.
Just let me know. Your Honor, do I, in order to preserve that slide,
Do you want to mark that as 250A
Can we do 250A, Judge?
and print it? Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as or Defense Exhibit 250A.
250 and 250A.
Judge, is there any way for the witness to identify the times? We have 3 different times associated with 3 different circles, but nothing to clarify from this exhibit.
All right, can you just put the times maybe under this witness, please?
Of course.
And then once the times are there, there's no objection, 250 or 250A?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And those are all PM.
Let's print that one. Okay. Should be able to clear it now.
Am I able to move the
You
exhibit?
can move
Judge?
it, yes,
Okay.
it just clears this. Okay, good.
Sir, let me know.
There's fine. So we could see, so the last annotation before Mr. Banfield's device arrived home was 11:29 PM. We can see here that the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account was at 11:22 PM. And if you advance one slide, please, we can look at the FetLife messages as well. So we
Camilla,
can see here there was one at 11:28.
thank you, Camilla, for your sticker. I really appreciate it. Thanks all for being here. Please like, even if you don't like the testimony. Maybe you can help me get the word out that we're live right now so we can get more Grizzlies here to watch with us, okay? We have to go through this together.
PM and the second at 11:35 PM.
And sir, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty on as to the digital forensic analysis on that day?
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at the house at the time the Gmail account was logged into, the alleged suspect Gmail account was logged into, and was not at the house at the time where at least one FetLife outbound message was sent.
Look, even he's frowning right now. Wait, what? Don't do that. R2 Love Handmade 3862 said, I've been a Grizzly family subscriber for over 4 years, sending hugs from Birmingham, UK. Thank you so much. And Max Saw said, Juliana's not smart enough to do this on her own. Pretty evident by her calling 911 too early. This defense is so sloppy. The poor jury, guilty. Thank you for your support.
Move to the next slide. Sir, let's talk about January 30th. And on to the next slide, Judge. Defense Exhibit 251. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this slide?
This is another Google responsive document showing a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which occurred on January 30th, 2023 at approximately 10:36 PM.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 251.
Any objection?
No objection.
251.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Sir, can you see the slide before you?
I can.
And what, if anything, did you rely on in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
This is another piece of the Google responsive documents. It's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023, now at 11:03 PM. And this is a login, another login to the CBRN 920 at Gmail account. That's the alleged suspect Gmail account. So we have 2 logins this evening.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 252.
Any objection?
No objection.
252.
Your Honor, move on to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, can you identify what has been marked and introduced as Defense Exhibit 194?
It's already in evidence.
Yes, thank you.
So yeah, these are two outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023 at 10:47 and 10:58 p.m. respectively.
And what's the significance of those times related to the previous artifacts that you've analyzed and testified to the jury about?
It's the same evening, around the same time.
All right, move on to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 247. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 248.
248 is already in evidence.
Yep. Adam Bluefire said, Grizzly, has the defense called all the cops involved in the case now? I wonder how many more witnesses they can possibly call. Maybe the FetLife creators, Brendan's primary school teacher. Well, I mean, maybe you could call other people they interacted with on FetLife. All the first responders, hospital staff. I'm not trying to give them ideas, okay? I just think there's so many people the state could have called, you know, that they didn't. That's now the defense is saying, oh, well, if they're not going to call all those people, we're going to call all of them and see if we can use that to our advantage. Here and there it backfired a little bit, hey. Okay.
Sir, do you can you identify, I'm sorry, you said it was already in evidence.
It's already in evidence.
Sir, what is this artifact in terms of your digital forensic analysis?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
Thank you, Indy, for the coffees. I like the tone. Judge, Austin answered. Sustained.
Actually, if you've already testified to it, I'll move on to the next one. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 255.
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And what's the significance of this particular exhibit for your digital forensic analysis?
These are the same Google responsive geolocation records aligned with Mr. Banfield's personal mobile device. This is just a different, we're looking at it here for January 30th, 2023.
And in terms of the previous slide, 248, is that for the same time frame?
No, this is just the records themselves showing the attribution and their original location.
It
Your Honor,
goes
moving.
on and on. We've got 12 minutes to go. Then we skip over the coffee break, and then they continue on with this guy. Oh my! Will they finish by lunchtime with this witness? Or we're going to be moving? Oh my word! Can you imagine? Are we going to do this all day? I don't know. You don't know in this trial. Maurice in Australia said, "Gee, you're the only person in GTC, the only place I'll be up at 3 a.m. watching the worst trial." Damn, thank you so much. You said YouTube can't count. I've been a Grizzly for 4 years. Okay, thank you so much. The LL, thanks for being a member for 16 months.
The evidence, Defense Exhibit 255.
Any objection?
No objection.
255?
I think it's time to go for a little stretch.
Move to Defense Exhibit 250, Judge.
250 is in evidence.
Already in evidence. Sir, in terms of the previous analysis that you've done in the documents and the records, can you explain how that, what 250 is relating to your analysis?
This is just a Google map showing the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And I can annotate the location from the prior two slides if so desired.
Okay. Go ahead and mark the locations that you've identified in your analysis.
May I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
It was 250B.
250B, yes.
Thanks, Indy and Jennifer, for the coffees. Everybody 20 squats. Let's go.
And sir, can you explain your annotations to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, these are just the approximate locations corresponding to the records we reviewed, showing where Mr. Banfield's mobile device was on the evening of the 30th.
Okay, and those are what's the relevant time relating to the digital activity?
If we could go back a couple of slides.
Before you do,
Yeah,
you want
yeah.
to print this as 250B?
Yes, please, yes, please.
And I assume no objection, 250B?
No objection.
Okay.
Robin Collins said, woo, reached 12 months. Being a Grizzly, the trial alone seems to be 12 months long. A little bit. Thank you for your support.
Judge, I won't go back until you tell me.
Okay, it's almost done. There you go. Now you can go back.
Let me know, sir.
So this is fine. We can see both here. So again, we can see that we had a Google login to the suspect Gmail account at 10:36. We had a second one at 11:03. And if we go forward one, we have FetLife exchanges, outbound FetLife exchanges at 10:47 and 10:58. And then, as I just annotated, at 10:52, Mr. Banfield's device was in Reston, nearer to the Lifetime Fitness location than it was to the residence.
Sorry, Judge.
That's right.
Let's move on to February 7th, 2023. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is going to be Defense Exhibit 257. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And what, if anything, does that, what, if anything, did you look at in your digital forensic analysis, and is it showing on this slide?
Google responsive record showing another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, this one on February 7th, 2023 at 10:02 p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 257.
Any objection?
No objection.
257 in evidence.
And how does this tie into the events of February 7th?
Just reflecting that there was a login to the suspect Gmail account on this date at this time.
And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the relationship between the logins to the Gmail account and the other accounts that are used?
So the Gmail account was used to set up and kick off the other two accounts. However, we have established, I have established that there were recurring logins to the Gmail account for things like account maintenance, email inbox,
You mean deleting things? Yeah.
deletion inbox, review of new messages, things of that nature.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which I believe we've previously had Defense Exhibit 199. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'd move 257 into evidence.
257 is in evidence. All right.
Is it,
Yes, we already moved it in.
has it already been shown to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
All right,
Defense
back to
ag-
199, which is in evidence, okay?
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what's the significance of this in terms of timing on the other items that you've shown?
These are the outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield on February 7th, 2023, around the same time as the Gmail login we were just discussing at 10:08, 10:12, and 10:15.
I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 247.
248 is already in evidence.
Yes. Sir, what is this in relation to your,
Judge asked and answered.
I think it's a different day, Judge, so it's a different question.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the significance of your analysis of this particular record that's already into evidence as Defense Exhibit 248?
This was actually just to illustrate the record itself. I believe the next slide is the one with the
You're going to move
corresponding location
to
information.
Defense Exhibit.
The defense attorney literally said, well, Your Honor, it's a different day, so it's a different question. You're going to ask the same questions for every day of this Excel spreadsheet? Damn.
260. Sir, do you identify that?
I do, yes.
And what is this document?
This is, again, the Google responsive geolocation information associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This is for the reflective of the evening of February 7th, 2023 at approximately 10:12 p.m.
All right, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 260.
Any objection?
No objection.
260?
Sir, is that
I think the timing of all these messages and logins is interesting too. It's always around 10 or 11 at night or like 7 in the morning. You know? Crime also occurred around 7:30-ish, between 7:30 and 7:47 in the morning. Who on earth, I don't know, tell me, okay, if I'm wrong, if this is a wrong assumption, but damn. If Christine set up that account and set up this experience, why on earth would she do that at 7:30 in the morning? She was so looking forward to, according to what Juliana said and what we've heard so far, just sleeping in that day, right? She worked very hard. She was a pediatric intensive care unit nurse. Long shifts, hard work. I would just assume, and I'm assuming, that this would be like the last thing on her mind. Whereas, okay, was sex on Brendan's mind and Juliana? Yes, they were doing it with each other as well in their free time. You know what I mean? Kathleen R. 61 said, a chart showing all the devices with each significant date or time, the location and the activity side by side would have been an effective way to illustrate all of this testimony. I know, right? Visually, this does very little. My goodness. So thank you so much for your sticker and welcome, Jacques.
highlighted box support what you just testified to?
It does. That's one of the corresponding points.
What other points were you looking at in that document?
The one immediately below it at 3:12 and 49 seconds Zulu, so that would be about 10:13 p.m. on the evening of the 9th. The one above it as well. All three rows, 16309, the highlighted one, and 16311 are actually identical geolocation points,
Okay.
stationary.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 261. Sir, do you identify this exhibit?
I do. This is a Google map, traditional or default map view with the Banfield house approximate location. Also included is a satellite view of a related area on this map as well, which correspond to the geolocation points I just mentioned on the previous slide.
And are you able to, based upon the previous slide, identify where the geolocation of the device that you were analyzing is?
I am,
Okay.
yes.
And can you mark on the map where that was?
I can. May I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Sorry, Your Honor. May we move this in as Defense Exhibit 261?
Any objection?
No objection.
261?
So those three stationary points are right down here at the bottom of the map. They were from 10 to 10:13. And it turns out, as we can see from the image on the right, it's at a gas station, not terribly far from home. And that would explain, in my experience in training, the stationary nature of the three successive location points.
And what's the significance of the login and any communications on FetLife and the timing?
And Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during any of that activity.
Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 261A.
All right. No objection. Okay, 261A, just give us a moment to print it. While we're printing that, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Carroll?
Oh, yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. Again, do not talk to anybody about the case and do any outside research. Okay?
Buckle up, everyone. We're going to teleport right through this break. Defense attorney, really? Really? Vivacious Joe. So if I understand correctly, there were no logins to the FetLife account when she was away from home, correct? No. And also, that when Brendan and Juliana were out of town, there were no logins to the account either. So, interesting. Kathkin said it's impossible to believe a mother would invite a stranger over to role play with her small child in the house. Well, the child wouldn't have been in the house. See, that's why they set up the fake zoo outing. Because how the day was allegedly set up was that Juliana would be taking the little girl to the zoo, Brendan would be working, lurking at McDonald's and then working, and that Christine could just sleep in. So then the defense would say, okay, well, if Christine invited Joseph Ryan over, that would have been one of the perfect days too, because she would know that her husband was at work and Juliana would be taking the little girl to the zoo. You know what I mean? So that's the defense's argument. That's not mine. That's just what I'm repeating from what we've heard, from what their strategy is here, right?
And again, sir, since you're still testifying, do not discuss the case with anybody or testimony. And Mr. Carroll, if you could grab those printed sheets from below you, I'd appreciate it. And we'll come back then at 11:45, okay?
All rise.
The judge, all rise. She's had enough of this. She's had enough. Skipping forward now. Wow, shady, nasty. Said, would Christine plan a sexual encounter with a stranger that had the potential to be dangerous and turn her phone off and hide it in a drawer? I mean, what? Exactly. Why would she do that? Why would she? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. There's so much that doesn't make sense. That points directly at Juliana and Brendan Banfield.
Cool, perfect. Then I can ask her to just leave it. Because at this point,
Andy, thank you for upgrading your membership to Grizzly Bear. Wendy said, when was the zoo trip planned? Did she know? Yeah, she knew because Juliana said that she had a conversation, not via text, with Christine about taking the little girl to the zoo that day. So I think she really thought she was going to be home alone that day, resting, because she was supposed to go to work. And Brendan apparently, according to Juliana's testimony, Brendan convinced Christine to stay home that day and just rest. He literally has his chin up. He's very proud of his work. Sir, just read the jurors' faces. I don't know how they must be looking now. Just, sir. No, we're going to go now for another, I don't know how long.
All right, the next question.
The judge is a very patient lady, but I think the patience is running out.
So let's move on to February 17th, 2023. I'm going to ask you to identify Defendant Exhibit 262. Can you identify that?
I can.
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is. This is the Google responsive records showing the account login. This one in particular is on February 17th, 2023 at approximately 11:20 p.m. And this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 262.
no objection.
262 in evidence.
And sir, what's the significance of this slide and the artifacts that it contains?
It's a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account from the Banfield residence.
You're going to move on to slide number, oh, I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 263. Sir, do you identify this exhibit?
I do.
And how is it that you identify this exhibit?
This is another part of the Google responsive records. This is another login, a second login to the same alleged suspect account, just 4 minutes later, 11:23 p.m. 3
You're
minutes
going to
later.
move that in as Defense Exhibit 263?
Any objection?
No objection.
263?
And what's the significance of that in relation to the previous Exhibit 262?
It's just on the same evening, around the same time.
Your Honor,
Oh man. West London 97 said, what day of the week was it? No school. So the day that the crime occurred was February 24th of 2023, which was a Friday. And the little girl was only 4 years old, right? So, yeah, they were apparently leaving at 7:30 in the morning to go to the zoo. Mm-hmm.
move on to Defense Exhibit 181. I believe that's been introduced into evidence.
181.
Stop it. Court Loca, that's another self-snitch, hey? Juliana, you said, and in the Telegram messages, Anastasia asks Joe how long shallow cuts would take to heal. Christine, being a RN, would not ask that in my honest opinion. That's a good point as well. She would know. Yeah, Juliana's messing this up a lot for Brendan Banfield. Jody, thanks so much.
One is in evidence, yes.
Sir, in the context of 262 and 263, have you seen this exhibit before?
I have.
Okay, what's the significance in relation to those other logins?
These are two outbound FetLife messages on the same date at about the same time.
And is there any identifying characteristics to these messages?
These are both outbound from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the slide
All right.
to Defense Exhibit 247. Here, I'm going to move the slide to Defense Exhibit 248.
It's already in evidence. We've been there 4 times, just to let you know.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
We've been there 4 times, just to let you know,
Sir,
the judge
this
says.
is Defense Exhibit 2.
Read the room. We have been there 4 times, says the judge. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Also, those little smiley faces in the messages. We're going to have to see some messages from Christine. Did she write like that? You know, that's where you could have her previous au pair on the stand state. Why didn't you call her and say, did she text like that? Did she ever text like that? Do you see any similarities in, I don't know, the smiley faces and all of that? Who knows? Maybe she did. But if she didn't, ooh, that'll be interesting as well. Because Juliana, we've read some of her jail letters in the lunch breaks to Brendan Banfield, and she sure makes lots of little hearts and smiley faces and things, right? Mm-hmm.
248, which has already been introduced into evidence. What's the significance of this
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
related to,
All right.
it's a specific date, Judge, if I may.
Judge, the next slide is the
The
specific
next slide will
date.
be the specific date, I think. Correct. There we go.
Sir, do you see Defense Exhibit 266?
I do.
And I believe that's been introduced into evidence, Judge?
No.
No, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Lidsky, what is it that we're looking at here, this particular slide?
So this is a part of the Google geolocation responsive records associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular line highlighted is for the evening of February 17th at about 11:21 p.m.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 266.
All right. any
No objection.
266 in evidence.
And what you've just testified to is in the highlighted box?
The highlighted box and the 2 rows after it.
Can you identify those rows that you're referring to for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Particularly I've crossed it out. That row, which is 11:29 p.m., that row, 2 rows above it. If you look at column E, particularly on row 24887, or 24886 rather, you can see the number 4,684. That's a really large radius. To me, through my training and experience, that is an inaccurate measurement. I just typically avoid those. I ignore them when I'm doing my analysis. So I'm skipping that row. The row after it is informative, and the row before, two before the highlighted box is also informative for this analysis.
You're going to move on to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 250. And sir, what's the significance of this exhibit as to your analysis?
Objection asked and answered, it's in evidence.
Well, 250 is in evidence, if you just want to ask them.
Yes. As your analysis that you previously given to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how does it apply to this particular slide?
Sure. I can annotate the location of Mr. Banfield's mobile device as provided by Google as an approximation, relative to when the device arrived home.
And so, Your Honor, may he annotate with the times as well?
All right, if you want to make it 250C?
250C, yes. And what, if anything, does that indicate?
So that's the last geolocation point reported before the device reports basically in the house, at the house.
And how do you analyze the arrival in the house? What do you look at?
Well, if we go back to the large spreadsheet, we can see coordinates that actually plot to the house itself.
Before we do any sort of moving, is there anything related to your analysis beyond that marking as well as the numbers that are next to it?
So the earlier points were back towards Reston, so I just jumped ahead at the last one before the device registered in the house.
Okay. Your Honor.
You can move, it's okay.
Yes.
Stop. Stefan, stop it. You're like, I wonder if Juliana's looking for a new au pair job now. In Europe, maybe? Oh, my goodness.
Is that the information you were referring to, sir?
Yes. If I can annotate on this if helpful. But so this whole swath here, 38.9404 and minus 77.4056, those are essentially in the house. So if we look above that, any numbers that differ for those, just as a shortcut, some easy analysis, reflect locations outside of the house, away from the house. So it's fairly easy to look at a spreadsheet like this and just go down the column, and where we see the switch over from a different number, bless you, to those to the numbers I just referenced, that's sort of a breaking point of when the device arrived home.
Your Honor, I'd identified that with the markings as Defense Exhibit 266A.
All right.
Sir, is there something else that you were referencing relating to the original map?
No.
Okay. I'll wait until...
Go ahead.
JGL Hendricks said, did he say, bless you? Yeah, mid-testimony, when somebody sneezed. Gesundheit.
Sir, I'm going to ask you what has previously been marked Defense Exhibit 127,
It's already in evidence.
and it's already in evidence. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And it's been moved into evidence. What's the significance of the artifact information relating to the picture that's before you?
This is the photo that Mrs. Banfield took of herself on January 17th at 7:20, approximately 7:20 p.m. This photo would ultimately be cropped and uploaded and used on the FetLife website in connection with the account creation there on the same date.
Why? Christine had so many photos on her Instagram account, and just like, why would she take this photo and say to her husband, send it to Brendan and say new bathing suit or new swimsuit, and then upload it to FetLife? It's just not the usual photo I think that one might want to upload to FetLife. Not that I have an account, not that I know it. It just seems like she's really just in a gym locker or like a change room of sorts and just trying on a new bathing suit, right? So that would be speculation. That would be my belief that I don't think that Christine would have chosen this photo to upload to FetLife. And the fact that she sent it to her husband that day is a huge red flag to me. And he's such a damn idiot. He chose this photo and cropped it and all of that. Thank goodness, rather than any other photo of her. There's many photos on her Instagram page, right? That he could have chosen. Glad he didn't, but you know what I mean. Lucy OEB, thank you so much for your $3.99 sticker. Sarah says, 1 eternity later. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 128.
It's already in evidence.
Sir, do you...
And she was very into health and fitness. She took a lot of progress photos. So her Instagram is called little_girl_big goals. I don't show it on screen because there's a lot of pictures of the little girl, and I don't want to show the little girl, right, on my stream. We've got to protect her, even though the account is public. So you can go look if you want to go and have a browse through there. I've looked at every post, and some of you have as well. You've emailed me about it with all what you've noticed and things. So thank you so much for that as well. But yeah, she took lots of gym pictures, lots of progress photos, lots of photos of her meals and her running, the Strava tracks and routes and things, because she was tracking her fitness, her health, her body composition, all of that. Laurie Lowe, 192, says, here's your daily espresso, G. Thank you for all you do to keep us engaged. Without you, we'd all be sleeping by now. Thank you so much, and likewise. Without all of you, I'd be sleeping right now too. Thank you so much.
See the slide that's before you that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, this was just when Mrs. Banfield shared the same photo we just saw on the last slide.
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Asked and answered. We've
Asked
been
and
over
answered,
it.
sustained.
Sir, I think we've already seen this. Let me move on to the next slide, Your Honor, which is Defense Exhibit 299.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
Again,
And what are the, what did you use this exhibit for in your analysis?
this is part of the digital forensic analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop. This just shows essentially the start of the session. It's a Windows logon event at approximately 9:59 p.m. on January 17th.
Put Bill Gates on the stand with all these Windows logins. Calling Bill Gates.
I move that in as Defense Exhibit 299.
Any objection?
No objection.
299?
And what's the significance of this with the previous exhibits that were put into evidence?
Well, this is Mrs. Banfield's laptop. It's the security identifier associates with her user profile on the laptop, and it's really just the start of a session, basically a logon event. So it's other than being the same date and later in the evening, it doesn't really tie to the first two exhibits.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 300. And sir, what, if anything, did you review and analyze relating to this exhibit?
This is also from Mrs. Banfield's laptop. This is just part of the logon sequence where the laptop is joining the home Wi-Fi on the night of the 17th. I believe we discussed some of this last week. It was just less formal than it is presented here.
See, even the witness is like, we discussed some of this last week. Hint, hint, the judge is like, we've been over this 4 times. Yes.
Are there individual identifiers as to the logon and as to the time and what the search is?
This is the evening of January 17th. It's also at approximately 9:59. It's within a second or two of the logon event, which is normal. Once we start up our computer, it does a lot in the background to include grabbing a known Wi-Fi if it's in a location.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 300.
Any objection?
No objection.
300?
Your Honor, I'm going to identify as defense exhibit 301. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And what, if anything, did you utilize of that data in your digital forensics analysis?
It's from the same laptop. It's just showing a Google website visit, opening up probably with Chrome. Again, just sort of establish baseline activity as the computer is starting up.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 301.
Any objection?
No objection.
301?
Sir, can you identify what will be marked as defense exhibit number 302?
I can.
And what, if anything, do you recognize this information?
I do.
And what is this information?
This is part of the Google responsive documentation from the search warrant, and this just reflects a Google search that was conducted on this same evening on January 17th, 2023, around the same time, shortly after what we just saw, the computer sort of starting up, or at least Mrs. Banfield's account logging on. This is at 9:59 and 52 seconds, and it's just, the search term was Google search.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 302.
Any objection?
No objection.
302?
How about you move it out? Move it all out. NR Mima 413. It said, love being a Grizzly. Thank you so much for being a member for 32 months. Mom Central said, I can tell you right now, after serving on a jury before, he has totally lost the jury. I think so too. I think this is way too much, right? Annie Pop said, OMG, I cannot take this any longer. I'm going shopping on Amazon. Careful now.
Now, sir, what's the significance of this in relation to the other logins and searches that you've discussed in this date frame?
So again, this is a search conducted under Mrs. Banfield's sort of personal account. We can see on the right-hand side, about in the middle, under evidence information, the source, we can see that it's the cbanfieldrn@gmail account, and I'm happy to circle that if it's helpful. So
If
it's
you can just
just
describe where it is on the screen.
yeah, it's on the far right-hand column under the details, a little bit above, I guess, the midway point under evidence information source, and that's where we look to determine which account was registering the activity with Google servers on this date at this time.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 303. And sir, what, if anything, is this in relation to your digital forensic analysis of this date of January 17, 2023?
So this is a navigation to the Facebook website using Google Chrome on Mrs. Banfield's laptop. And this occurred at 10:01 p.m. on the 17th.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 303.
Any objection?
No objection.
303?
And sir, there's a highlighted portion there. Is that relating to the artifacts on the right-hand side?
Yeah, so whatever's in the middle highlighted will reflect, the details in the right-hand column will reflect that particular entry or that particular artifact.
And I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 304. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And there's a highlighted portion down there. What does that relate to?
This is navigation within Facebook on the Facebook server, on the Facebook website, where the user of the laptop navigated to a media attachment within their respective Facebook account.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 304.
Any objection?
No objection.
304.
Sorry about that. If you see me looking down, I might be doodling, scribbling. That's also what Brendan's doing at his own trial. Brendan Banfield is scribbling, doodling, writing to stay awake. This defense attorney's lost me too. I always try to like concentrate in case you guys like ask me questions. I can't, man. We get the point, sir. Sure. Like, which day are we on? We're literally gonna go through every day, right? And we are 24 minutes behind the live feed, and yeah, they're still going. This could be a while. Please don't go until after lunch. Are they going until after lunch? Maybe. Cindy Garcia, thank you for your $20 sticker. I really appreciate that.
Now, sir, the highlighted area correlates with the details and the artifacts in what way?
Basically, for every, in the middle, we have rows and columns, not unlike a spreadsheet. And so for what we have on the far right is the same information in the same order, just presented vertically. So we have URL, date visited, title, and we can see the corresponding rows on the far right. So we have title, type count, transition link, visit source, artifact type, and then it cuts off in the middle. But what you see continuing on the right vertically actually extends if or to scroll over within the digital forensic software. It become too large to present in this view.
Yeah, this trial is scheduled to run until February 6th. And we're already on January 28th. I think the defense is going to take it all the way through to then, isn't he? Wow.
Move to the next slide, Exhibit 305. Oops. Sir, can you see Exhibit 305?
I can.
Can you identify it?
I can.
Is this your work product?
It is.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 305.
Any objection?
No objection.
305.
Sir, what can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that we're looking at and the significance of any of the timing or the particular logins?
Yeah, so this is part of the Google responsive documentation. This is January 17th, 2023 at now approximately 10:03 p.m. And this is a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the cbrn920@gmail.com. This came from the Banfield residence from a Windows computer.
And in terms of the timing of the previous logins and what's the significance of 10:03?
These are, I believe, presented in chronological order, and these are in close in time, rapid succession. I think we saw the login to the computer itself at 9:59. 10:01, we're in a Google search, or 10:01, we're into Facebook, downloading media or navigating the media rather, and now 10:03, we're into the Gmail account.
Did you see the judge's face?
Your Honor,
Latte Lou 68 said, gee, I would not be watching this ridiculous trial if it wasn't for you. Thanks for the snark to make it worth staying. Thank you so much for being here with me.
to slide.
Don't go.
306. Do you recognize this slide, sir?
I do.
Is this part of the digital forensics that you relied upon
It is.
and examined?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 306.
No objection.
306.
Sir, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about what these artifacts reveal?
This is a downloading of media from Facebook, downloading an image in particular.
And Are you able to tell, based upon this, what that image is?
We can see the file name of the image. It's probably easiest in the right-hand column. The second line down is file name. That's the name of the actual image. The download source is part of a more complex, data point. But this corresponds with the media that was on the on Facebook website viewed just a minute or two earlier.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to defense exhibit number 307.
Move to when you rest. Move to when you rest, please.
Sir, do you identify this? Can you identify this slide?
I can.
Okay, and is this something
Speeding
that
it up.
you worked with in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Okay, Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 307.
Isn't that nice? 1.2 speed.
No objection.
307?
And sir, if you could, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what it is we're looking at here.
So these are part of the Google responsive documents. This is the attachment to an email sent from the alleged suspect Gmail account to the alleged suspect Gmail account. It's the same file attachment to this email that was downloaded to the laptop on the previous exhibit.
And so emailing from the same email to the same email, what's the significance of that?
It's a way to send yourself data, in this case, a picture.
And what, if anything, can you conclude regarding the artifacts in this slide?
It's the same picture that was downloaded from Mrs. Banfield's Facebook account a minute or so earlier.
Here, I'm going to move to defense exhibit number 308. Sir, can you identify this
I can.
exhibit? And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis in this case?
So this is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, her phone, and it's just communication occurring at about 10:04 p.m.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit 308.
Any objection?
No objection.
308.
And sir,
I mean, exactly. It's me, D said, why do you need to download a photo of yourself from Facebook if you posted it in the first place? Exactly.
how does this, other than the timing of it, fit into the previous slides that you've analyzed?
The timing to me is most noteworthy. It shows that somebody is awake and using this device at the same time the other device is being used to exchange information that is centric to this investigation.
Here, I'm going to move to defense exhibit number 309. Sir, can you identify this slide?
I can.
And what, if anything, does this show as part of your digital forensic examination?
This is about 40 minutes later in the evening at approximately 10:46 p.m. And this is back on the laptop and the initiation of the Photos app within Windows.
And the timing of that, is that significant relating to your investigation?
It is related to the FetLife account creation, yes.
Kimmy kills it. Thank you for upgrading your membership to Grizzly Bear. The speed is better, isn't it? It's so nice. The problem is we'll probably catch up, and then after lunch, we'll have to listen at normal speed.
And is that what January 17th is in terms of the connection to this case?
It is, yes.
Here I move this defense exhibit number 309 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
309?
Here I move to the next slide, defense exhibit 310. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And explain, or can you just identify how it was used in your analysis?
This is part of the FetLife response to the search warrant that they received. It's the sort of most complete representation of the document that I can provide. It shows the location of the files provided, the raw files provided by FetLife, and then the particular text file associated with the account creation at FetLife.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 310.
Any objection?
No objection.
310?
And sir, in looking at this slide, which you've identified, is the, can you just guide the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the area where the, you've described each of these things, where it is in the file, what the location information is, and what was received from FetLife?
Sure. The text box to the right of the screen, or the right middle of the screen, is what FetLife actually provides. It's the raw data. It's a little choppy and tough to read. The columns or the associated data that they've collected and are reporting here is at the top. I realize it's wrapped around, which makes it worse, but we can see the user ID that we discussed earlier this morning, 163-63905. That is the user ID associated with this account. We can see sign up is the nature of this action. The verification email, the CBRN 920 account is listed here as well. And then we have the date and time, of course, in UTC. So this is actually on January 17th, 2023 at approximately 10:47 and 56 seconds, so 10:48 p.m.
Now we're back on January 17th. Really? Wow. Punk Gopher said, wait, this is sped up? I thought this was normal speed. Yeah. We've been on 1.1 speed, then 1.15, now we're on 1.2 this whole time. Imagine normal speed. Oh, my word.
You're going to move to Defense Exhibit 311. And sir, do you identify this?
I do.
And along with your analysis of this FetLife image, is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit number 311.
Any objection?
No objection.
311?
Sir, can you explain the layout of this slide and the significance in your investigation?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is even worse than the one before it.
Just objection to the characterization of
I'll
the
sustain
evidence.
the objection.
I'm sorry. This is how FetLife captures the uploading of an image. So we can see JPG or JPEG, which is an image file. We see the date and the time. Aside from that, we see a lot of sizing and elements of the photo itself, the digital image itself, but there's not a lot here to link back to what we're talking about, other than FetLife is acknowledging that an image was uploaded as part of this account.
In terms of what you just said about sizing and the image and things like that, can you just point where that is within that grouping in the text box?
Well, we can see sort of dimensions, original width, format is JPEG, that's a picture file, height, file size, so those are all aspects, those are all metadata of the image that was uploaded itself.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 312.
All right.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit 312.
Any objection?
No objection.
312?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what this artifact and what this slide indicates relating to your digital forensic analysis?
So this is the actual picture that we saw sort of contextually in raw format from the previous slide. So this is the photo that was uploaded and associated with this account on the evening of January 17th.
Your Honor, move to Defense Exhibit 3, looks like 14.
314, you said?
Yes, it's number 314.
All right.
Sir, do you identify this? Can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And does this relate to your analysis in digital forensics in this case?
It does.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 314.
Any objection?
No objection.
314?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury while they have that before them, what it is that you're looking at and what you're relying on in arriving at conclusions with regard to January 17th, 2023?
Yeah, this was just, again, this is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device. This is for context. This is to see at this important time, as far as the accounts in play in this investigation, our are in focus, what was going on with the other devices. And this is just a look into what was happening on Mrs. Banfield's cellular phone at the time that other activity was happening on her laptop.
And the highlighted area does that have a relation to the artifact and the details on the right side of this?
It does. And for timing perspective, this is 10:43 p.m. or approximately 10:43, 10:44 p.m. It appears to be benign, other than it might be informative as to what, we have a user on this device, somebody who's clearly awake. It seems to be benign in the topic, that is the site that was visited, which appears to be shopping.
Judge, I'm sorry, at this point, I would like to object as asked and answered. I mean, my notes reflect that we went over this
Yes, I'll
several days ago.
sustain the
Thank you.
objection. Asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 315. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 316.
No objection to the exhibit. Objection is to any questions. We talked about the frozen tickets already.
I understand. So 316 is an evidence.
And sir, in terms of the details in the artifact, what's significant regarding that?
It's just a continuation. It's just extended use of the device.
And the highlighted areas that reflect directly with the details in the evidence information?
It is. It does.
Sir, based upon the evidence and the analysis that you performed on the digital forensics relating to January 17th, 2023, can you opine as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what was going on with the devices that you're talking about in these slides?
The laptop was absolutely used for important events or activity related to this investigation. It was part of the
Judge, I'm
kickoff.
going to object to the characterization as important.
Sustained.
It was used to kick off the FetLife account, which is central to our discussion over these past couple of weeks.
Yeah, weeks of the
The
defense
phone
case.
is informative as to use, the time of day, and the activity, the activity that's into a true account of Ms. Banfield's, that is the Facebook account, and the suspect account, that is the Gmail account, and the FetLife account are contemporaneous. They're going back and forth within seconds, if not minutes. To me, that's part of my analysis where I don't see a break. I don't see a loss of control of devices.
Oh, man. Desiderata said, appreciating a boring part of this trial with you, your welcoming mods and respectful community. Keep up with the greatness here with your Grizzly family. Thank you so much. Thank you for your $6.99 Canadian dollar sticker. Thanks all for being here with me. There's like there's over 7,000 of you here with me. It's hectic, hey? We keep each other company through all of this. And I'm just waiting to see when the judge will snap. The judge is definitely getting very annoyed with all of this. And the state, right?
Thank you, sir.
Like, the whole story doesn't make sense. So even if the defense is like, okay, Christine made the account, okay, then why would Juliana's story make any sense? And we yet to hear Brendan's story. Why would the windows be made soundproof? Why would he be changing up his routine? Why was he hanging out at McDonald's that day? Why did they call 911 and then put the phone down, ignore 911 calling them back, and then call back 15 minutes later? Why'd you do that, huh? If Christine set up the account and she invited Joseph Ryan to come over, why then would she say, he's got a knife, call 911? Because she would have invited him to bring the knife and all the things he brought. It doesn't make any sense. So even if the defense, with every rabbit hole they go down, okay, but in the big picture, it makes no sense. That's what's so frustrating.
Let's move on to February 23rd. Your Honor, identifying, can Your Honor see Defense Exhibit 317?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, can you see the Exhibit 317, Defense Exhibit on your screen?
I can.
Okay. And we've moved on to February 23rd, 2023. What if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this particular, well, first of all, let's identify this as you use this information in order to do your digital forensic analysis?
Yes, this is part of what I analyzed.
Your Honor, I've moved this in as Defense Exhibit number 317.
Any objection?
No objection.
317.
Sir, what, if anything, did you rely upon in examining these artifacts?
This is analysis of Mr. Banfield's mobile device, and it's just a look at some of the activity that was occurring on the evening of February 23rd, and this is between 8:45 p.m. and 9:23 p.m., approximately 9:23 p.m.
All right, move on to Defense Exhibit number 318. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And was this something that you analyzed as part of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, may I move Defendant Exhibit 318 into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
318.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you utilized this information contained in this slide in your digital forensic analysis?
Yeah, this is a similar snapshot, only into the phone of Ms. Magalhaes. About the same window in time. This is beginning at approximately 9:24 p.m., down at the bottom through approximately 9:43 p.m. The highlighted entry we can see on the artifact type is a biome user activity. This is the user of this device at essentially 9:35 p.m., 9:34 and 58 seconds, using Instagram at this particular point in time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 319. I'm sorry, Judge, was 317?
Yes, 318 is in evidence.
Was in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just saw it. I didn't
Okay,
see the
that's fine.
green. Sir, can you identify this as Defense Exhibit 319?
I can.
Is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 319.
Any objection?
No objection.
Sir, if you can, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the way the slide is broken up, what the significant elements relating to your digital forensic analysis is.
This is part of the same sort of multi-device analysis across around this time period. So this is Ms. Banfield's mobile device. At the top, there's activity at about 8:51 p.m., and at the bottom, there's 9:25. I think, not to telegraph the next slide, but I think it continues. But same thing, we're just looking at what each respective device was doing at this time.
And the highlighted portion relates directly to the artifact information that's on the right-hand side?
It does, and I think I only highlighted that one to show where the screen cuts off to set up the next slide. It doesn't hold significance otherwise, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, I move to Defense Exhibit 320. Sir, can you identify that?
I can, yeah.
Is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 320.
Any objection?
No objection.
320.
Mr. Lidsky, can you explain to the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this particular artifact and the results that you're showing on this slide?
Yeah, so this is just a continuation of the activity we were looking at on the previous slide. This particular data set not only shows this time on this date, but this is focused on communication. The highlighted artifact, which I think is the same one from the previous slide, I've found is something related possibly to Mrs. Banfield's work. But again, this is really just showing a sort of a bit of what I call a nonstop or continuous activity in the time frame reflected. That is here from about 9:25 p.m.
A bit of a non-stop activity. Wow, that's very specific, hey?
through about 9:40 or 9:41 p.m.
And if you can just describe, you indicated that you found something that could possibly be linked to Ms. Banfield's work. What were you talking about?
Well, the particular artifact that's highlighted, you can see over on the right, is an exchange with a contact name that has a Nova PICU in it. I'm familiar with that as where she was working.
Now, February
Chick 33 says, I don't believe this, but the defense could say that she said, meaning Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife to hide her being caught cheating by Brendan. Now, the question then still would be, who stabbed her then? Do you know what I mean? Because with that amount of puncture wounds and things, she wouldn't be able to say that, and she wouldn't be saying that at that time. So if Brendan's going in there, and then she's caught, we're now speculating, we're just going off on a tangent of what the defense could say, okay? If they both, why are they both up there? Like, why is Juliana even upstairs there, okay? Why is she pretending to tiptoe to the safe to get a knife when she's, a gun, when she's got a gun in her pocket? Okay, but if this little story that the defense tries to sell, which might come through Brendan Banfield himself if he takes the stand, if he says, thank you, Regina, that Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife. Okay, so then Brendan shot him immediately. Okay, meaning Joseph Ryan. Once. Juliana shot him the second time. Why? You've now disarmed the intruder, right? The guy with the knife, allegedly. Okay, so when did Christine get stabbed in and how? And also, why was Christine on the floor at the foot of the bed? Because that's where she was. Joseph Ryan was off to the right side of the bed and Christine was at the foot of the bed. The orientation didn't even make sense in that way with what they've described happened. And, yeah, why was Christine on the floor? Because that's where she got stabbed, not on the bed. You know what I mean? How do we know not on the bed? Because the sheets were very, very white sheets, right? Look here, wait, do I still have it? Sorry, I should have said trigger warning just for some of this blood evidence here on the floor. But those are very, very clean white sheets. There's no stabbing happening there on the bed. So, you know what? Yeah, defense, give it your best shot. Can I do the rebuttal? Please.
February 23rd is significant in terms of your analysis. How?
February 23rd was obviously the night before the incident. On the morning of the 24th, there was telegram activity, substantial telegram activity on the night of the 23rd. There was FetLife activity on the night of the 23rd. There were multiple login events on the night of the 23rd. I'm sure I'm missing something, but those come to mind.
On his birthday.
We'll carry on.
On his birthday. Brendan Banfield's birthday is on the 23rd of Feb, not the 24th. I don't know why the state said the crime happened on his birthday, because it didn't. It happened the day before. No, it happened the day after. Nana of 7, thank you so much for your $20 sticker. You said, what is the point? Yes, they used a computer to do all this. It was an elaborate plan to make it look like it was Christine. It was 2 people manipulating the devices. He knew how to cover his tracks. He's an agent, right? Do you think he's bringing in reasonable doubt? That would be why. What is the point? To try to prove, this is what I'm saying. Okay, let's say defense. Well done. You proved, which he didn't, but let's just say, okay, Christine set up the account. And she only interacted on the FetLife account when Brendan or Juliana were home. Never when they were away. Never. Never at work. Never in her free time. Never from a coffee shop. Just at home when one of them is at home with her. And the child's at home. Okay, so I don't know how that would make sense. I don't know how the picture chosen would make sense, but okay, let's go with it. Sure, defense, Christine set up that account. Now the rest of it still doesn't make any sense. And Brendan saying on that 911 call, I don't know what to do. Jackass, you probably trained with CPR in your job with what he was. He was armed IRS agent, federal agent. Like, dude, you went through a lot of training for that. You are trained to de-escalate situations, not to just shoot people in the head if they're, according to Juliana, spanking your wife. It just makes no sense. It'll go nowhere. It's a dead end if the defense even tries to say, yes, Christine set up the account. Okay, and then? Beth Alcorn said, this testimony is so bad. I can't take it anymore. Am I reading it all in the right tone? That's how I'm hearing it. Thank you so much for your sticker, for your support. I'll save you a seat.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 321. Sir, can you...
And he was in that division. Donna said, regular IRS agents do not carry a gun, only the CID division, which he was part of.
Identify Defense Exhibit 321.
I can.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 321.
Any objection?
No objection.
321.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, obviously there's a highlighted portion, but how does that interact with the artifacts and the evidence information that's on the right-hand side?
Yeah, so my analysis on this particular date, at this particular time, my analysis showed that all relevant devices were at home. So we have what I believe is 3 adults in the house. We have 4 devices that are in focus here, 3 mobile phones and a laptop. This is the laptop, and we're looking at about the same period of time here. This first artifact is at approximately 9:34 p.m., and the last one that's visible on this slide is 10:22 p.m.
And who's the owner of the laptop?
This is Ms. Banfield's laptop.
Okay. I'll move on to Defense Exhibit 322. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
Is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 322.
Any objection?
No objection.
322.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what it is we're looking at and the relationship between the highlighted portion and the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side.
Of course. So this is part of the Google responsive records. As part of this investigation, Google logged this particular search, this Google search, from, and this is associated with Ms. Banfield's true name account, the C. Banfield RN at Gmail account. We can see on the source information over on the right-hand column about midway down. And this is a search for kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican Republic. This was on February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 9:34 and 15 seconds. If you care to back up one slide, we'll see this corresponds to what we saw on the laptop. Should be within a second or two.
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
That was you, wasn't
There's
it,
I'll
Brandon?
stipulate that they're at the same time.
All right.
His face says it was him that did it, in my
So this
opinion.
is corroboration that the activity on the laptop is what actually happened on Google servers.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defendant's Exhibit 323. Sir, can you identify this slide?
Again,
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 323.
Any objection?
No objection.
323.
Now, sir, there's a highlighted portion which, does that correspond with the artifact and evidence information on the right?
It is. This was another Google search initiated by the user of this device on this evening.
And what, if anything else, is significant in terms of your analysis?
Well, the timing, of course, the evening of the 23rd at 9:34 p.m. The theme, we're searching, a different search string, but for resorts in the Dominican Republic.
Sir, is it possible that Juliana was making those searches using Christine's devices? Yes. Is it possible that Brendan Banfield was making those searches using his wife's devices? Yes. Okay. You do not know who was using the device at this time. And with Brendan and Juliana dreaming of their new little life together, rolling around in the sheets more than anything else, redecorating the master bedroom, replacing Christine's photos with her own, getting more lingerie, going from red to pink. Oh my, okay. Yeah. No, I think this would be maybe even them looking up a holiday after what they would think would be a successful day of crime for them, in my opinion. Now, they did get to live 8 months together before anyone was arrested. Juliana was arrested first. And only 11 months after that was Brendan arrested. Simple Cheesehead said, Judge Mrs. Johnny Depp. Thank you for your $20 sticker. She probably misses Amber Heard at this point.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 324.
All right.
Sir, can you see Defense Exhibit 324?
I can.
And is this something you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 324.
Any objection?
No objection.
324.
Sir, there's a highlighted portion. Does that correspond with the artifact information, evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does. These are the Google responsive records, similar to what we saw in 322, just confirming that the user of this device, Ms. Banfield's laptop, conducted the search.
And what's the significance of the information that's provided there?
Search term was 21, or the visited website was 21 best family resorts in the Dominican Republic for 2023. It was a search that was conducted at 9:34 and 33 seconds p.m.
We're going to move on to Defense Exhibit 325. Sir, is this a different device?
This is.
And sir, is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
You're on to move in Defense Exhibit number 325.
Any objection?
No objection.
325.
Sir, what, if anything, can you explain to the jury as to the highlighted portion, the the device that was being used, and the significance of the content of the artifacts?
So again, same evening, February 23rd, at about 9:34 p.m. It looks like it's part of a group exchange. Seems to be, it's possibly related to a work bulletin board reference. This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device.
Again, we can only guess what was said because they're not showing any of that, which they probably have the info, but booking off for the next day because her husband convinced her to sleep in. It was his birthday on the 23rd, so maybe they went out to dinner, maybe they had a late night, maybe he's like, just book off rather, and then sleep in. Carmen Ruby said, I think the mom knew where they were, and kid-friendly, not the word kid. Who else said the word like that? My host kid is in the basement. It's Juliana, just self-snitching again, right? Like I would imagine, and it doesn't mean it's definitive, but Christine might search child-friendly resorts. Who says kid? My host kid is in the basement. Hey, host kid, you gotta go outside now, okay? Remember when the cops arrived on the body cam? If you haven't seen the body cam, there's 2 videos for you to watch as homework.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 326. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And is this something that you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, move that into Defense Exhibit number 326.
Any objection?
No objection.
326.
Sir, is this the laptop?
It is.
Okay, and what if anything relating to the highlighted portion and the artifacts that you're showing on the right-hand side?
So this is an activation of the Telegram app at 9:35, approximately 9:35 p.m. on the evening of the 23rd. We just looked at other devices at 9:34 and change. They were engaged in Google searches for resorts in the Dominican, on the phone, text messages with friends or colleagues. And now we have Telegram activation in use on the laptop at 9:35 and 16 seconds.
On the laptop, yes, on the laptop, when the jackasses are downstairs.
Move to Defendant's Exhibit number 327.
How do we know that? Just based on what Juliana said. So it's up to the jury if they believe Juliana's testimony or not. And even though she's a hoe pair, quite a lying one, at this point, everything she said, it made some sense, right? Even Cindy Dalton, 63, said, I can't understand why Juliana had blood on her hands if she didn't stab Christine. Well, she said, she testified that while, the screen is black, by the way.
I'm
hold
sorry,
on.
did I introduce that into evidence?
She testified that while Brendan was stabbing Christine, she moved closer, put her hands on the carpet because Christine was on the floor. That's where Christine got stabbed, on the floor, in the nude, by the way, naked, okay? And Juliana testifies, I moved closer, put my hands on the carpet, felt the blood. And the state says, or the Commonwealth, and what did that feel like? And she says, warm. Oh my word. And then we saw her hands had blood on, so she definitely wasn't trying to do like, you know, any CPR or anything like that, or any applying pressure. I think what she said is what she did, right? I think they need to ask her more questions. Mandy, thank you for your $5 Australian sticker.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that a digital artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is. It's just a close-up, more detail of the telegram information from the previous slide.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 327.
Any objection?
No objection.
327?
Head on a
Sir, if
swivel.
you
Hey,
can,
Brendan, did you see when the police officers here, when they got up, his head is just like, what's going on? They're going to get you now. Brendan, behind you. They're going to cuff you now. He looked so nervous.
What is it that's significant to you as a digital forensic examiner as to the artifact information and the information on this slide?
Well, telegram use is of obvious import to me. That was a central component to the investigation or my review and analysis. The timing also contemporaneous to the other activity we observed across devices from associated with the three users in this investigation. This particular activation only ran for about 2 minutes. We see a start and end time. So Telegram was active from 9:35 and 16 seconds to 9:37 and 5 seconds. So just under 2 minutes.
And this was on the laptop?
This was from the laptop, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be marked as defense exhibit 328.
All right.
Court Looker says, with this, I'm so curious as to why none was on her knees too, or imprints on the carpet where she knelt down. Well, there was quite a bit of, I think that's why he told her to take her shoes off, because I think there was a bit of movement around the bloody carpet. You could see that a little bit from the photos, but she was also wearing tight black pants, like that lycra material. So I think it's pretty absorbent and you wouldn't see it. You know what I mean? You wouldn't see it on those pants if she did just kneel down a little bit there. So scary.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And where does this originate from?
This is from the Telegram exchange that I believe was extracted by Detective Miller from Mr. Ryan's phone.
And what, if anything, Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 328.
Any objection?
No objection.
328?
And sir, this is well, what, if anything, is significant about this towards your analysis as to the digital forensics analysis in this case?
So with the blue text exchange or the blue message exchange on the left-hand side, dated February 24th, 2023 at 2:35 and 47 seconds a.m., that's what corresponds to the timing. If we back our 5 hours out, that is 9:35 from the previous evening. So this particular exchange corresponds with the Telegram activation we saw on the laptop. The message immediately after as well.
Are you able to identify the parties here?
The green account, which is a message from the previous day, is associated with Mr. Ryan's device. The blue are messages associated with the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
And is there significance? Well, what's the device that appears with both parties?
There's not a device attribution available to us on this particular slide, but there's a correlation between Telegram. We have Telegram active on the laptop, and we have these messages at the same time.
Your Honor, I'm going to...
Yes, you're going to move in another 600 pages. We know, right? Wait. Racer Girl said, Juliana, in my opinion, is a bad liar who was coached well by the state. My rebuttal to that would be, I do think I think she's a liar and a cheater, and she had one job and she didn't do that. She banged the husband. Oh my word. Okay, so the thing is, coached well by the state. I don't think they would have time to coach her from October, because remember, it's an entirely new team presenting this case. The original prosecution team, they're not on the case. So it's like this team got the case in October of 2025. Number one. Number two, if Juliana is a bad liar, dang him. Wait till you see Brendan Banfield, because I think he can lie a lot. There's a lot that one would still need to consider. Like, why did Juliana and Brendan never say, who is the strange man in the house? Why did they call 911, ignore the callbacks, and then call back at 15 minutes later? What on earth were they doing in those 15 minutes? Why is there no blood on the bed? Why is Christine on the floor? Why is she on the floor naked? Why doesn't he want to cover up his wife, who he cares so much about, that he's having an affair with the au pair? Why doesn't he want to cover her up when all the police are there, when the paramedics are there? Why? Why is she where she is in the bedroom, at the foot of the bed, and Joseph Ryan is on the side? It doesn't even make sense that way. Why did he shoot the guy in the head immediately? Why did he take Juliana to target practice? Why did he buy her a gun? Why did she have the gun in the pocket? Oh, I could go on. Why? Let's go on a little bit. Why does he have a little story in the ambulance like, oh, I took the knife from the guy? When? At what point? Because you shot him in the head immediately, you said. And there's no blood on the bed. So what are you talking about? Okay, then when he gets to the hospital, he's like, oh, can you check? That guy said she didn't make it. Can you check? They check. The doctor comes in. Your wife has died. He does his little fake crying. No tears, okay? Doesn't ask to see his wife. Doesn't want to go to the room. Doesn't want to say goodbye to her. Doesn't ask to see his wife. What does he do instead? Goes to a hotel. Juliana is apparently asked by the little girl, can I call you mommy now? She said, yes. Are you going to marry my daddy? I wish. And what do they then do? Once the crime scene is cleared, move into the master bedroom together. Who does that? Who does that? And there's so much more. I could just go on and on and on and on of just like common sense after all this fog, you know what I mean? And the cast off on Brendan Banfield's jeans. What the hell was that all about? Cast off, you know, on his jeans, like blood spatter, like cast off from stabbing, you know what I mean? Oh my goodness. Okay, so Lisa Falloon said, I might have missed it, but was it mentioned which gunshot actually took Joe's life? Yes, the one that Juliana fired based on the ballistics as well, which is why they were able to arrest her first. They arrested her after 8 months of investigating, and that's what she's pleaded guilty to. Involuntary manslaughter, though. It was downgraded. And so 11 months after she was arrested, Brendan was arrested because the rest was pretty tricky to try to prove, to make sure they could prosecute it. And they really needed Juliana's help to do it, to testify against him. So that's why they gave her such a sweet, sweet deal, you know what I mean?
Move the slide to what will be Defense Exhibit 213, which I think has already been introduced.
213 is in evidence.
Lena, by the way, the court's on lunch, so it's okay if we're still a little bit behind. We'll catch up. We hope maybe we can just skip over lunch at this rate, right? They're back at 2:05 Eastern Time. Right now, local time is only 1:18 p.m., okay? Lena B said, was the Telegram app on Christine's phone or just used on a laptop? I have Telegram and there's a phone app, or you can use a web browser. Seems she would have had the app on her phone if hiding it. I don't think they've made that very clear. If I've missed it, somebody please tell me. They just talk about a login to Telegram. I don't know if the app was on her phone, because I know that there was two-factor authentication for Telegram sent to Christine's phone. But I think from there, once the accounts were set up and all that, I think that her laptop was primarily used. And generally when she came home from work, according to Juliana's testimony.
And sir, you reviewed this, I guess, conversation on FetLife?
I did.
Was that part of your analysis?
On Telegram.
I'm sorry, on Telegram.
Yes.
What, if anything, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of these artifacts?
This is the next page from the previous slide, so it's just a continuation. We see, if we recall, that Telegram was active from 9:35 to 9:37. The 4 blue box messages from the previous slide and the 2 here, or the 2 from the previous slide and 2 here, are line up with that timing.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 330.
You know that Brendan Banfield, from day one, when the police wanted to talk to him, day one, I'm talking about at the hospital, he's like, yep, no, lawyering up, I plead the 5th. He pleaded the 5th from day one. Wouldn't you want, if there was a strange man in your house and you think, damn, I don't know, my wife invited him here or what the heck is going on, but somebody stabbed my wife, I need to know what's going on and need justice for my wife. No. He's like, lawyer up and plead the 5th. And let's move that au pair into the master bedroom. We got some business to take care of. Let's get those pictures. Just throw my wife's stuff out, okay? Get her stuff in. That's what they did. Oh, that's so telling. What they did before and after is so telling. You can't just look at before and this kind of digital data. This is the smartest thing. See how I say it? Air quotes. Smartest thing that Brendan Banfield did with his federal agent knowledge was like, ooh, digital data. Wow. And that made it complicated for everyone. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. But there's so many ways in which they messed up. So much. My goodness. And he never on the 911 call said, I need an ambulance for my wife. My wife's got a blood disorder. I need an ambulance now. She's not going to make it. No, he waited 15 minutes from the one 911 call to the other. He barely even spoke initially. He made Juliana do it. He didn't ask about his wife in the ambulance. And when he got to the hospital, she didn't make it. Yeah, pray for me. Not can I go there, can we go pray for her? Like, I can't believe it. Nope. And what did Juliana ask on the body cam all day long? Where's Brendan? Where's Brendan? Where's Brendan? Where's Brendan? What about Christine? Where's Brendan, though? Oh, my word.
Sir, can you identify this slide?
Again,
And is this related to your analysis in digital forensics, your digital forensic analysis in this case?
it is.
And there's a highlighted portion there. Well, Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 330.
Any objection?
No objection.
330.
Sir, can you point out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a highlighted portion. Does that relate to the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side?
It is. This is back to the laptop. So this is a continuation of the website activity that was occurring on the laptop on this particular date and time. If we look actually at the first 5 rows, and there's some repetition here, but we see activity, we see the kid-friendly resort search. We see the 21 best family resort searches that we discussed earlier, both at 9:34, 17 seconds apart. And then we have a gap. We saw Telegram being used from 9:35 to 9:37. And then here, this highlighted artifact at 9:37 to 45 seconds, we have what I would call an immediate resumption of the vacation destination searches right after the Telegram conversation was completed and the Telegram app was closed.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 331. Sir, can you identify that slide?
I can.
And is that something that was related to your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 331.
Any objection?
No objection.
331.
Sir, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just explain the significance of this artifact and the matching results.
So this is a continuation of the slide before. And if we look at the overall, picture that is developing from the laptop, we saw the login, I think, right at just before 10 o'clock. We went straight into searches for resort type activity. We had the Telegram activity at 9:35 to 9:37. And this is a continuation. We see the resort search continues, or the vacation destination search continues on this particular slide from 10:35 all the way down to 10:50, almost 10:51 p.m.
He's looking on his birthday. Okay, somebody is. Can't say who. But that just so happens to be baby boy's birthday. And he's like dreaming of his vacation with his Brazilian au pair. In my opinion. Right? Somebody said, okay, Lily Lilac said, I don't blame you for pleading the fifth if that's actually true. Even at the hospital? Not going to see his wife after she died? Not going to her body at all? Not saying goodbye at all? Not asking anything? Not asking who the strange man was in the house? That tells us they know. They know who he was. They know exactly who Joseph Ryan was. I'm not calling him a strange man. I'm saying the way that Juliana and Brendan would like to frame it, right? So, also, I may or may not be in contact with some people who I may be able to interview after the case is over. And I may have had some off-the-record conversations which may give me a little bit of insight and remind me of things and make it make sense, in my mind at least. So, yeah, the state really should have called a lot more people to the stand.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 332. Sir, can you identify that slide?
Yeah, again,
Is that something that you reviewed in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 332.
Any objection?
No objection.
332.
What, if anything, can you highlight or explain what was part of your digital forensics in this artifact and this matching result?
Yeah, and this is just the final activity that was truncated from the previous slide. So this extends through 10:55 p.m., the last website visit or web history of on the laptop was for the Royalton Bavaro Resort and Casino, I believe located in the Dominican Republic.
Your Honor, I move on to defense exhibit number 333. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, move in defense exhibit number 333.
Any objection?
No objection.
333.
What, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the artifacts and how it relates to the previous artifacts that you've discussed?
So this is a analysis from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, her cellular phone. This is a message to Mr. Banfield's device at 11:01, approximately 11:02 p.m. If we look, we can see the highlighted row. If we look above that, we see the last activity on the device, at least with regard to communication, that occurred at 9:51 p.m. So there's a gap, at least in communication, on the mobile phone until about 11. The message that was sent through Facebook messaging was a link to the Royalton Resorts Punta Cana website. So we saw that was the last artifact observed on the laptop. So I see connectivity. I see searches. We saw almost 90 minutes of searches, mostly for resorts in the Dominican Republic on the laptop. And now the first thing we see within minutes of the end of the activity on the laptop is a message related to those, I'd say related to those searches on the phone.
Then show the messages. Show the message so we know. How are we supposed to believe you? Indy said, why didn't the prosecution look at her health app to see if she was asleep while this was going on? I mean, maybe they did. I think they have a lot that they could have shown. Even how the detectives testified for the defense, some of the information that came out of there was interesting. Like, they said they had surveillance of Juliana leaving the gym early and then getting to the house, and then suddenly the FetLife account was being used. That came through from direct examination from the defense. Damn, that backfired a little bit. But they could have called so many more people, right? Now, when I was saying what I was saying about may or may not have been contacted by people off the record, that really all should have been called to the stand. Yeah, I can't spill it. I can't spill the tea because I will not be accused of jeopardizing the case. No. Definitely not. So we've got to wait till after the case. And then we could discuss further. Depending on what the outcome is, right? Well, either way, we'll discuss further. But like, what the hell?
334.
They better not lose the case. They've still got rebuttal to do if they can. They can. Once the defense rests.
Recognize that exhibit?
Once the defense rests in 2028, then the state might have some rebuttal witnesses. They've obviously still got cross-examination, rebuttal witnesses, closing arguments. They've got a lot to work with still, but they got to bring it, you know?
I do.
And what, if anything, was related to your investigation in this slide?
This is one of the crime scene photos provided, taken by the Fairfax County Police Department, I believe Detective Leach's unit or he himself. This is from the kitchen area of a wall calendar.
And here I move this in as defense exhibit number 334.
Any objection?
No objection.
334.
Sir, what, if anything, is significant in terms of the picture that you have before you as defense exhibit 334?
Well, the next slide, so this is the sort of investigative work, take a general picture, and then if things of interest, we zoom in and take successive pictures. So the next slide, I think we'll give a clearer
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on
answer.
to what would be identified as defense exhibit 335.
335.
Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And what, if anything, and was this something that you used as part of your analysis in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 335.
Any objection?
No objection.
335.
So, sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this piece of evidence was part of your digital forensic analysis?
Well, again, this is another crime scene photo, closer in view, so we could see what's actually on the calendar. This is one of a few pictures, but in the top left here, we can see the Royalton Bavaro Splash Water Park is written on the calendar. And so, again, contextually, an artifact on a computer or in a text message may not, they can mean something, they might not mean something. The fact that we saw extensive research, or I observed extensive research on the laptop about resorts, immediately transferred over to the phone and communicated from Mrs. Banfield's device to Mr. Banfield's device, and now calendar entry, although it's without, date or month, to me, it seems like it was a part of a vacation plan.
And are there any other aspects to this calendar that you relied upon?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 336. What, if anything, is this, sir?
This is just an even closer view of the particular piece of information.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 336.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 336.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit 337. Sir, can you identify this defense exhibit 337? Is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 337.
Any objection?
No objection.
337.
Is this, what device is this relating to, sir?
This is Mrs. Banfield's laptop.
Okay, and there's a highlighted area. Does that correspond with the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does.
What, if anything else, is significant in your analysis, if you could just let the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know?
So this is another Telegram activation at approximately 10:59 p.m. on the night of the 23rd. It runs for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Your Honor, I move on to defense exhibit number 338. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can. It's the same artifact from the previous slide, just a close-up with, in case the detail is more.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 338.
Any objection?
No objection.
338.
And sir, same information regarding timing. Is there anything else additional other than this is a bigger picture of it?
Yeah, it's just a bit easier to see.
And this is,
Yeah, so sorry, my poll, I'm limited to what I can ask. I've got a poll up that says, who do you think created the FedLife account? I say created, because I think, that Juliana and Brendan used it, in my opinion, based on what I've heard. But you decide, do you think Christine created the account? There's a lot of ifs then. Then you could say, okay, if she created the account, did Brendan know about it? Did Brendan and Juliana access the account? You know what I mean? You can go down a rabbit hole with each. But I'm just asking just a general, who do you think created the account? Because it would also link then to the Gmail account, to the Telegram account. I guess an easier question would be, who do you think invited Joseph Ryan to the house? That would be another way to ask the question. Christine, Brendan, Juliana, or Brendan and Juliana? So far, some of you said, oops, voted wrong, so I don't know now, but 2% say Christine, 40% say Brendan Banfield, 7% say Juliana, and 52% say Brendan and Juliana. Interesting.
I'm sorry, was this also from the laptop?
This is from the laptop, yes.
Your Honor, I move on to defense exhibit number 339. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you rely on in this, or did you rely on this in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 339.
Any objection?
No objection.
339.
And what, if any, significance does this particular artifact have in relation to the testimony regarding February 23rd that you've given up to this point?
It's a secondary use of the Telegram app, kickoff of the Telegram application on the laptop. This one ran substantially longer. This kicked off at 11:06 p.m., approximately 11:06 p.m., and ran for a full 44, 45 minutes through to 11:49, almost 11:50 p.m.
Your Honor,
good
move
question.
on to
Yes, sorry, move on to the resting. Sarah Barra said, I want to know if Juliana had a FedLife account. Yeah, like one of her own, right? Like if she knew about it before she even arrived to au pair. That would be interesting. Yes.
defense exhibit number 340. Sir, do you recognize exhibit 340?
I do.
And what's the significance of these FetLife messages?
These are Telegram messages.
Oh, I'm sorry, Telegram messages.
The first one is from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield, and it kicks off at 10:59 p.m., so in line with the Telegram desktop application on her laptop.
Rita said, I would like to view writings in English from the au pair and compare to the messages sent on FetLife. Well, you can in the lunch break during the last 2 days, which was what, today's day, is it day 8? Days 6 and 7. It's timestamped for you. We read through letters that Juliana wrote in English to Brendan Banfield. So you can check it out there. And she actually writes very well.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 341. I'm sorry, can we move exhibit 340 into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
340.
341. Sir, can you, I'm sorry, identified as exhibit 341, Your Honor.
341.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And was this something that you used in your analysis, your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit
Any
341.
objection?
No objection.
341.
Sir, what's the significant in terms of the timeline that you're following regarding your digital forensic analysis for February 23rd, 2023?
This is part of the extended and running Telegram conversation between the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Ryan, Mrs. Banfield in blue, or the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield in blue and Mr. Ryan in green. This is in line with the Telegram activation beginning at approximately 10:59 p.m. on the laptop, running all the way through 11:49.
But you're looking at the 24th. Okay, so minus 5 or 6 at that time. So, okay, the 23rd. All right. But it's not when it was created. But all right. MN Mom, my goodness, thank you for buying the mods 12 coffees. We have a mod squad of 6 fabulous moderators. So each one gets 2 full coffees. Thank you so much.
To the next slide, defendant's exhibit 342. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And was this a slide that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move this in as defense exhibit number 342.
Any objection?
No objection.
342.
Sir, what, if anything, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to this particular artifact on the night of February 23rd, 2023?
This is access to what appears to be Mrs. Banfield's resume on the laptop. And it was done in the middle of the activity we just discussed, the middle of the Telegram activation, the middle of the Telegram exchanges between the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to slide defendant's exhibit 343.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Judge, did I introduce the last one into
Yes.
evidence? Okay,
342,
thank you. Sir, can you see the exhibit 343 on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and this is an artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 343.
Any objection?
No objection.
343.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this artifact fits into your testimony up to this point?
This is a login, as reported by Google, to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920 Gmail account, occurring from a Windows computer within the Banfield residence on the evening of February 23rd, 2023, at approximately 11:09 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is defendant's exhibit 344. Sir, can you identify defendant's exhibit 344?
I can.
And the highlighted portion, does that correspond with the artifact information?
It does.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 344.
Okay, 344 and evidence.
What, if anything, can you explain as to your digital forensic analysis and how this was utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
So this is from analysis of Ms. Mogelheis's mobile device. And so not just the artifact that's highlighted, but the few or couple after it as well. This just shows what was going on her device at the time of the Google login we just looked at, which I believe was just shy of 11:09 p.m. So her device was engaged, it looks like, in message exchanges on Facebook. We also see a launch of the Facebook Messenger app. We see the phone going from portrait to landscape, orientation, and all of the other artifacts sort of surrounding this. These are in chronological order.
Is this a good time to break?
I was trying to get through it, but I don't think I will, so it's probably a good time.
All right, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our
I was trying to get through it, but I don't think I will. Says the defense. Come on, man. Oh, man. Why? I don't know how to say your name here, but you said with one witness, it's taken this long. I don't want to know how long Brendan Banfield's going to be on the stand with his attorney. Can you imagine?
lunch break at this point. Again, don't do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Now, baby boy, please talk to your attorney. Yeah, what a notebook you've got. He's got a bigger notebook than us. What you writing there, bro? You preparing to take the stand? You know you're going to chicken out. We all know you're going to chicken out, hey. We don't mind being surprised. This guy, wow.
Again, since you're testifying, don't discuss your testimony with anybody, okay? Let's come back at 2:05 then, all right? 2:05.
Thank you.
All right.
Everybody stand, please. Okay, it's 1:42 p.m. Okay, we've got 23 minutes. Do you want to read jail letters or do you want to discuss things about the case? Because there's so much to discuss, right, as well. Do you want me to answer? Let's do a little bit of everything. How about we do a little? I like that. When we don't know, when in doubt, just do it all. Okay, who do you think created the FetLife account? 2% said Christine Banfield, 36% said Brendan Banfield, 6% said Juliana, and 56% said Brendan and Juliana. Now, somebody in chat said that they think Christine may have created the account, but then Brendan and Juliana accessed it. Wouldn't that still make them super guilty? You know what I mean? So even if the defense spends 10 days trying to convince the jury that, yep, Christine, she made the account. Okay, and then what? Because these two seem to have accessed the account. Based on, not that we can prove that, the defense can't prove it, the state can't prove it. Yeah, okay, let me quickly see. Cora Mia said, I think he's writing his Netflix movie for how to get rid of your wife. Oh my, you guys are like, jail letters, okay. Katie, prosecutor, you can't show who was actually using the phone or computer when the email or accounts were made. Witness, no. Prosecutor, no more questions. Okay. Curiously, Brandy said, lol, GNO smack talk is... Do I talk smack? Is why I stay on this channel. Okay, you said read jail letters. I got them. I got jail letters. I've got... Firstly, what I have is lots of summaries of each day just to try to make sense of all that crap, especially the defense's case of like, what? So if we wanted to summarize, we can. If we want to look at, I don't know, what the DNA experts said, we can look at summaries. But I do also have jail letters, so hold on one second. Somebody was asking also how the door was unlocked. That means you didn't watch my videos. The body cam that I made for you in the last 2 days, well, over the last 3 days. There was one video, body cam, gave you a day break to catch up. Another one came out. Go check it out because I explained it multiple times, okay? There was an app to unlock the front door. And apparently, Brendan unlocked the door using, we can't prove that, you know? But Brendan unlocked the door either with Christine's phone or his own phone and had it unlocked for long enough because you could set the time for how long it's going to be unlocked for. Had it unlocked for long enough for Joseph Ryan to enter the home. And Christine's phone was turned off and put in a kitchen drawer. That's weird. Why'd they do that? Why? Because they couldn't risk Christine calling 911. See, that's how you know. They couldn't risk that. So, because why is the phone in the drawer downstairs? Why? And off. It's weird, huh? Very, very strange. Punk, do I say it right? Punk Gopher? I don't know how to say it. Okay, you said, I thought we ran out of letters last week. Well, we've got other letters, right? We've got others. But there were some in that video that I had highlighted, but we didn't read the full thing, meaning the body cam videos. We didn't get through all of them. What Grizzly Cat did is not only help me obtain these letters, okay, from the court, but also she went through them While I thought we went through all the letters, like, there's no more, there's no more. And then she highlighted for me the ones that are like, no, 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 letter number 20's got this and letter number 44's got this. And I'm like, okay, redirecting my attention. Let's look at them again, because some we missed a little bit. Mike Roundtree, thank you for your $4.99 sticker. Look at that little celebrating pair. Thank you so much. Okay, so this is letter number 20. And now this will include, last time I was like, I don't know if I should read these, if it's like to her mother or to friends, but we're going to read them all. This is public record, okay? Sorry, friends and family of Juliana. Sorry about that, but we want to read the letters. We want to know what she wrote. That's what we're looking in, right? Objection Cake said, I think if we pulled our money, we could fly you to Fairfax and you can do closings. Or I can give Brendan dirty looks all day. Probably get banned from the courtroom. Yes, okay. So this is Juliana to Paula, I would think is how they would say it, or Paula. And this was on 7/8/24, so July 2024. Reminder, July 24. Yeah, that makes sense. Reminder, the crime happened February 24th of 2023. Juliana was arrested October 2023. So she had a little best life rolling around in her freaking lingerie while also part-time au pairing. Who knows if that was for still $200 a week or what she was doing then. Was she just suddenly wifey or what? I don't know. But she's in the master bedroom. Saw a lingerie on the bed. She replaced all the pictures. Imagine doing that. Imagine being that heartless. That poor little girl. Okay. Anyway, she had her best life there for 8 months and then she was arrested. And then for 11 months, she's writing letters to Brendan. And from when she was arrested in October of 2023, all the way until she took a plea deal in October of 2024, that's 1 year. She was writing letters, lots of letters to family, to friends, to Brendan Banfield. Okay. So, I gotta look closer at that picture. What? What about the ring on the wedding finger on New Year's Eve of them singing? She's flashing it. Is that so? I must look closer at that. I don't think I've noticed that. I just look at those videos and I'm like, oh my. Okay, so here we go. Juliana to Paula, 7/8. So this was 8th of July of 2024. If you think, why is she confused about that? Because outside of the USA, we actually go day, month, year. Not like month, day, year. So it gets confusing, okay? When your whole life you've done day, month, year, now you gotta like, no, okay. Hi, Jew. Hi, Jew. Oh, okay, it's great that everything is fine with you. Same old, right? Thank you, Allison, for the coffees. 3 of them. Lol, wow, your paper sounds really smart until you read. Haha, interesting. Yeah, I'm really disappointed at my lawyer because I expected the prosecutor to try and delay it as much as possible, you know, to make fun of us. But this time it was my lawyer's screw up, and no matter how much he wanted to postpone, it didn't have to be almost 5 months, right? That's too much. He's being paid you and he's very expensive. Juliana to Paula. Juliana. I'm so confused about who wrote this, but okay. Juliana to Paula. He has a lawyer working with him. He says that we need a specialist, blah, blah, blah. But all this time, and he hasn't done anything. I told him that Brendan's mother could help him find the right person by making calls, checking who's available or not on the date of my trial. See, it's Juliana writing this. I said that we could pay someone else to help him prepare if he needed it. I don't know what else to say to him. Anyway, I'm sure he knew all along. That's what stresses me out, because he made everyone anxious and hopeful for nothing. I prefer that he tells me the truth all the time. But it's all right, and yes, absolute certainty that it will be in November. No chance of changing. Are you sure about that? You got a plea deal. Things change. And I believe that in December, I can go back to Brazil, God willing. Anyway, if the immigration office here doesn't deport me to Brazil when I leave here, lol, because I'll be without status or anything, right? Without a visa. Let's see. I think if I have time, I just want to go home and have sex as much as I couldn't with Brendan. Ha ha. Oh, you wanted more of that action. More. Wow. Okay. So, Juliana, you were there to au pair, remember? Not to be like, oh man, I didn't have enough sex with a husband. Dinah said, is there an arrest video of Jay? No, that hasn't been made public yet. I'm sure there is one, but we haven't seen it. Okay, so Simple Cheese said, sorry, not watching this on Netflix. Come on, we're all going to take a peek, aren't we? We don't want to. But if they make something like that, we're going to probably be like, oh my word, we have to just take a peek. And what is this? We'll try not to, right? Thank you so much for your sticker. Okay. It says I won't be able to help myself. I'm going to watch it. If they're going to make a documentary, I'm going to have to watch it. I got to take one for the team. Okay, moving on. Wow, so she literally says, I just want to go home and have sex as much as I couldn't with Brendan. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore, sir. So many things to think about, and I am thinking about it. Then I'll be all set to go to Brazil. Ha ha, my lawyer really sees me more frequently now that the shit is done, right? Lol, I'll talk to Brendan every day, several times on the phone and at night by video call. Lol, she does a lot of lol. There's a lot of lolling. Laugh out loud. Okay, so they've translated this, as you can see, to English, right? So this, I don't think she originally wrote it in English. This one, letter she did, okay, to Brendan. So this is, I talk to Brendan every day, several times on the phone and at night by video call. Lol. V, I'm talking to sometimes. That's the little girl. They are fine. I'm just insecure with Brendan. I've had several nightmares catching him cheating on me and everything. So I don't know if it's like a warning or just insecurity. Lol. Really? He cheated on his wife with you, dumbass? You really think he's not going to cheat on you when you're in jail? And he probably thinks, cool, okay, well, that worked out. She can take the blame for everything. At least they arrested her. So his little backup plan he thought worked at that point. But you really are so worried he's going to cheat on you? I wonder why that is. Such a squeaky clean guy, hey? Such a nice guy who you allegedly, you say, on the stand under oath, you watched him stab his wife in the neck. And you're like, I don't know why, but I have like nightmares that he might cheat on me. Are you, what? Okay, so it says, what a pain. Not that he gives me reasons. Okay, but I feel like him waking up late night, you know what he's doing on his phone, right? In this part, I compare a lot about how I felt with Bruno. Oh, and if you saw the body cam, you saw that big old Bruno tattoo on her arm. Apparently, Grandpa likes Bruno a lot. Grandpa did not like the son of Brendan. Okay, I trusted him in everything. But anyway, lol, wow, it's great that you saw Lee. I miss her too. How good that she calmed down. Lol, let's go talk to Jude. Kisses, I love you. Okay, now we go to Exhibit 38. There's like 70 exhibits. This is what I'm grateful for, that the defense admitted all these exhibits because they could get it. You know, then this was made public. So, okay. P. Will for real says, where's your accent from? It's worldwide, okay? I'm from South Africa and I live in Switzerland, so probably South African, although in South Africa people ask me, where are you from? I'm like, what? How am I weird? Okay, I'm from here, okay. Juliana to Paula, okay. 8/5/2024. 5th of August 2024, 11:07 a.m. Hey Ju, a quiet weekend. I had a special lunch on Saturday and Sunday that we can buy. Was it root beer barrels? Other than that, the same old story, nothing changes. And about Bruno, my mother and I, we don't understand what happened. He must be meeting someone, I don't know. He doesn't even respond to my mother anymore. But never mind, the relationship he had was short. Ha ha, let's see, right? I don't expect much from Brendan, whether I come back or get deported to Brazil, you know, for various reasons. V, the daughter, his career, family, fight with Christine's parents, etc. Okay, and I'm very honest. He knows what I think and feel, even though he wants to be with me. It's more complicated than it seems. Yeah, because you want him in the friend zone as soon as he wants to meet Grandpa, and you're like, Grandpa's not going to like you. My mother's not going to, she's not going to like you, Brendan. You just stay in America. Don't come to Brazil, okay? But let's resolve at some point. V is all grown up. Beautiful. She's going to start first grade in 2 weeks. She's excited. I always talk to her. She asks when I'll be back, where I am, the little things she has been doing for me while waiting for me to come back. Says she dies missing me. I guess it means she's missing me, etc. All good. Oh, I could say there's many bad words in my brain right now that I don't want my mouth to say about Juliana. I'll say, how dare you? Based on everything you said on the stand, you were part of the plot to kill Christine, her mother, and you're like, oh, she's going to first grade and she misses me and she's helping me while I'm in jail facing these crimes that I committed with her daddy. Okay. Kathleen said, even me. It's funny. When did you come to South Africa? Yeah, it's first, where are you from? In South Africa. And then I'm like, I'm from here. Okay, but where did you come from? Where are your parents from? Who are you? Okay, so focus. Sure, this is hectic. That's why Brendan's mom and I got really, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him, because he says he's coming to see me and he doesn't come. She keeps calling him, drives to his office and nothing. She pushes him and calls his attention. Brendan's mother was like, come on, man, go visit Juliana. Go visit her. You go visit that nice lady. What? Oh, my word. What is she thinking now? Says, now it's getting close again for me. It's a long time. But for them, 100 days isn't much. And finding and hiring the people who we need, etc. But I think he doesn't care. Time is money. The longer he pushes things back, the more money it will cost. Ridiculous. Wow, relationships are always complicated, you know. It doesn't matter the age or how long you've been together. Well, yeah, it would be complicated with double homicide. Dumbass. I can't help myself, okay? But I understand that. I know that sometimes he likes to go out and he's more of a homebody, etc. But it will work out, right? Brendan and I, we are different in many ways. Money, career, culture. We are only the same about sex. Lol. Again, things we didn't need to know. And is it like BDSM, or what are you talking? Knife and blood play? Tell us, Juliana. But still, if I can, I want to make it work. And yes, okay, finishing due, haha, thank God, right? A relief in financial matters. Rest, more freedom, very proud of you. I'm always thinking about Julia too. Her birthday's coming up. Send her a hug too. Have you talked to Natalia? Hey, Ju, I hope you have a good week back at college. Kisses, I love you. Yeah, let's see the time. This trial is so wild. It really, it feels like we've been doing this forever. Just watching the defense with those same exhibits, like 1,800 or whatever of them, one by one. And then in the breaks, just reading these letters. Okay, let's go to exhibit 44. Juliana to Paula. Okay, wait, let's see. Punk G said, you would think that it would smack her in the face that he wiped his hands of her once the deed was done, yeah, and she was arrested. I know, right? Still doesn't get it. She probably still doesn't get it even now. She's probably hoping he will. Can you imagine if the state does not win this case? We're going to be so mad, right? Because we know you arrested after 4 days. You didn't even call the first responders or the detectives. So many people. The list is long. You didn't call even like half your witnesses. What the heck was going on there? Okay, and they're like, we didn't have to. But you should. You probably should, right? Anyway, so let's move on. What I was going to say is I hope he doesn't walk. Because if she got a plea deal and gets a max of 10 years and he gets acquitted or something, oh my goodness, they probably are both going to go to Brazil. Or do you think that she's betrayed him too much now? Do you think that those two could be together again in the worst case scenario or not? Okay, Juliana to Paula. This is 8/18/2024. 18th of August 2024. Hey Ju, same old here, although you're in jail. My lawyer came to see me on Friday. We spent almost 2 hours together and I was reading the stuff, the interviews they did with everyone, my friends, Brendan's, Christine's, and the guys. I discovered even more betrayals on Brendan's part, since the beginning of their relationship. You're laughing at how much he cheated on his wife? Several that he never mentioned. I was shocked, Yeah, he'd laugh behind the deceased wife's back. Again, I've got many bad words I could say. They have a couple of friends, right, who always go on cruises together every year because the couple also has a boy the same age as V. And a few years ago, the guy's wife, Christine's best friend, gave Brendan blowjobs several times. She herself told the investigator, lol. I don't know if Christine knew about it and was okay with them still being best friends, going on vacations together, etc. There's a little smiley. Look at that little smiley face she does there. You see that? You see things like that on the FetLife account, but okay. Anyone can do that, I know that. Brendan could have done it, Christine could have done it, Juliana could have done it, I know. But I don't think Christine did it. In my gut, I think no. I think Brendan and Juliana made the FetLife account and used that and Leo Joseph Ryan and all that. Anyway, and much more as the years went by. Screwed my trust even more, right? Because if she traveled for work for 1 week and he used to find someone to have sex with. I've been here for over 10 months. I can imagine him going crazy without sex. Lol. Yeah. Read the room, Juliana. He's on to the next one, you know? Anyway, about Bruno, he never mentioned a name. He just said that the girl graduated as a nursing technician and works in the surgical center, but they must be dating even. Wow, Ju, unbelievable that they scammed your father. Those things really get to your head, really. Who knows how much money, right? What a hassle. I can imagine the stress, but I hope everything's being resolved, right? I'm very sorry, Ju. Brendan and I, sometimes I consider it a lost cause. You think? She says, Brendan and I consider it a lost cause. But I really feel for him, you know. But a lot has happened, and there's a lot to be considered before any decision. And we don't even know what's going to happen in November, right? Now we're really on his tail to make sure he won't screw up again and postpone it. She's talking about the lawyer. I'm not so confident about it. Let's look at the date again. Yeah, this was 18th of August of 2024. She took a plea deal in October. Brendan was arrested September of 2024. October, she took a plea deal. Okay. So already, before they, see here, you could already see she was already like, I think it's a lost cause. So the state moved in and like, hey, the Commonwealth, sorry. How about that plea deal? We know you turned down a misdemeanor before. You could have pleaded guilty to that. Just walked away, really. How about involuntary manslaughter? She's like, I'll take it. And will you testify against him? Absolutely. Oh my. So this says, didn't hire the person still, but I'm on it, a slowness, but now it should get better because he'll have more time. This past week he was on trial in a case like mine. Curious to know the result. Yeah, I'm always thinking about the girls, Julia's birthday, and Natalia is finally arriving. Longing. Ah, okay, Ju, keep checking. And if you see the article, can you send it to me? It's fine. I was just waiting because Marina sent me a message. Just letting you know, I'm curious to find out the crap that they put out there about my case. Oh, are you? You could just check out Grizzly True Crime. There's a playlist for this case, Juliana, and we were on your ass from day one, okay? We were on your ass. Alyssa Henry said, absolutely could not watch trials without Grizzly family, and awesome mods. Thank you for all you do, G. No one better, and so honored to be a member of this community. Thank you so much for your support. 30 months. Happy Grizzlyversary. Okay, so this is just letting you know, I'm curious to find out the crap they put out there about my case, but it is sure, Jew. We'll keep in touch. Have a good week. Kisses. I love you. Longing. Okay, wait. You should be coming back in 2 minutes. We might just on purpose delay just slightly. We won't be able to delay enough to speed it up. We're going to listen on normal speed, you guys. Okay, this is, hello, Mom, my love. Oh, wait, when was this? Does it say? This was on the 4th of March of 2025. After the plea deal, hey? Just waiting for Brendan to go on trial. Okay, okay. Hello, Mom, my love. The heat is tough there, huh? Here, winter will soon be over, thank God. Soon you'll see that it ends there too, and it's better for sleeping, lol. Are you still without internet? Did you pay late? But is it working now? How's Dudina, Grandpa, and Jew? Mom, I have no news. Nothing from my lawyer as always. I do chores later. I read a book, have dinner, take a nap, lol, and so on. My finger's fine. Back to normal. We don't want to know. Mom, thank God. Today, I had a math class. I'm learning a lot. Oh, you mean like 1 + 1 = 2 = LWAP? Guilty? Oh, okay. Okay. Donna, thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. I'm learning a lot. Okay, I'll take a shower soon. So the lawyer, as always, dropping the ball. He doesn't even care for me. What can you do, right? I had a video call today with a producer. Okay, a producer who works with Netflix, and they want to make a movie or documentary about my case. Let me tell you, Juliana, it's not your case. It's Christine Banfield's case and Joseph Ryan's case, okay? Anyway, and he explained in terms of compensation, money, etc. Things that Josh had denied, saying they don't do that, right? Anyway, he wants to finalize the contract already. So when I leave here, we can have the interviews and everything else. But they want to be exclusive. So I can only talk to them. Well, Netflix, you know she's a cheater, right? You know she's going to cheat on your ass. She's like, they want me to be exclusive. I don't really roll like that, but okay. Yeah, right. She's not going to be exclusive. She's going to break contract. Okay. So she said, it's worth it. Sure. They want to pay because they want to talk to you too, and interviews, and you share photos, videos, facts from when I was a child, adolescence, etc. Things for them to add to the movie. Why is she so upbeat about this, besides obviously the money? She's like, they want like childhood pics, Mom. They're gonna make you look like freaking Jeffrey Dahmer at this point. Hello? What do you mean? Juliana, she's like, get those childhood albums out. Like, what on earth made this creature? Okay. So they are thinking about $10,000, which would be around 55,000 reyas in our money. Helps, and it's good. But I want to negotiate. You don't say. They're totally lowballing you, in my opinion. I wouldn't know. I don't know what they offer. I haven't been approached by Netflix, okay, you guys? But I'm like, I don't know. Don't you think? For Netflix, that's like peanuts, you know? They're like, $10,000. Okay, she says, but I want to negotiate. I want more than this. Oh, you wanna totally capitalize on this case. Because if I sign the contract, I end up losing other opportunities to make more money if I talk to other producers, etc., right? We have to think. I know I can make even more than $25,000. It would already be more than 100,000 reyas. Think about our future, what we want to do. It'll be difficult for me to find a job and everything. At least we can have a more stable life. I want to provide that for you. You deserve it. I want to provide and help with what I can. Aw, isn't she so sweet, you guys? Get something good out of all of this. Look at that sentence. Just look at it. Get something good out of all of this. Oh, but other people had to lose their lives. A little girl had to lose her mother. A mother had to lose her son. Like, get something good out of all of this? Besides telling the truth, clearing my name, etc., I'll keep you updated, okay? Send a message. Anything, Mom. God bless you all. You know I miss you so much, my love. We'll be together soon, you know. Send a hug for them at home. I love you more than anything in this life, my love. Oh, wow. So, I think that about does it for today's letter reading. And now we can move back into the courtroom, shall we?
Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 344 was already introduced, correct?
It's in evidence.
Thank you.
And the judge, it's in evidence. It's like we never left, hey. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. And we're back in the courtroom. And we're back at exhibit, I don't even know what number.
Sir, looking at Defense Exhibit 344, what, if anything, did you review as part of your digital forensic analysis?
This is analysis from the mobile device of Miss Muggleheis, and this particular artifact and the ones just before it and just after are all occurring around 11:08, 11:09, and various seconds. There are some redundancies in here. Many artifacts you'll see repeated twice. They're just different parts of the phone responding to a user action. And we can see just below the blue highlighted artifact, which is a Facebook message.
It's quite painful at normal speed, isn't it? Troy, how do I say it? Is it like Van Noster or is it like Trey Van Noster? Van Noster? I want to say Van Noster. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your 99-cent sticker, $1 sticker. Old school girl, $9.99. Thank you so much. She said, to frame an innocent man is awful. This should not be forgotten. Joseph Ryan and his family could have been blamed for it all. The libido, betrayal, and FetLife is a sure Netflix movie worth love notes. Yes. Oh my.
Being sent by Miss Muggleheis. We can see that the Facebook Messenger application is being launched around the same time, both before and after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 345. Sir, can you see the screen?
I can.
And can you identify Defense Exhibit 3045 as something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is, and I did.
All right, move that in as Defense Exhibit 345.
Any objection?
No objection.
345?
Sir, if you can just review this particular slide as to the importance to your digital forensic analysis and let the jury know what was important to you.
So there are a couple of exchanges here that are relevant. One particularly this date and the prior exchanges. So the highlighted exchange on the bottom is from this particular evening that we're discussing, February 23rd, 2023 at 11:11 p.m. The one prior to that is part of the exchange. The one prior to that is part of the same exchange. So we have the second one from the top is from February 18th, but it's expressing from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield, saying that looking like my next availability is Friday, 2:24 in the morning, if that works. And then we have the response to that on the morning of the 23rd, and then we have a response from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield late in the evening on the 23rd as well. So it's a back and forth discussing a potential get together, and this is on FetLife.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 346. Sir, can you identify the items in the slide, Defendant's Exhibit number 346, and if they are items that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
They are. This is a portion of the FetLife responsive documents pursuant to the search warrant.
If I could just hold it for 1 second, Your Honor, I'd move that into Defendant's Exhibit 346.
Any objection?
No objection.
346?
Sorry, please go ahead, Mr. Lidsky.
No.
If you can tell, let me give you a question. If you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you relied upon as to this slide in your digital forensic analysis in this case.
So this was somebody initiated a password reset of the FetLife account on the night of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:14 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is Defendant's Exhibit 347. Sir, can you see this slide?
I can.
And is this something you relied on in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 347.
Any objection?
No objection.
347?
Sir, what can you point out, or what was the important part of this artifact and the matching results that show?
So this is analysis from Ms. Mugglehise's mobile device. And starting at the top, we can see user attributable activity consistently from approximately 11:13 p.m. Right through to launch of Netflix, which is the highlighted row at 11:14 and 21 seconds. So all of this activity was occurring on her device, Ms. Mugglehise's device, at the time the password was being reset to the FetLife account.
Now, as to the date of February 23rd, 2023, have you rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the use of devices on this day?
I have.
Can you provide that?
Consistent with my other opinions that catfishing did not occur.
Objection, conclusion as to the ultimate issue here. He can testify.
What's your objection? Why don't you approach?
Objection, speculation.
Let's go.
Somebody says, my cat's name is Karen. Don't Talk About Bruno is a song from the Disney movie Encanto. Okay. Interesting. But her ex-boyfriend's name is Bruno. She talks about him quite a bit in the letters. So I don't know if she was saying, I don't know if she was referring to the song or if she was just talking about Bruno, her ex-boyfriend, right? In the letters we just read at lunchtime. If you're only joining now, welcome. I'll timestamp everything for you so that you can check it out afterwards if you missed anything. My cat's name is Karen. Also said she probably watches Gypsy Rose and wants that deal. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. Oh, we've got a little bit of sidebar now. Friola, welcome. Grizzly Cubby says, if it wasn't for UG, I would have stopped watching this trial a long time ago. I'll say the same. It's mutual hate. We're all in it together now, isn't it? Hopefully there will be justice. Oh my goodness, I hope there will be at the end of this road for Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. Misty said, can't Judge A disallow Juliana the ability to make any money from the crime when she sentences her? Yeah, in America, but the deal is she's getting deported, so I think she can make money from Brazil. That's the problem, right?
Yes, sir, please continue.
So I base that opinion on what we've seen throughout the slides from the evening of February 23rd. We saw the laptop from log on around 10 p.m. straight through until almost 11 p.m., where aside from a brief injection of Telegram usage at 9:35 p.m., we saw searches exclusively for Dominican resorts. Right about 11 o'clock p.m., we saw the activity on the laptop stop and the phone start with regard to the resorts. And so the resort searches ran up through 11 p.m., transferred over to the phone where we saw a text message between Mrs. Banfield's device and Mr. Banfield's device on Facebook Messenger regarding the resort. So I've, based on the connectivity between the topics, the idea that somebody was independently using the laptop to search for resorts and Mrs. Banfield, alone with her phone, happened upon the same resort.
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this time.
Okay.
Can't say that.
So the laptop,
Wait for another question. Please sustain the objection.
In terms of connectivity of devices, what's important in the analysis of digital forensics?
well, with digital forensics as it pertains to this investigation, I'm looking for that break. I'm looking for, was one user absent from a device for an extended period of time that might present an opportunity for the device to be misappropriated by another person who then used it for a different purpose. I didn't see that. I saw continuous activity for the 90-minute period leading up to 11 o'clock on the laptop. Then I saw activity continuous both in topic and in use on the phone regarding the resorts. At 11 o'clock, 10:59 and change on the laptop, it began a sustained period of use with the Telegram app and extended communication between the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan. So those three aspects of the analysis inform the conclusion that I've arrived at.
And it's irrelevant because, as Caroline Fenton says, you can't tell who's using any device. Can't tell. Brendan could have used his wife's phone and laptop at that time. Juliana could have been on the laptop. He could have been upstairs on Christine's phone. For all we know, you can't prove who was behind that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And E. Barrio said, you can be logged into two devices. You called it, G. Right? Even that.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to February 24th.
Oh, man. I really thought when the way that he said, thank you, sir, Your Honor, I'm like, oh, he's going to say, I'm done. I have no further questions. But as someone said there, this is never going to end. We're going to be stuck here for the rest of 2026. What are we doing?
This would be
defense?
identified as Defense Exhibit 348. Sir, do you identify this exhibit
I do.
relating to February 24th, 2023?
I do.
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of digital forensics?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 348.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
348.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at and what it is that you relied on in arriving at your conclusions regarding February 24th, 2023?
This is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop from the morning of February 24th, 2023. This is a Telegram activation. That is, the app is opened and in use at 6:03 a.m., approximately 6:03 a.m. that morning.
And, Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 349. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And did you use this in your analysis of digital forensics in this case?
I do. I did.
Your Honor, I move in Defendant's Exhibit number 349.
Any objection?
No objection.
349.
Sir, what, if any, significance is this particular slide compared to the previous artifact?
The previous artifact was Telegram being activated on the laptop, and here are corresponding messages from the relevant accounts. That is the one purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to, I'm going to move to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 350. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can. This is essentially the same as 348, just to reflect the end time of the Telegram activation.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit number 350.
Any objection?
No objection.
350.
And what's the significant portions of this exhibit?
Yeah, just re-showing it with a focus now at the end, again, going in chronological order. We have the start at 6:03, then we saw some messages. This is the end of the Telegram desktop activation, at least this instance of it, occurring at approximately 6:26 a.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Exhibit number 351. Sir, can you see this exhibit?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can.
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of the digital forensics in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 351.
Any objection?
No objection.
351.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that you utilize from this to help inform your opinions?
This is analysis from Ms. Mogelheis's cell phone, and this shows the first steps or the first physical activity that the device recorded on the morning of February 24th, 2023. Even though the first row is highlighted, which is step activity recorded by the phone itself, the second line down also includes activity from her Apple Watch, which was imported into the phone. So you'll see, we can see phone and watch recorded movement.
And what's the significance of the times in this analysis?
Well, according to her phone, the first steps she took that morning were 22 minutes after the Telegram application was used on Miss Banfield's device, her laptop.
Is he saying that this is local time? Is this the 24th of Feb, the day of the crime, local time? Because who is this? Is he saying that this is Christine's? Because, yeah, hello, this is after the 911 call was made then. Or are we still converting? Are we minusing time? I think he said this was in the morning, right? And her phone was in the kitchen drawer since like 7:30, because Joseph Bryan arrived at like 7:35-ish, 7:30-ish, and Brennan left the McDonald's at around 7:38. Okay, yeah, so Samantha says, I don't see any matching steps between the watch and the phone. Can you believe I'm actually going to go back a second here and just see what the hell he's saying?
The second line down also includes activity from her Apple Watch, which was imported into the phone. So you'll see, we can see phone and watch recorded movement.
And what's the
Not very clear in how he explains it there. Her, who? Stefan says, speaking of Apple Watch data, 20 squats, I just did it. That's what I did. I went to fetch coffee and I did my little trampoline jumping, said hi to the kitties, and Mr. Grizzly, I've done well. Or should I go again? Oh, I'll go. No, I'm not going yet now.
the significance of the times in this analysis?
Well, according to her phone, the first steps she took that morning were 22.
Just stop it. Okay, we're going back because someone says it's Juliana's. We have to hear this clearly.
Even though the first row is highlighted, which is
Stop it. Sorry. We have to hear it together now. Here we go.
Here, I'm gonna move
Someone
to
said it's
the-
Juliana's
I'm
phone and
yes,
watch,
I'm gonna
which
move to the
again,
next
are you trying to help the state prove their case? Okay, here we go.
slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 350. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can. This is essentially the same as 348, just to reflect the end time of the telegram activation.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit number 350.
Any objection?
No objection.
350?
And what's the significant portions of this exhibit?
Yeah, just re-showing it with a focus now at the end, again, going in chronological order. We have the start at 6:03, then we saw some messages. This is the end of the Telegram desktop activation, at least this instance of it, occurring at approximately 6:26 a.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Exhibit number 351. Sir, can you see this exhibit?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can.
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of the digital forensics in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 351.
Any objection?
No objection.
351.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that you utilize from this?
Let us listen carefully together now, okay? I'm not reading the sticker out when we get to the evidence. LT020 UK, thank you for your $4.99 sticker. You said, this is horrible. I've been in and out of this trial because the defense lawyer is insufferable. The jurors must be losing their minds. The poor jurors. 9 men, 7 women, a good mix of demographics and people, different ages. TYO or Tayo Toys is in the courtroom sometimes as well. He's been there some days. And yeah, they must be looking so bored though. Good mix of people. 9 men, 7 women suffering through this. Shame the poor jurors. Can you imagine? I don't know, man. Because this is too much, in my opinion, from the defense. Like, defense, you expect them to follow all of this, like, on repeat. You know, when you can't prove who was using the device. You only know the device was being used. You only know that the account was being used. But you can't say who was using it, so there's no point in doing this. Thank you for your sticker. Are you ready now? Let's listen to this exhibit.
To help inform your opinions.
This is analysis from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone, and this shows the first steps or the first physical activity that the device recorded on the morning of February 24th, 2023. Even though the first row is highlighted, which is step activity recorded by the phone itself, the second line down also includes activity from her Apple Watch, which was imported into the phone. So you'll see, we can see phone and watch recorded movement.
Excellent. So we've got some incriminating evidence here for once. Thanks, defense. Okay, so you're telling us something about the Telegram account. The desktop activation is from 6:03 till like 6:26 a.m. And magically, the steps start at 6:26 a.m. Okay, so she was lying somewhere, sitting somewhere, not walking, I don't know. Had her phone and Apple Watch on the kitchen counter and then went on to... There's so many options, but like, okay. So she was doing all these steps. Now, if we look at this day, the 24th of Feb of 2023, it's the day the crime occurred. And just let's look at the time. So she had messaged Joseph, well, sorry about that. I'll take that back. Somebody, a device had messaged Joseph Ryan to confirm, what time you would get there, which would ironically be the same time that Juliana decides that's when I'm going to leave for the zoo. He says he's arriving at 7:30. I'm leaving at 7:30. But then I'm going to forget those packed lunches and just wait around in the cul-de-sac, right? While my boyfriend waits at McDonald's. Then I'm going to say I saw a man with a car. There was a car. And I don't know, I was scared. Why? Oh, you're so scared of a car. What is going on there? Don't you think it could be a friend? Someone coming for coffee? A painter? A plumber? What do you mean? Anyway, so she was so scared she had to find her boyfriend. He had to rush there. They went in the basement and the rest we know, right? Okay, but the timeline. Oh, 7:01, 07, 15, 19, 24, 22. Okay, we're still going here. 7:24 to 7:49. Interesting. 7:24 to 7:49. Maybe sitting in the car and then going in to the basement and doing all this and then going up there and calling. The 911 call was made at what? 7:47. Wait. I've got notes. We're going to flap papers now. Where is it? Stop it. 7:47. The first 911 call was made. Okay. A lot of steps going on here. No, we can't read too much into it. I'm just like, look, I'm now looking at Juliana's Apple Health steps. What her phone's doing, what her watch is doing. Oh, I'm looking. This could be interesting. And then at 8:02, they called 911 again. Okay. So if she called Brendan, we know it's 7:38. He's leaving McDonald's, so he gets there around 7:44, 7:45. And at 7:49, there she's taking steps. It's interesting how there's that gap, because that would match when he's getting to the house and all that, you know what I mean? Okay.
And what's the significance of the times in this analysis?
Well, according to her phone, the first steps she took that morning were...
Stop it. So between 7:47, there were 15 minutes. Between 7:47 and 8:02, they just ignored the 911 calls, trying to call them back. There was a mistake made there to call 911. So let's see what she did there. Oh, you're sure walking around a lot, hey? Look there. Is that when you walking around, taking your shoes off, tiptoeing to the safe to pretend to get a gun that's already in your pocket? Interesting. 7:48. There's the call to 911. And then here, there's another call here at 8:02. Okay.
22 minutes after the telegram.
A lot of steps going on here at 8:02, hey? Can we see heart rate? That'll be interesting as well. Can we see heart rate of Juliana? Right?
Application was used on Miss Banfield's device, her laptop.
Your Honor, I would move to defense exhibit number 352. Sir, can you see that defense exhibit number 352?
I can.
And is that something you relied on in your analysis for this case?
It is.
And Your Honor, I'd move this in as defense exhibit number 352.
Any objection?
No objection.
352.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury relating to 352 the significance of this document and this data?
Sure. In trying to apply some context in analyzing different aspects of the devices available to me, in this case, we can see a bit of a defined break, I think. in sort of inactivity to user attributable activity on Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone. So this is analysis from her cell phone. So everything above the blue highlighted row is sort of background activity that the phone might initiate on its own. But the first user-initiated activity, and an unlock is a user-initiated activity, doesn't occur until 6:27 on the morning of the 24th, and that's in proximity, I'd say, to the motion activity we saw on the prior slide.
And when you're talking about unlock activity, is that something that requires action?
It is. iPhones unlock only when a user causes it to unlock.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
He looks so nervous.
Should be Exhibit 353.
What you nervous about there? You trying to catch if the jury's catching anything? Okay, he looks very nervous right now.
Sir, do you see that slide?
I do.
And is this something you relied upon in arriving at your conclusions as to the 24th of February 2023?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 353.
Any objection?
No objection.
353.
Sir, if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you relied upon and what was part of your analysis relating to this case.
Sure. Again, this is from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone. I think I alluded to this a moment ago. This is just to reflect her watch, a bit off in timing from her phone, but similarly in the 6:30-ish hour, recording its first steps of the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 354. Sir, do you recognize this picture?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you utilize this picture for in your analysis?
Just to, for relative location of Mr. Banfield on this morning at a point in time.
Your Honor, I may move this in as Defense Exhibit 354.
Any objection?
No objection.
354.
Your Honor, I'm going to move forward with the slide to Defense Exhibit 355. Sir, is this a slide that you relied upon in your investigation of this case?
It is. It's part of the surveillance video from McDonald's.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 355.
Any objection?
No objection.
355.
And what if anything is significant regarding this still picture?
This is just, again, I think it shows us where Mr. Banfield was at a particular time on the morning of February 24th.
He's getting his Happy Meal.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 356. And sir, what, if any, use did you have for this in your investigation of this case?
Yeah, it's a continuation of the McDonald's. These are stills from the McDonald's surveillance video we saw earlier. Again, just ascertaining where Mr. Banfield was at a particular time, in this case, 7:37 on the 24th of February, 2023.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defendant's
know.
Exhibit 356.
Any objection?
No objection.
356.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 357. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
And can you just describe what this is?
Just stop it. Okay, sorry, we're going to pause. Jacqueline said, I wish the prosecution has asked Juliana what she packed for the zoo lunch and when she did it, even if she did it. They did. She said she packed it the night before. She then can't remember actually if it was the cross where it came out that she said like turkey sandwiches. But she just like, yeah, agree. She said, she called it the supposed lunch as well. Supposed lunch. You told on yourself again.
Briefly.
This is further analysis from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone. Again, recording movement from both the phone, in this case from the phone itself.
And there's a highlighted portion. Does that coincide with the artifact information and the evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 357.
No objection.
All right, 357.
Your Honor, I'm moving to Defense Exhibit 358. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And do you recognize the, or did you use this in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 358.
Any objection?
No objection.
358.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these artifact and evidence information and matching results?
I can. So this slide and the one before it, if you want to jump back to it, one reflects, the first one reflected the steps Ms. Magalhaes took that morning between approximately 7:18 and 7:24 a.m. This particular slide reflects the steps recorded by her watch between approximately 7:23 a.m. and 7:24 a.m. Both devices are consistent in that they recorded steps up to around 7:24 a.m. And then they didn't.
Sir, I'm going to take this opportunity to go back, as you indicated in the other slide. And can you point out for the ladies and gentlemen jury what your comparison was?
Sure. So, and these are the phone steps. They start a bit earlier. The successive 3 rows are watch steps incrementally, so they sort of span the same time frame, but they record the data in different ways. So this is 7:18 to 7:24. The steps recorded until the step activity stops. In this case, it's 7:24:04 a.m. And then on the watch, 3 rows down, which is reflected on the other slide, we also similarly see that the step count stops at 7:24 and 9 seconds a.m.
Because she goes to sit in the car. Not because she was pretending to go to the zoo. Because they had confirmation of what time Joseph Ryan would arrive. He gave an update. He said his ETA was 7:30. Okay.
And let's look back at the original one you were looking at.
Yep.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to slide Defense Exhibit 358. 359, sorry. Sir, are you familiar with this?
I am.
Is this something you relied on your for your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, moved in this Defense Exhibit number 359.
Any objection?
No objection.
359.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this artifact?
So this is further analysis from Ms.
Sorry, hold
Magalhaes'
on.
cell phone. And this shows us the resumption of activity, of physical activity, of steps, beginning at approximately 7:42 a.m. This was recorded by her phone.
Which makes sense to me. This is like, are you trying to prove the state's case? Because if Brendan left the McDonald's at a high speed at like 7:38, yeah, he would have made it back at that time. And they go in the basement, and they go upstairs. 7:47, 911 is called. Like, what the hell, man? What are you trying to prove? Like, okay, thanks, defense, for corroborating what Juliana said and the state said, but okay. Heather Hegg, welcome to Grizzly Cub. So I just wanted to show you guys this. We've been through this a little bit before. wait. I gotta try and move this across. There's a lot of documents now. Stop it. Stop clicking on that. Wait. Okay, yeah. So this is the exhibit about the FetLife account, right? Okay, so some of it's a little bit sexually graphic, of course. So I'm just going to go to the end for now and show you this. Wait. Let's just see this message here. Joe, owner, 4:28 a.m. That says what? On which day? 24th. So this was, you got a -5 or 6, depending on the month there. It was in the evening, right? So let's go like this. Oh boy. We're gonna read some of it. We can carry on. Don't worry. We can speed it up. Whatever. You're not missing anything. You know that, right? Okay. So this is the plan for the day. I probably will be a bit panicked, is what whoever we could speculate Juliana was writing, or Brendan. I probably will be a bit panicked. I think that's part of the fun of it. Are my hands going to be free that I can snap? And Joseph Ryan said, if you're plastic wrapped, well, maybe not. And she said, or whoever said, the alleged suspect account, oh, come on. Juliana or Brendan said, makes sense. And then Joseph Ryan said, I can just restrain you with chains if you prefer. But if you want to be completely immobile. And Anastasia, let's say it like that. Anastasia said, I want to fully experience the scene. I don't want the scene or mood to be broken. You'd like to be untied at 10:30, 11? Meaning the plan was from 7:30 to 10:30 or 11, okay? And then Anastasia said, let's say 10:30. There's a digital clock next to the bed. We will have some time to talk about the scene and other things we may want to do. Sounds good. Send me a message when you leave in the morning and your ETA. I'll double check that we are all set for that time. Aim for 7:20. And the jury will have this. They saw this. We didn't see this. This is part of the exhibits, like the body cam, that we get to hear and not see, but then afterwards we get it. Okay? So aim for 7:20. Now you pair this with all the steps and things that Juliana's doing. And her testimony. Okay. And the 911 calls. He says, Joseph Ryan, if there's anything you need more of at the end, you can let me know. I'll be in the area a little early. Nearby the Walmart. Something, the nearby Walmart. There's the Walmart. Okay, so sounds good. And trigger warning, some sexual language coming up. Anastasia said, I'm so wet thinking about all of this. The anticipation is out of this world. And you know what? She probably was. That's the worst part of it. Juliana probably was. Oh, my word. Okay. And Joseph Ryan said, yeah, we've been talking about this a few weeks. 7.5 hours from now. It was a very precise time. The same time Brendan Banfield would leave to go to the McDonald's, and the same time that Juliana would leave to go to the zoo. Okay. And then Anastasia said, I think we should rest and relax a bit before the big event. See, that matches with the little graphs that the defense is showing of like, oh, and then the activity stops. Because it's like, oh crap, I got to put this laptop away, in my opinion. Joseph Ryan says, I'm looking forward. Ooh, I'm not going to read that one out. Sorry about that. You can see it on screen, right? Okay, Anastasia, don't make me blush, stop it. Anastasia said, do we need to discuss anything else? The reply says, okay, they are already all yours. Oh my. He said, you just made me smile. Yeah, unless you need to ask anything. And then Anastasia said, oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she'll be in the basement. Okay. Now somebody said on the body cam, that the Juliana one, because I've got two videos. One is the Brendan Banfield body cam. One is Juliana, right? Someone said earlier in chat that the Juliana one, the first day there's like, it's quite dark going down the stairs to the basement, which is already scary for that little girl in there. But once you're in the basement, you can see like there's like a punching bag and gym stuff and all that. They said that they could see the dog through the window, like outside. I don't know if we got to do our homework, Grizzlies. We got to go look at that body cam again after this trial day and see if you could spot the dog. It's a husky. Okay, so somebody says, Anastasia, oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she'll be in the basement. That's premeditation or what? Okay, so she will have snacks and stuff down there. He wouldn't know that there's going to be a little girl there too. Just let her be. I think that was Juliana, but okay. He said, I'm a dog person, sure. And Anastasia said, I'll show you her when we are done. He said, won't bother your lovely doggo. She said, I want to have the scene to completion. Everything we have spoke about. See, she wrote spoke, not spoken about. I'm going to say, I speculate that's Juliana. He said, right. She said, I'll meet you at 10:30 because they were going to be in full role play from 7:30 in the morning. Okay? Call me what you want from the start until 10:30. And then hard use for you until 10:30. She read it. We're not going to read that one out. She said, I expect it. He said, good, great. Hopefully many orgasms, Anastasia said, for both of us. Let's rest a bit. I'll see you very soon. He said, good night. Good morning. Here we go with the morning messages and the morning steps, okay? 11:03. This was at 6:03 in the morning because you got a minus. He said, good to see you up. She said, couldn't sleep. Too excited. How are you? He said, same. Drinking my coffee before I head over. Have you touched yourself this morning? Ready for a new chicken? Okay, I didn't. I'm waiting for you. I'm definitely ready. Good. You'll be bent over my knee in about an hour. She says, ooh, I can't wait, meaning Anastasia, the account. Let me know when you leave and ETA. Really wants to confirm that ETA. Okay. And then he said, I'm going to the Walmart first to pick up lube and a second pack of saran wrap. I'll be leaving shortly. The drive with the detour is 30 minutes. Unless you have extra lube and saran wrap. And she said, that's fine. My lube needs to be replaced. I don't love it. He says, okay, I'll grab some. Everything else is sorted. I made a spreader bar last night. Knife packed, zip ties, locks, chains, etc. She says, you're the best, with a smiley face. Much like her letters. Anyone can make a smiley face. I'm just saying, okay. Leaving in 10-ish, won't show up until 7:20 to 7:30. And now we know her steps go till 7:24, and then nothing happens until like 7:40, whatever it was, 42. Because she said on the stand she went to sit in the car with the little girl, get the little girl, iPad, watch your show, we're waiting. We're not really going to the zoo yet. We're going to park in the cul-de-sac, and then I'm going to be like, oh no, I forgot the lunches. Damn it, there's an intruder. Southern Calibi says, I wonder why her accent didn't give Joseph a red flag. Wait, why her accent didn't give Joseph a red flag? Christine, from her pictures, they usually doesn't look like one to have an accent. I know you never know. How am I just questioning that bit? Thoughts, G. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for your support. So he said, leaving in 10-ish, won't show up until 7:20 or 7:30. She said, see you soon. He said, do some stretching, leaving now. 7:30 ETA. Traffic. She said, okay, I'll be waiting for you. Little did he know he's going to go there, thinking it's a 3-hour experience, which even based on those messages, he thought it is a 3-hour experience. But you're going to tell me that within 5 minutes, he's going to go in there and just stab Christine? I mean, and where? Because she was on the floor. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so here we go. So I read that to you for context, right? For the FedLife account. No shaming of Joseph Ryan. To be clear, he was there thinking he's going to have a consensual, yes, risky because he's going to someone's house experience. Someone he hadn't met in person first, but that's what the account had told him the thrill was all about. Okay, so anyway, let's listen to more of the steps that Juliana took.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 360. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a geolocation point that Ms. Magalhaes' iPhone automatically plotted for her. It's referred to a parked car location.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 360.
Any objection?
No objection.
360.
And sir, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that interacts with the previous artifacts that you've discussed.
From my understanding of the facts of the investigation was that for a period of time, Ms. Magalhaes left the house, remained in her car on the morning of the 24th, and then exited when Mr. Banfield arrived back at home, and together they entered the house at some point. I believe the timing of the step count on both devices stopping at 7:24. We haven't seen the watch yet, but it resumes as the iPhone did right around 7:42 a.m. So both devices stop recording movement at 7:24 approximately, resume at approximately 7:42, and we have a parked car location that the iPhone automatically detected just before 7:42. So I believe this is the time where Ms. Magalhaes, at least her devices, but may have been located in the car.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 361. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And was this something you used in your analysis for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 361.
Any objection?
No objection.
361.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what this slide shows, including the highlighted part?
I do. This is, as I mentioned a moment ago, this is Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone reporting the activity recorded by her Apple Watch. So this, again, shows the resumption of steps in and around 7:42 a.m. on the morning of the 24th.
What does that mean? What does the defense want us to think about this? We know there were no steps between 7:24 and like whatever, 7:43. It's out of order there. That makes sense, 7:43. We know it. Are you trying to prove the state's case again, defense? What is going on here? In fact, this would actually help debunk that Juliana, because some people think Juliana was in the house while Brennan left to go to McDonald's and stabbed Christine herself first, and then went out the house and waited for Joseph Ryan to arrive, then called Brennan, all that. That is how the defense would then be able to pin it all on Juliana. But the steps debunk all that. She was not moving. She was waiting in the car like she said she was, based even on this data. Or what? Am I reading it wrong? Like, what is going on?
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 362. Sir, can you identify this exhibit number 362?
I can.
And is this something that you relied upon in arriving at your digital forensics conclusions in this case?
It is.
Can you explain, Your Honor, move this in as Exhibit 362?
Any objection?
No objection.
362.
Can you explain this exhibit and how it's significant in terms of February 24th, 2023?
So this is analysis from Ms. Banfield's laptop. This recorded a Windows logon from Ms. Banfield's profile at approximately 7:33 on the morning of the 24th. It's significant in that Mr. Banfield was at McDonald's.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
It's significant that Mr. Banfield was recorded on surveillance video at McDonald's, and Ms. Magalhaes' step count and devices appear to reflect inactivity corresponding with the time she may have been in her car outside of the house.
Is it possible that she had Miss Banfield's laptop in the car with her? Yes, it is. Okay. There are many possibilities here.
Which, to me, that leaves, potentially one person in the house who, just by process of elimination, would have been responsible for this activity.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
It calls for speculation, number one, and that means you are believing some of what Juliana said while at the same time trying to throw her right under the bus. Meaning, okay, throw her under the bus, I don't care. But you know what I mean. They're like, well, Juliana said she was in the car. So now the defense is saying, so she must have been. She could have not been in the car and sitting on her ass in the kitchen for all we know. On the laptop. She said she was in the car, and she probably was. But she could have taken the laptop with her, a device with her. The device was found in a kitchen drawer. We need to see the steps and everything from Christine's cell phone that was left in the kitchen drawer. That would be interesting. What time was that put in the drawer? Okay.
Speculation.
Abstain.
Sir, we'll move on to Defense Exhibit 363. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, did you rely on this as your analysis for digital forensics?
I did.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 363.
Any objection?
No objection?
363?
Sir, what, if any, significance does this have as to the analysis of February 24th, 2023?
So this is, I've spoken a number of times, I believe, about security identifier profile or security ID or SID. It's the long number. We can see in the highlighted row in the middle. It's also appears on the right. This is just a look at that security identifier and the details associated with it. So this is looking on the far left, we can see this is a look into the user accounts that are present on this laptop with this security identifier highlighted. And then on the right, we can see all of the details, obviously the full name of Christine Banfield, the use name, which is an email address, and the rest of her profile attributes.
And sir, based upon all of these exhibits that you've now explained to the jury, did you have an opportunity to come to a opine about the devices that were being used this day to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I did.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that opinion is?
I believe Mrs. Banfield was awake that morning.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained, we have to stick with the devices, yes.
Mrs. Banfield's laptop was manipulated at a point where other devices had left, I believe, had left the residence, and before anybody, to include Mr. Ryan, had arrived at the residence.
How do you know that Brendan Banfield didn't take the laptop to McDonald's? Did you give us the exact location? Do you know what I mean? He could have taken the laptop and accessed the account. Juliana could have taken the laptop. She was just parked in the cul-de-sac. For all we know, she could have been in the basement, just waiting there. I don't know. My goodness.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I don't have any further questions, sir.
Oh my word, stop it. We need a huge applause. Huge. Okay, let's not get too excited yet, because they'll be like cross and then they'll be like, you know, redirect. Ooh, dear, oh dear. But finally, we reached. Judge, I have no further questions. Can you believe it?
Thank you.
Wait, this is such a big deal. I really must make note of this timestamp. So the timestamps will be very short because, wow, at 4 hours and 33 minutes cross-examination. Yeah, 4.5 hours when the defense had 90 minutes left of this witness, where we last left off. Whoa.
Sorry. I'll clear it.
Come on, state, bring it home. Get ready, Mr. Lidsky. You're gonna get grilled. Well, I hope so. This is apparently Brendan's dad and his
Good afternoon.
stepmother.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Apparently not bio mother, but okay. I don't know. I don't know for sure. I can just see people there. I mean, he looks a bit like Brendan, but I don't know. Okay, there's no confirmation of that. Just a lot of internet rumors. Okay, she's smiling. Good job, state. Here we go. Commonwealth, I know, but state ask.
Well, thank you.
All right, so let's just go chronologically. I think it's probably a bit clearer that way. We start back on January 9th, 2023, 11:10 p.m. The Gmail account is created on a Samsung device. Is that correct?
Mobile device, yes.
Okay, and a Samsung S21 is owned by both Christine and Brendan Banfield. Is that correct?
His government phone.
Okay. You told us that Juliana's phone is not in the house on that day, but Brendan Banfield's devices are both present, correct?
To my knowledge, they were, yes.
Okay. When we then move to January 17th, 2023, we have what I'm going to ask the court share as
Yes.
defenses 128 previously admitted. If I can have just a second to get to it. If that could be shared with the jury.
Yes.
I'm impressed already. State, you can bring it. Commonwealth, bring it. Yeah, you won't be scrambling now, sir. You got paid, but now it's time to answer to some facts. Here we go.
All right, so this is the photograph that we know to be taken of Christine Banfield by herself at Lifetime Fitness. Were you able to establish, as our investigators did, that this was Lifetime Fitness?
I saw that they had established it, and I didn't see anything to.
Okay,
to-
so, and this is taken at 7 p.m.-ish, correct?
This,
And there you go at the gym at Lifetime Fitness where they went regularly. And she said to Brendan, new bathing suit, new swimsuit. Oh, I like how the state was like, did you basically like figure that out like our investigators did, that this was taken at Lifetime Fitness? Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, okay, I do like the snark. Sycamore Sally said D wants to confuse, then call it reasonable doubt. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work out, especially if the state brings it back home like now.
is actually the sending of the photo from Mrs. Banfield to Mr. Banfield. The prior slide was the taking of the photo at 7:20, but this is the photo that was taken.
Perfect, you're moving us right along. So she sends the photo to her husband, who then comments, nice, right?
Yes, down at the bottom, in the middle.
Okay, so while she's at Lifetime Fitness, she takes this selfie, sends it to her husband via Facebook Messenger. He comments, nice. And then just before 10 o'clock, someone with access to cbanfieldrn@gmail.com logs onto a laptop in the Banfield home, accesses Facebook, and pulls this picture down. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And then sends this picture using CBRN 920 to CBRN 920, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then this picture is taken and added to the new FetLife account, correct?
it was manipulated in between.
Okay, so by manipulated, it was cropped, correct?
It was cropped.
Okay, so the laptop in the house belonging to the Banfields joins FetLife all while logged in as CBRN 920 at Gmail, right?
My understanding is the laptop was actually owned by Anova. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the house owned by the Banfields. The laptop that we're examining here is in the house owned by the Banfields, correct?
yes,
Okay, and that laptop searches for FetLife, correct?
yes,
And that laptop joins FetLife under the CBRN 920 at Gmail email, right?
it does.
Okay, and the laptop edits the Lifetime Fitness photo.
Yes, not all in order, but yes.
Okay, and meanwhile, all of this is going on the laptop. On the phone that we understand to belong to Christine Banfield, someone is using WhatsApp to talk about Valerie's day, right?
Yes,
And then by 10:45-ish, someone is Googling Lululemon, frozen tickets, and the story about the child who had their leg amputated, correct?
yes,
And then checks the C. Banfield Gmail account at 11:30, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so you acknowledge we're talking about two different devices, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
The laptop and the phone. Two different things happening.
Yes,
Okay.
Ha ha ha. Backed into a corner now, aren't we? Huh? Yeah, clear that up. I love how the state is doing this.
And you can't say who was in control of either device. All you can tell us is what the devices are doing. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And in fact, let's look at this. Apart from this usage on January 9th, 2023, the date of the initial creation of the CBRN email and the receiving of the Telegram two-factor authentication, I think, Christine Banfield's cell phone is never used to further this scheme, correct?
That's inaccurate.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you tell us where Christine Banfield's cell phone was used to communicate on FetLife or Telegram?
It was used for FetLife on February 14th, 2023.
You had not testified to that before. I'm sorry, when was it used on February 14th?
Just after midnight.
The phone, Christine Banfield's cell phone.
The same model cell phone, yes.
Ah, okay. A Samsung S21 was
Yeah.
used on FetLife on January 14th.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So going back to, we have no other usage of FetLife or Telegram with Christine's phone as this progresses beyond January 14th when we have an unknown S21 using FetLife, correct?
February 14th, but correct.
Okay, sorry. All right, so when we then look to,
Look at him. All hope is lost in his face, and he was like, did you see this one? Okay, he's not loving it. He's disgusted with this line of questioning. How dare they?
let's say, our next event on January 23rd, you've told us that 1122, the CBRN at Gmail, CBRN920 Gmail is logged into on the laptop, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you gave us 6 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was not at home when the FetLife chat was initiated, some 7 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you have not told us where Juliana Perez Magales was, correct?
Exactly.
Correct.
Tell us
Okay.
to tell us.
And we see from the FetLife chat, I'm going to ask the court to share Defense 191.
I'm so happy now.
I've got 181.
191.
191, but Judge, I have 181 pulled up instead. We can just talk about it. In Defense Exhibit 191, one of the FetLife chats, we see the discussion between parties, and the Anastasia persona says, "How has been your experience so far?" Correct?
Correct.
Okay. On January 30th of 2023 at 10:47 p.m., the CBRN 920 at Gmail account logs in to FetLife again, correct?
It does, I believe.
Okay, and we went through 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was in Reston near the Lifetime Fitness at 10:52 p.m. But Juliana Perez Magales was at home, correct?
I believe she was.
Okay, and
Therefore, is it possible that she did it? Yes, it is. Okay, okay.
had been since she left Lifetime ahead of Brendan Banfield, correct?
I believe she also arrived ahead of him, but yes.
Okay, and in Defense 194, we looked at the FetLife chats and we see again the phrasing, "I don't plan on having many people anyways." That was one of the chats that occurred while Juliana was home and Brendan was at somewhere, correct?
It's a portion of the activity that occurred that evening.
Okay, looking at February 7th of 2023, 10:02 p.m., CBRN logs into the laptop, FetLife, and we have 4 exhibits to show us that Brendan Banfield is at a Sunoco, correct?
I can't see them, but I believe that's
Okay,
accurate.
and we don't have any idea why he's hanging out at a Sunoco at 10 p.m., do we?
I assume getting gas, but I don't know. I was
Well,
not there.
he's there for a bit, correct?
3 minutes?
Okay, all right. So looking then at February 13th of 2023, 7:33 a.m., we have the CBRN login, again on the laptop, again to FetLife, and again we have 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield is not in the home, but we don't know anything about Juliana, but for the fact that she's at home, correct?
Yes, and the fact that
Well, that was the answer to my question, thank you. On February 17th, same story, 11:19, CBRN login on the laptop. He's not at the house. 6 exhibits to show us he's not at the house, but we got nothing on Juliana Perez Magales, and we have a FetLife exchange that asks something about liking nurse in the scrub, correct?
again, not seeing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. February 19th, 2023, the laptop is looking for secure messaging apps. You brought out the fact that the 2-factor authentication codes that are sent to the phone are not deleted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but these are text messages that come through. You have requested this code if you didn't call for help, right? Something to that effect. We all get
Essentially.
those all the time, right?
We do.
Okay.
I do.
I do. All right, and when we move on to February 20th, 2023, at 10:58 We've got the laptop at home in use. And again, the location data suggests that both Juliana and Brendan are at Lifetime Fitness, right? Do you remember this one? This one's noteworthy because she's not on FetLife.
She being,
Christine, presumably, right? The laptop is not on FetLife. The laptop is not on Telegram during this window when Juliana and Brendan are both absent from the home.
Thank you for
that
pointing that
might
out.
be. I'd have to look, but I think there was.
Oh, you'd have to look. Then show him again. Let's go through it again. Okay, that's not everything. But yes, see, then it wasn't being used when those two were not in town.
Period of time. There's obviously a period of time before the activity occurs where
Okay.
I don't know where everybody is.
Right. Well, but we know that the adults are out of the house, but for Christine, presumably, and she's not using this opportunity to hook up online, right?
I guess that's fair.
Okay.
Correct.
But as soon as Juliana gets home, which we know because her iPhone connects to the home network at 11:06, by 11:08, we're logged on, talking on FetLife, right?
Possibly, I'd have to see the slides, but that sounds right.
Okay, I'm just noting from your testimony. If it sounds incorrect, let me know, we can dig in. But to the best of your recollection, did you testify that 11:08 CBRN is logged on, and then from that point, we move forward to chats with FetLife?
It sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. At 11:58 that same night, Christine Banfield's phone sends a text message to Brendan Banfield, I think it's Facebook Messenger again, saying that she's going to bed, bring up the toilet paper, and Brendan responds, "I'll be up in a couple," correct?
I remember that, yes.
Okay, and then we see that Christine's phone, again, the phone, continues to browse Sheen, nursing schools, and pens, right?
Sounds familiar.
Okay, meanwhile, literally 2 minutes later, Telegram is in use on the laptop. Correct?
Amazing.
Sounds accurate.
Right, so on the dot, midnight, that Telegram call takes place on the laptop. 2 minutes after her husband says, "I'll be up in a couple." Correct?
Sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. Moving to February 21st, this one didn't fall into your timeline, but did you see the Google return? And let me just show you, Commonwealth's 243, Judge, I would offer at this point in time.
Oh, I just love it so much. It's almost like it was
If
worth
I
it.
can
I
have
mean,
that
it's
displayed.
difficult to
Witnesses
say.
counsel?
Defense, what are you going to, oh, yeah, no, we're going to go on
Mr.
redirect,
Lidsky,
aren't
do you
we?
recognize this magnet report? I'm gonna scroll down so you can see.
Look at Brendan and the defense. What? Yeah, that's you getting busted. Green Eye Sparkle says, "My favorite channel, thanks for your amazingly hard work." Thank you so much.
The processing details, and then the extraction location, and then here we have the activity. Is this a magnet report from the Commonwealth's extractions of the devices?
This is not one I've seen before.
Okay. If I were to draw your attention to the device, as a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, which we understand to be Mr. Banfield's phone, does that help you identify this document?
I believe that's the model phone he has, but this document looks like it was generated 2 days ago.
Correct. Because
Correct.
again, it's an extraction, it's a report
That's
from the
right.
previous extraction. Do you,
This pen is getting a workout here. Look at this pen. Shadow says, "Crash, boom, bang." Mystery Willow says, "Your snarky looks are cracking me up." Is that so?
are you telling me you don't recognize the phone as the defendant's?
I believe that's the model phone he had, yes.
Okay. Do you need another minute to look at this?
I haven't really seen anything to,
How about that? Is that helpful?
Look at the defense attorney's face. Did you see that face? Did you see that face? Wait. Don't you say yes. Don't you say yes. Don't look at it. Don't you look at that now. This is not what you're getting paid for. Oh my. Not that Mickey said that Brendan's "I don't want to testify anymore" face. Definitely. I don't like it. He's definitely gonna chicken out. I'm calling it. He's gonna chicken out. You're not gonna be able to handle this lady, Brenda Banfield. But you know what? Give it a go. Try.
How about that? Is that helpful?
Okay.
Okay, and we can see that we've got the extraction, we've got the dump data, and then we see that this is a search performed on Google by Mr. Banfield's phone on February 21st, 2023 at 11:35 a.m. searching delete your activity, Android, Google account help. Is that correct?
It is.
Uncle Google's gonna get ya. There it is. I couldn't be happier, honestly. Yes, Uncle Google's gonna get ya. Look at him now. He's like, yeah, jury, it is. How to delete your activity. Dumbass. Yeah, you didn't even use a VPN for that. Or your Mozilla Firefox or anything else you were using before. No Telegram signal. Just how to delete activity. Did you go to Walmart, Brendan? Naughty boy. He's going to be like,
Your Honor,
I don't like
for
it.
this in evidence is count 243.
Any objection?
So good. Look at the,
Microphone on again.
the defense is like, I would like to object. This is, what are you going to say now, sir? Look at Brandon. He's very worried. Look at him. He's like, what? You look at that side eye. Uncle Google's going to get you, Brendan.
What's your legal objection?
Legal objection, it's hearsay. It's Detective Miller's report. It's a way of getting around their expert coming to testify.
All right. Yes, sir.
Judge, it's an extraction and a magnet report based on the extraction, the same thing this gentleman's been testifying to as materials that he reviewed to
Exactly.
perform his.
It's called data. It's not about who's reviewing it. It's data. It's an extraction. And Uncle Google just got him. He got him bad.
If
Analysis.
you want to approach.
Sure.
I just haven't seen.
Sure. Yes, Judge, no problem. Yeah. Show us him. We're not even going forward right now. Brandon, Uncle Google just busted you. How to delete activity. Tell us more. What else did he Google, huh? Yeah. Looking like you in the naughty corner now. And we all know it. He can't even make eye contact with us anymore, you guys. He doesn't want to look in the camera anymore. Look at him. He's ashamed. Probably not, but he looks like he's ashamed. He looks like he knows he's been very, very bad. Oh my. Look, even the judge is so happy. Look at us. You always stare at us. Come on. You stare into this camera a lot. Look at him. He's like, oh no. LWAP, isn't it?
243 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, so again, we've identified this is a Google search for delete your activity, Android, Google account help, correct?
It is.
Okay. February 23rd, 2023, we've got at 9:25 p.m., is the night before the murder, all of the devices are home, correct?
Can you say the time again, please? I'm sorry.
9:25 p.m., February 23rd, 2023, night before the murder. All of the devices are home.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from 9:25 to 9:40, the laptop is looking at Dominican resorts, correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, but for 2 minutes, 9:35 to 9:37, when someone hops on Telegram real quick, sends a message, and then pops back off, right?
That is accurate, the
Okay.
timing.
We don't see Telegram in use on the laptop again until 11 o'clock that night.
Correct?
The same time that we see Christine Banfield's phone pick up the search for Punta Cana resorts, correct?
It wasn't a search, it was a message with a link to a specific resort.
Okay, great. The phone gets busy planning this vacation. Accurate?
Sure, yes.
Okay. You pointed out that there was a gap in the phone usage from 9:51 to 11 o'clock when it picks up with the resort, correct?
That was only with regard to either messaging or website visitation.
Okay. You can't say that Christine and Brendan weren't planning a family vacation. Can you?
I can't say they weren't.
Correct. You don't know. They could have been sitting at the kitchen table planning a family vacation that night. You have no way of knowing, right?
I do not.
Okay. and we only have those 2 minutes of Telegram usage, you can't say that he didn't hop on the laptop really quick, check Telegram while she was in the bathroom, hopped off before she got back to their vacation planning, can you?
I cannot.
Okay. But at 11 p.m., we know that the two devices diverge in what they're doing. The laptop moves into heavy, sustained Telegram usage with Joe Ryan, and the phone goes off to bed searching for vacations.
I didn't say, and I don't think I could say that the phone's necessarily separated physically. There's no evidence to suggest that they did or didn't.
Okay, but their usage.
But it means one device was doing one thing and the other device was doing something else. They could prove which device it came from, right? So that is the point they're trying to make. Now, Wu-Tang, Alex said, it's been entered into evidence as an exhibit. How can they object when when they entered that evidence? I know, right? Wow. Okay. Short shit 66 says, as Grizzly True Crime always lurking, it's my birthday today. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Love from South Africa. Well, happy birthday to you. Thank you for being here with us. Okay, let's quickly see what else they say.
Separates in tenor, if you will.
The laptop transitioned to Telegram and FetLife-centric activity, and the phone, started with the vacation messaging and then just went into benign activity.
Oh, really? So the phone was looking up vacations and then went into benign activity, like as if someone took the phone, continued looking at, vacations, and then went to sleep. Green Eye Sparkle, thank you so much for the 5 coffees for the mods. While the laptop was doing all sorts of shady things. Okay, thanks, Defense. This is now cross-examination, right? As in the state is asking, but hey, thanks, Defense, for bringing all this into evidence. Maybe this was the state's strategy all along. Maybe they're like, it's okay, let them just go for it. And then we'll just hone that in. We're just gonna bring this home based on everything they said.
Minimal benign activity after that.
All right, Judge, I would ask the court to share Commonwealth's 209 with the witness and counsel. Start at the top. Mr. Lidsky, does this one look familiar to you?
It does. It does and it doesn't, but.
Okay.
Sir, that is a weird answer. It does and it doesn't. Yeah. Okay, so it does. You just don't want to say it does. Yes, it looks familiar. Damn it, man. What are they going to ask now? Also, Schnupp911 said, good, solid finger snap there. The state's like, she's going to catch you out, sir.
It does.
Well, do you recognize this as a report from the extraction of Christine Banfield's cell phone?
I believe that's what it is. I thought the extraction from her cell phone had a different name, but otherwise it comports with that, yes.
And you were able to register from this document the activity of Christine Banfield's cell phone on the morning of the murder, is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
Judge Commonwealth would offer this as Commonwealth's 209.
Any objection?
No, you're.
Okay, 209.
Okay, and we can see from this document that at 6:46 a.m., Christine Banfield's phone is shut down, correct?
This would indicate that a shutdown profile was initiated, yes.
And Judge, if I can cut and move to Commonwealth's 207. Do you recognize this document?
I believe I've seen this, yes.
Okay, and this is just the deeper dive into what the phone did as it began its shutdown procedure, is that correct?
Correct.
Commonwealth would offer this as 207.
Any objection?
Okay.
207.
The defense is like, no. Did you see that? Twirl the pen, twirl the pen. Brennan's like, we're screwed. This is going very badly now. And all he could do is look confused here and there. What? Yeah. You're glitching, Brennan Banfield. You're glitching at this point. His pen is still ready, but he's not writing anymore. He doesn't know what to write at this point. Just write guilty. Okay, sorry.
So with Christine's phone powered off at 6:46 a.m., we then know that Mr. Banfield is, as you correctly stated, seen on surveillance video at the McDonald's at 7:29 a.m., correct?
I think from about 7:20 to 7:37, yes.
Okay, he's there a while, correct?
He leaves and returns.
Okay, and then he goes into the bathroom for 7 minutes, right?
I believe that's about accurate, yes.
Okay, what was he doing for 7 minutes? Do you have any evidence of that? Did you check out the surveillance? Oh, no, we don't want to know. We don't want to know. 6:46 a.m. Christine's phone is shut down. And remember where they found it? In the kitchen drawer. Oh, okay, interesting. Brendan goes to the McDonald's. Mr. Lidsky says he left and he returned. We do know that.
And at 7:24, you've told us that Juliana's steps stop. She's just waiting in her car, correct?
I don't know where she was or what she was doing, but her step count stopped, and I believe that's consistent with from interviews and other
Things.
witness statements, yes, that comports.
Okay, but you
It comports, you guys. I don't think he realized what he said earlier because he's like, yeah. So the steps stopped because, she said she was in a car. I'm like, how do you know? Remember when I paused and I said, why is he corroborating what she said? Oh, so you believe her now? Oh, okay. So now the state's like, So you said she was in the car. No, just from other witness statements and other reports, and it comports. Okay.
didn't track her travel to someplace else, correct? You said you don't know that she's waiting in her car, but you know she didn't go anywhere else, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at 7:37, you know from the call records that Mr. Banfield receives a phone call from Juliana, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He does not call 911, correct?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. And at 7:42, you told us that Juliana is moving again.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So from approximately 7:25, 7:30, we have both Juliana and Mr. Banfield just not going anywhere, correct?
And out of the house, correct.
Okay. A couple of things I want to ask you about. Not sure if you can answer, but did you notice that on January 13th and 14th, there was no activity on FetLife or on Telegram while Juliana and Mr. Banfield were out of state?
I'm not sure I noticed all of those things put together,
Why?
but I know there were periods of inactivity, yes.
Pretty important.
Okay, and another.
You're lying, sir. Stop it. I don't know if I noticed all of those things. It's pretty important. When Juliana and Brendan were not in town, gallivanting somewhere. Oh, then the FetLife account wasn't being used. Interesting.
Their such period of inactivity was January 31st to February 1st when Brendan and Juliana were together in Winchester, Virginia?
That I am more familiar with, yes.
Okay. And just to be perfectly clear, we've been through a lot here, and we've made it very clear, I think, that you can only testify to what the phones were doing. You cannot tell us who was manipulating the phones. You cannot tell us who made the phones do the things. You can only tell us what the phones were doing, what the laptop was doing, and where it was located when those acts occurred, correct?
That's one part of my analysis.
Okay.
What's the
Thank
other
you. I
part?
don't have anything further, Judge.
That is one part of my analysis. And what is the other part? Because you cannot say who used the devices. You cannot say. Even if it was the Apple Watch or phone of Juliana, you don't know. Maybe Brendan was wearing it that day. How do you know? You don't know. It's just data from devices. That's all it is. That was so satisfying. Now we probably got to buckle up for redirect. Okay. Are you ready? Because this could take hours.
Mr. Lidsky, in terms of your testimony, when you're looking at devices, you're looking to determine if there are points or there are times when devices can be taken or can be moved or taken away from the person who would otherwise be, it would be their device, correct?
Yes, in a scheme, as the one described in this investigation or the one alleged in this investigation, absolutely.
And you're talking about a scheme, you're talking about a catfishing scheme, right?
That is correct.
And so,
Come on. So you're telling us that this expert was on the stand to try to say that somebody's devices were taken over? You can't prove who was behind the device. Irrelevant. Yeah, it's definitely like 3-hour redirect. Okay, here we go.
one of the items that you look to is where are gaps where control can be lost, correct?
Yes, not only gaps where control could be lost, but gaps where there was positive control, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
And what do you mean?
Look at him, look at his face. Sorry, I don't mean to snark at the witness. We're just, we're really basically attacking the timeline, the data of like, no, don't lie. We got to clear up all this fog here, all this mess that was made. But he's like, yeah, if that makes sense. No, it doesn't.
By positive control.
Well, on the night of the 23rd of February, we have sustained activity from 10:59 p.m. through 11:49 p.m. So that's a full. It's almost an hour. It's 15 minutes. So there's an hour where a laptop, to Ms. Sands' point, that maybe was being shared together as a vacation was being planned. We have a phone that's still active and in use. So that's a full hour where the laptop is just missing based on one aspect of this theory.
Right.
And that's inconsistent with somebody who might be used to having their device close by.
Well, that's a lot of crap right there. We just heard a lot of talking in circles there. No. If they were sitting together at the kitchen table, looking up vacation destinations together as a theory, which we don't know if they were sitting together or not, but okay. Then the phone continued to search vacations and lovely things while the laptop went a different direction.
Night of January 17th, we have the FetLife photograph downloaded to Ms. Banfield's laptop at, I think, 10:03 p.m. And then 45 minutes later is when it was edited and uploaded to the FetLife site. So whoever performed the activity at 10:48 that evening and manipulated the photo and uploaded it and created FetLife had to have known and been the one that downloaded it 45 minutes earlier at 10:03. So
Correct. That's Brennan Banfield. Correct, sir. I agree.
that's a gap where either the entire laptop was, out of Mrs. Banfield's possession through the government's theory, or
Yeah, exactly.
somebody went in, performed some activity, got out, came back 45 minutes later, took the laptop and continued what they were doing. So
Correct. Again, correct, yes.
there are stretches. It may not just be for a 2-minute instance when somebody's at the bathroom. And my analysis and my opinions transcend the entirety of the window here from January 9th up to the morning of February 24th. So one instance might be explainable. 3 becomes a bit of a pattern. More than that becomes a trend. So I'm looking at this activity over time, over space, happening again and
wow.
again and again and again. And whether
So are we, just clearly in different contexts, right? Juliana and Brendan and the laptop. And then the phone, like when there's no activity after looking up lovely vacation destinations. Oh, so you mean Christine went to sleep is what we could speculate from there. But the laptop continued on. The laptop, also remember, if we think of sexual activity in the house between the husband and the au pair, stained sheets that we don't ever want to see again, burned into our eyes. That was happening at some point when Christine didn't know, allegedly. I don't think she knew. Maybe she had a hunch, we don't know. But there's other things, other shady things going on beyond just laptop activity, sir. There's also lap activity, okay? Lap and laptop.
or not it makes sense that the mechanics of the theory of catfishing sort of sustain over that time period, and I hope that makes sense. I'm also looking for consistencies in witness statements. I'm looking at whatever other data points I can observe in the analysis.
Now, with regard to a theory such as catfishing, there are inconsistencies that you'd look for if you're
Objection
investigating,
leading.
correct?
Sustained.
What, if any, inconsistencies would you look for if you were investigating catfishing? Or consistencies?
Well, there are a number of things that to me don't make sense. So the idea of, say, deleting the Telegram two-factor authentication message so that Ms. Banfield would not see it in the morning and realize that somebody had tampered with her device.
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh my word. Okay, we are. Wait, is there another break? Oh, we're gonna get to the break, and then apparently baby boy is taking the stand. So hold on. Few minutes. Let's go.
Sustained.
Stay with me. You better not go anywhere.
Should
We're gonna go to that in a few minutes.
Rephrase or?
No. Yeah, we can explain.
Okay.
Thank you.
In terms of the data that you've analyzed, well, let me start over and ask you this way. These three accounts that were created in January are inextricably intertwined, correct?
They are.
Objection leading.
Sustained. As
What, if any, connection is there between these three accounts?
They are intertwined. As I believe I testified, the Gmail account was used to set up the FetLife account. The FetLife account was used to transition certain parties over to Telegram communication so that whoever set up the FetLife account needed to have access to and be aware of the Gmail account. Whoever was using the Telegram account in this instance needed to be aware of the FetLife account.
I want to go forward.
And the Gmail account, unless you knew it existed and knew what the password was, you wouldn't log into it. You couldn't log
have
into
to
it.
hang in there.
It's, it's
Let's
like
speed
every
it
other
up,
Gmail
speed it
account
up.
we don't know about.
And that would get everything else started,
Go,
correct?
go.
Objection leading.
Stand by, everyone. We're gonna switch over any
Would that be
minute.
required for the other
They've
two
got like
accounts?
a
Yes.
few more minutes, just like 2 minutes, and then they go for the afternoon break. We're gonna teleport over that, and then baby boy takes the stand. Stop it.
The Gmail account was required to set up the FetLife account, access to the Gmail account to confirm the FetLife account, and the Telegram account was dependent on the FetLife account. So anybody who has knowledge of any one of the three accounts owns them all, in essence. You wouldn't stumble upon the Telegram account and just pick up a conversation that's been
Objection
on.
calls for speculation.
Sustained. It's speculation.
What's the likelihood of discovering an account such, or
Objection foundation.
Finish your question.
what's the likelihood of continuing conversations that you discover that come from FetLife or from Telegram?
Objection foundation.
Sustained is the foundation, Finale Foundation.
In terms of the theory of catfishing, did you have an opinion as to whether the alleged scheme by the Commonwealth is consistent or inconsistent with catfishing?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Yeah.
Have I asked that question?
And many more, but yes.
Yes. Let's call your attention to 7:33 on February 24, 2023.
20 squats, quick, everybody. Go, go, go.
Do you remember,
Yes.
do you remember what, 7:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you remember what device was being,
I'm going forward a little bit.
and if you did not open up that account on Gmail, how would you know, what other means by which could you know about these other accounts?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained the objection to that question.
In examining the accounts that are at the heart of this, which would be the Gmail account, the FetLife account, and the Telegram account, we've already gone over. Gmail is crucial to that, correct?
It started, yes, it was required for the FetLife account.
And in order to open the Telegram account, you would need the Gmail account?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay.
Sit down, sir.
If
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
If you were not present at the Gmail account, would it be possible to open up the Telegram after it had been created?
The Telegram was not dependent on the Gmail account, but it fed off the FetLife account, which was dependent on the Gmail account.
Okay, and so same question. If you weren't involved in setting up the suspect
so
Gmail
ready.
account,
Double buckles.
would you be able to communicate on FetLife?
Objection calls for speculation.
We're going to teleport faster than ever.
I'm sorry, could you ask it again, please?
If you weren't involved in setting up the Gmail account on January 9th, would you be able to participate in FetLife conversations when that was open on January 17th?
No, you couldn't operate FetLife without access to the Gmail account.
We know that.
And counsel has said to you that you can't know who's behind any particular device, correct?
Correct.
And in digital forensics, that's generally the way it goes,
Objection leading.
correct?
Overruled, have you answered?
Generally, but inferences can be made with additional context and additional data points.
And so the analysis and the experience that one requires in order to come to those conclusions is in replace of having an eyewitness or having a camera or anything like that.
Objection
correct?
leading.
Sustained?
What are the tools that you use in order to arrive at conclusions, other than having a
Objection
camera?
asked and answered.
Sustained, asked and answered.
Other than having a camera on someone and knowing
This
if
is
they're
fun at
using
a fast
device,
speed.
what, if anything, can you do as a digital forensic examiner in order to arrive at opinion relating to use of device or not using their device?
Well, quite simply, if there are 3 people involved in an allegation and 2 people
we
to be
go, here we go.
confirmed out of the house,
Get ready.
then I think a strong inference can be made that the third person in the house is responsible for device activity or internet activity, account activity
Buckle up.
that occurs from the house.
Now, was the Telegram application always on the laptop?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Glasses on, glasses off. No more questions. Buckle up. Off go. Thank you for staying with me. Most of you did. 20 people left. How dare you? Just wait. It's going to be so worth it.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you,
Sir,
defense.
Thank you.
Clappity clap, clap,
I
clap.
assume he's not subject to recall, correct?
No.
Okay, you're free to go if you like, or you can stay. All
Bye.
right, thank you.
Break.
I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. That sound
Yes.
good? All right.
Yes,
Let's go take
sir.
our 15-minute.
Here we go. Skipping forward now. Oh my goodness, stop
I'm
it.
just going to ask you a few questions, okay, sir?
Oh, my
right.
word. Okay, it's
There we
normal
go.
speed.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Banfield, do you understand you have a constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you speak up just a little bit for me? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes,
Here we
ma'am.
go.
With this right, the jury cannot take it into consideration or hold it against you if you choose not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And I also would instruct them on this right. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. By testifying, you understand you waive this constitutional right.
Yes.
By testifying, do you understand that this waiver is unconditional? In other words, even if your attorney only asks you questions about certain topics, the Commonwealth will have the ability to ask you about other topics as well, even if they were not brought up on direct. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you discussed with your lawyer about testifying or not testifying?
Yes.
And after discussing it with him and considering what I just told you, is it your decision today to testify?
Yes.
And are you entering this decision to testify freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
All right. Sir, I do find your decision to testify has been made knowingly, intelligently, and with the knowledge of the consequence of the waiver, and I'll accept your waiver this
Excellent.
time. You can have a seat, sir.
Get your ass up there, boy. We
we ready
do
for
love
this?
surprises. I'm very surprised that he didn't chicken out. Oh, you got a fresh, diaper on in your break or what there, sir? Okay. I don't want to call him sir. Ew, baby boy. Get your ass up there.
Jury?
Yes,
Let's hear
All right,
it.
just to let counsel know, the jury can come on Friday, 10 o'clock
Okay.
to 4:30 p.m., okay?
Okay.
Somebody has an appointment at 4:30 and somebody's has an appointment at 9:30, or going to be here at 9:30, so, but they can do 10 to 4:30 on Friday, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect.
Excellent. Let's have the verdict by then, shall we? Ali B from Tennessee said, this better be good. We don't want any nothing burgers. I think it's going to be great. I am shocked. Are you shocked? Is anyone surprised? I am. I thought he's going to chicken out. Okay, no, stop it. We need to go forward now immediately.
I call Brendan Banfield.
All right.
Oh, the jury must be like, I think the jury must be like us. What? Get up there.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
All right, Grizzlies, here we go.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Brendan Banfield, BRENDANBANFIELD.
With attitude like that, did you see it? Brendan Banfield? Oh, damn. Oh, he's walked up with some attitude. Okay, let's hear it,
Brendan,
bro.
how old are you?
40.
And you were married to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes.
And how long were you and Christine together?
We were together since we were 18.
And how did you meet?
We met freshman year at college at Quinnipiac University.
Now, where are you originally from?
I am from Long Island, New York.
And And is that where you grew up?
Yes, I lived there the majority of my life.
Now, what prompted you to come down to Virginia?
I received a promotion from my job with the Internal Revenue Service. I previously was a tax compliance officer, and I received a promotion to special agent with IRS criminal investigation.
Okay, we'll get back to that later. Let's talk about your family. Before Christine's death, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your family was.
My family was me, Christine, and my daughter Valerie.
And what kind of things would you do? Well, prior to you having Valerie, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy together?
Christine and I had a very active social life. We spent a lot of time with our friends. This included playing board games and cards, as well as going on vacations together, and going on vacations with other couples that we were friends with.
We heard about that from Juliana's letters, okay? We know about the BJs.
We did a lot of hiking, going to different forests and different mountains kind of around the country. We also spent some time, we played kickball together. We did quite a bit intramurally.
Okay. And when Valerie came along, were you in New York or were you in Virginia?
We were still in New York at that point.
Okay. And so how old was she when you left New York?
She was not one yet. She was 10, 11 months.
Okay. Now, what kind of things, and sorry, once again, before Valerie, what kind of things would, in addition to the hiking, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy doing together?
I would say that we spent a lot of time together. When we weren't working, we did a lot of work around our house. We had two dogs, two huskies that we took care of. We're often taking them on our walks and hikes.
And so, in addition to the
The way the defense attorney is asking him questions is like he's very, very special and fragile, okay? And what did you like to do? Well, he even smiled like this. We had two huskies and we went on hikes. I'm a really good boy. Is he going to say that at some point? I'm a really good boy. I would never. I'm a very good boy. Sir, we saw the master bedroom, the lingerie, okay? We saw what you did. Even the stains, okay? Tucking the au pair in at night. What the hell, bro? Stop it with the little, we pick flowers together and I'm a good boy. Okay, anyway, carry on.
those things, you also both worked?
Yes.
And what did Christine do for work?
Christine had several different jobs. Her primary position was as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse. At other points, she did private health care for an individual family. She also did some product training for medical devices, and she also worked as a sexual assault nurse examiner for several years.
Okay. And where was that?
And yet you want people to believe that she wanted a rape fantasy experience. Okay, Brandon Banfield, sorry. Okay, carry on.
Was that in New York?
Those were in New York, and when we came to Virginia, she continued as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse and trainer for INOVA here in Virginia.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, when you were in New York, what did you do?
I mostly worked for the Internal Revenue Service. Before I came to Virginia, I was a tax compliance officer. I also worked at a math tutoring center known as Mathnasium, where I was center director, and Christine actually worked there with me as well.
Was this a business that the two of you owned?
Yes, this was a business that we owned together and worked at together.
Okay, and how did you divide the duties in this small business?
Generally, we had about 5 to 7 employees in addition to ourselves. I ran most of the day-to-day activity which would be the after-school hours for when kids would come and study math with the tutors. I did math assessments. I spoke to the parents about where their child was and how we could generally get them to where they would be needed to be, where at their current grade level. Christine helped quite a lot with the hiring process. She worked on marketing. She also spent a lot of time tutoring some of the younger students.
And how long did the two of you run that business together?
About 3 years.
Okay. And when you moved from New York to Virginia, what, if anything, did you do with the business?
Prior to moving to Virginia, we sold the business because we weren't going to be able to operate it from Virginia.
Now, you indicated previously that Valerie was born up in New York. How old was she when she came down to Virginia with you?
I believe about 11 months. I don't know the exact date that we moved here, but yes.
Now, in terms of Christine's career and your career moving from New York to Virginia, were you both in line with coming down here for your job?
It was a promotion for myself, but it was also ended up being a promotion for Christine when she applied to Inova, because she was going to be training the newer hires as well after she finished her own orientation period. And so this was going to be a pay raise, and she always liked mentoring new nurses when she was at Stony Brook Hospital. So this allowed her to more formally control some of the training process of the nurses in the pediatric ICU.
And so did she look at this move, even though it was for your job and your training, did she look at this as something that was a positive, or?
I would say that once she started applying to positions here, because she applied to like Children's National Hospital and a few others, and she realized some of the opportunities with her background, that this was going to be positive for her career as well. But I mean, she was also concerned because we weren't going to be next to our family, which was mainly in New York at that point.
Okay.
But there was...
His nose is whistling into the microphone. Your nose is whistling. It's telling on your Pinocchio. I'm quickly going to go fetch some more water. I'm taking you with me. Obviously, I'm listening to every damn word. I'll be right back.
A lot of benefit, and we viewed that it was beneficial to us and our family and Valerie.
Now, you met when you were 18, so how long were you together, including your non-married life and married life?
About 19 and a half years.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Christine?
For the most part, we were pretty inseparable. We were together the entire time. We didn't break up at any point. We were from college to our first jobs after college, to buying our first house together, to marriage, to getting a dog and a second dog, and then moving down here. We were always together, always planning for the future. This was part of our life.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about Valerie. Were you and Christine actively involved in Valerie's life?
Yes, I would say that we were very active in Valerie's life.
Okay, when you invited Valerie into the family, when she came into the family, how did that work within regard to your family dynamic?
Mr. Carroll, I think you had the wrong name. When you invited Valerie into the family?
Their daughter.
The daughter? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when Valerie was born, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
So I'm sorry, there's a little confusion, I apologize. Valerie, your daughter, I said invited her into your life. When she was born, how did that affect the relationship, and how did you all kind of change to take care of Valerie?
I would say that Valerie brought all of our family closer together, including my mother and our in-laws. It kind of brought everyone near to each other. There was a lot of overlap, a lot of family visits, a lot of care from specifically both grandmothers, helping both me and Christine when Valerie was born, and that it was a very joyous moment for our family. She was really the first grandchild for both sets of grandparents.
He's saying it like that is so uncommon. Okay. Nice little happy stories. Can't wait for cross-examination. Uh-huh.
And so when she was born, it sounded like a positive thing for everything.
Yes.
And what, if any, involvement do you have, and what involvement did Christine have, knowing that you're both working full-time?
So our schedules are a bit strange for childcare purposes. Christine would work 12-and-a-half-hour shifts, which generally meant that she was leaving at 6:30 in the morning and would be coming back at roughly 7:30 at night. When I was in New York, I was working 6 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. And so on days where both of us were working, generally one of the grandmothers was the primary caregiver when Christine's maternity leave and my leave ended after Valerie was born.
Okay, and so it worked out between all of you?
Yes, it seemed to be going pretty well.
Okay, now, how old is Valerie now?
Valerie's she'll be 8 in March, so 7 currently.
Okay. And do you, since this situation has started, do you have contact with her?
Yes, I talk to her basically every day by video chat, often also by phone.
Now, when she
That's
was younger,
cruel, man.
what kind of involvement did you have with her education?
I spent a lot of time on her education. I guess I've spent a lot of time teaching math over the years, and even from before she was in preschool, I spent a lot of time basically what I would call numerical fluency, starting with counting and moving up through. I've currently been working with times tables with her, which is above grade level. So I've been doing math work with her basically from 2 until present. But I also monitor quite a bit of what work she does at school, and with this, I spend a lot of time reading with her, and we do. I guess I would say that I call them activity pages, but essentially they're like crossword puzzles and word searches, rhyming words, or consonant combinations such as like ST or CK, and then I'll give a description of a word, and then the word will match. So if it was like TR, and this is a plant that grows tall, she might write tree, and things like that, so that she would work additionally on whatever letter combinations they're currently working on in school as additional practice. I do a lot of design work for that also.
Okay.
Damn, he really likes talking about himself. Hey, I do this and I do that, and I'm amazing. I'm the best dad in the world, even from jail. Okay, I'm teaching my daughter everything. I come up with words, if it's a ST or CK. I mean, I could fill in some blanks over there for him. I would like to play his little word game too. But mine might be a little bit different. My answers, okay, I might get the answers all wrong. Can you imagine this guy taking the stand being like this? This lady from the Commonwealth is ready. She's like, Can't wait for cross. Can't wait. It might be tomorrow, though. We'll have to see.
And you're designing these things for her to be able to continue kind of working with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about things like science and engineering and all that sort of thing? Did you ever get into any of that with?
So we always did quite a bit of Legos, basically starting at like 2. But after that, we started doing these projects from Kiwi Company, where you would do things like make a little device that would spin a coin for you, or that would launch a disc and you could aim it at a target. We went past that, and now we were doing these Crunch Lab boxes, where we were working on things like rocket launches, and there was quite a few others. There was designing of animals and like stuffed animals, and there was also like different circuits where it would show you how to design basically a button, and then when pressing the button would allow like animations to move or things like that, and it would show more details of how a lot of electronics would work.
What kind of things would you and Christine do with her?
We spent a lot of time in nature, the three of us. Behind our house is Frying Pan Farm. So walking distance, we have walking trails, and we can walk to Frying Pan Farm where Valerie would definitely like to see the animals. We had a membership to the National Aquarium in Baltimore, and that was, we went there frequently. I'm sorry, was there more to your question?
No, I'm sorry. Was there more to the crap that you're spewing here today? I'm sorry. Could we get back to when your wife was murdered? Because you're telling lovely little stories here. We're just seeing rainbows and sparkles and horsies, and it's just all great. But then you bang the au pair, and you're being accused on 4 counts of aggravated murder, bro. Let's read the room, shall we? 4 counts. Aggravated murder. 1 count of child endangerment. And 1 count of the use of your work gun in the commission of a crime. So like in a felony. Sorry, what? Was there more to your question? I don't know. Sorry, what? Can you just get on with it? Dude, we get it. You're a very good and very clever boy. Just everybody take note. He's very, very clever, this guy. Okay.
It was about the 3 of you doing things together.
We also spent we would go on vacations. There was quite a bit of spending time with family in terms of going to the water, whether going to the beaches or even with my in-laws going to on their boat and going fishing.
Now, how did you observe the relationship between Christine and Valerie?
Christine loved Valerie very dearly, and Valerie was very attached to her mother. This is
obvious.
It was tragic, their separation, but
okay. That was cold, bro. You messed up. It was tragic, their separation. You mean when her mother was murdered? And you didn't ask for an ambulance, not one time? Didn't ask for help? Didn't ask for anyone? Please, please save her. We never heard that. No, the separation was tragic, he said.
You know, when Valerie was always very excited as soon as Christine would get home from work. You know, she would run up to her mother and say, be happy, and call her mama. And,
okay, Earth to dumbass here. Obviously, that's her mother. What is wrong with this? Oh my word. I can't. I have to pause here and there. I don't. Yeah, she'd be very happy. And she'd run up to her and say, Mama, I would assume so. That was her mom. Okay, Captain Obvious over here.
They spent quite a bit of time doing art-related projects. Christine would often bring Valerie to dance when she was not working.
Now, did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter, Valerie?
More than anything.
Sounded more sincere, but like very much. Did you want to continue marriage? Yes. Okay, then why'd you move the au pair and all her lingerie? Dirty lingerie and stains into the master bedroom. Why'd you let her replace, or did you replace, all your wife's pictures with her pictures? Why did you continue to write jail letters to Juliana? Do you think the jury's stupid? Bro. Do you think we are? We're not. We're watching you. Okay, Debbie, thank you so much.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to show some pictures.
Okay, yeah,
if I can.
yeah. He's going to try cry now. That's what he means. Look, I think the state's ready for this. Oh boy, here we go. Cue the waterworks, everybody. It's time for pictures. And the way that the defense attorney just said it, you know they're about to cue the waterworks. But good luck, because Brendan doesn't know how to make those, okay? Ellie B from Tennessee said, this is sickening. I'm literally seething. And you took her away from V in a violent way. POS. Sure. Ready? Brendan, give it your best shot. Pictures are coming up. Try push out a tear.
Judge, I might need some assistance from
All right, sir,
Mr.
can you help
Lidsky.
him?
But I thought you were tech savvy, sir. You said it to the judge yourself. Oh, he's a good boy. Pet's head. Well done, Brendan. You're doing so well on the direct. Let's see how you do on the cross-examination.
Sir, can you see the picture that's on the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd identify that as defense exhibit number 220. Do you recall that situation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 220.
Any objection?
If we could lay some
A week.
Sorry, what? Sorry, it skipped forward. Hey, don't do that. We weren't there yet.
And sir, do you see this video or this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And who's depicted in this photograph?
This is me and Valerie, and Christine's face seems to be cut off, but I believe that's her as
Is that
well.
her in there? Okay.
Oh, awkward, isn't it? Do you see I said that? Now, here we go. Miss London, number 1. So just want to say thank you for all you do. Sorry, when I first found your channel, I kept asking for no commentary. Lol, you're amazing. Also, I do like that. Thank you so much. You get the commentary now? I'm a commentary channel. Thank you.
Okay. And do you know when that was taken?
This appears to be when Valerie was 4, probably the fall before Christine died.
Was murdered.
Your Honor, move this.
You said died, but do you want us to believe that either Juliana did it or Joseph Ryan did it? So why do you say died? Murdered. Wasn't she murdered? You're the one being accused, but why would you say it like that? Okay, sorry.
In as defense exhibit 366.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
366.
Sir, do you see this one?
Yes, sir.
And who is that with you?
Christine.
And is that, well, tell me what it is.
I believe that this is at a rehearsal dinner for one of our friends' weddings, the day before their wedding.
And where did that take place? New York or Virginia?
New York.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 367.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
367.
Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
And what if, who are the people involved in that?
This is me, Christine, and Valerie.
And do you remember that?
This is on a flight from from here in Virginia to Florida before we were going on a cruise.
And tell us more about the cruise.
This would have been in 2022.
You're going to move that in as Exhibit 368?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
368?
Sir, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, this is me, Christine, and Valerie on the cruise after that flight.
You're going to move that in as 369?
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
369?
And sir, do you remember this?
Yes, this is on the same cruise at a formal dinner that we went to there, and this is Valerie is excited for, I believe, dessert to be coming, and Christine seems very happy about it.
You're going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 370?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
370?
Sir, do you see the exhibit on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
We took 2 cruises in 2022. This would be the one that's in November. This was the first time Valerie went ice skating. I took her ice skating on the cruise ship.
And was that Christine taking the picture, do you know?
I think I took the picture myself.
Okay, was Christine on that?
You know, took it himself. He's a very good boy. Also, does the defense attorney, did he forget that he submitted the evidence of Juliana's jail letters? You know, and that it talks about him cheating on Christine on the cruises with her best friend. So.
Cruise?
Christine was on that cruise, but she did not go ice skating.
Okay. You're going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 371?
Any objection?
No, thank you.
371?
And sir, do you see this?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
This is on that same cruise. We were with our friends. Another couple. They have a son that's the same age as Valerie. They would be the ones that took this photo.
Why are you, I'm serious now, did they forget they submitted the letters? If the jury goes back in there and reads the letters that they have in evidence, Juliana literally wrote a letter to a friend to say that Brendan told her that they went on ship cruises, especially with friends, Christine's best friend, who had a son about the same age as Valerie. And that Brendan told Juliana that he got blowjobs from said best friend of Christine. And that he cheated so much more than Juliana even realized, on Christine. So not just with the au pair, with a best friend on a cruise. Now you bring this up, this is not going to help. If the jury's paying attention and reading those letters, this, sir. Okay.
You're going to move that in as Exhibit 372?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
372?
Do you remember this picture, sir?
Yes.
Where was that?
This is in New York, when Valerie was still less than 1.
And did Christine take this picture?
Yes.
You're going to move that in as Exhibit 373?
Any objection?
No objection.
373?
Dinner.
I think you skipped 20.
Yeah, I must have.
Thank you, Old Soul Joan, for the sticker. Dawn Marie says the prosecutor's paying attention, Gisela. I know, right? You could just see it.
Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And who are the people in that photo?
This is my grandmother. Valerie calls her Gigi. And this is Valerie when she was still 0. This is at my mom's house in New York.
You're going to move that in as Exhibit
0.
374?
Any objection?
Interesting terminology. This was my daughter when she was still 0. Okay.
Judge,
You're not gonna say 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, just 0. Okay, dude.
At this point, I am going to
You wanna
object to
appro-
relevance.
You want to approach?
Yes, please. It's so irrelevant. What are you doing? This is apparently his dad. I don't know. I don't have confirmation. It's internet rumor that this is his dad and his stepmother. So I don't know if that's why they keep showing them, but they shouldn't. They should just focus on this guy right here. Look at these two. Yeah, you guys are like 0. I mean, we know, Vanessa, you're saying 0, aka baby. Yeah, but he means anything less than 1. It's just quite the distancing language from him. I don't know. I don't have kids, so is it normal? Is it normal to to say 0? I mean, we got cats, and when the cats are like kittens, we're not like 0. I don't know. It's just to me that stood out. Yeah, this could take a while. He's probably going to do this the whole of tomorrow.
Sir, can you see the photo on the screen?
We'll watch.
Exhibit 375?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
Christine took a picture of me when Valerie was only a couple months old. Valerie snuggled up with me in bed.
You're going to move that in as Exhibit 375?
Any objection?
Judge, objection, relevance, and cumulative.
I will sustain the objection.
Sir, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, what's the significance of this photo in terms of your family?
This is taken in Georgia, in Brunswick, Georgia. This is the day of my graduation from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center Academy. And Christine and Valerie had visited me for the graduation ceremony.
Your Honor, move this in as Commonwealth or Defense Exhibit 377?
I'm sorry, Judge, same objection, relevance, and cumulative.
Sustain the objection. It's relevance and cumulative.
10 snarky coffees. Damn, someone just supported me with 10 snarky coffees. Thank you so much. Are you trying to fill up my snark tank? Don't worry. This defendant will take care of that. I really appreciate the coffees. Oh, my word, this guy.
Sir, let's move on. Did you have a relationship with Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did that start?
I guess the relationship started as professional in October of 2021 when she came to be a au pair or a nanny for our family.
Okay, and she came through an agency?
Yes, from Cultural Care is the agency.
What were the parameters of the cultural care exchange that she came through? Do you know?
She would come and provide childcare for the family.
And?
It would include room and board, that she would be able to take educational opportunities, such as at a local community college. She can work, I believe, up to 45 hours a week, and she would generally provide a
Yes?
loving environment and activities for Valerie.
A loving environment and activities for you as well, though. We saw the stains, sir. And you claim, you just said you loved your wife very much. Okay, but then you moved the au pair that did so many loving activities into the master bedroom, the bedroom where your wife was murdered. That's not love. If you didn't know that, shame. Buddy? No. That's not love, just in case you didn't know. Okay. Yeah, Kathleen said there's nothing professional about her. And here we go. So this contradicts, now he's going to have a tough time with this because like, I'm very good. And we went to see horses and we just had this lovely life and cruises. Oh yeah, no, I did have a relationship with Juliana. Okay, let's hear more.
Okay. And had you had a previous au pair before her?
Yes, we had an au pair prior to her. Her name was Amanda. She was with us for 2.5 years.
And so Juliana was your second au pair?
Correct.
And so explain kind of from when she got there in October 21, what were her duties and how did you utilize her time when you and Christine were working?
So once we moved to Virginia, our work schedules were, I guess, more erratic because my work schedule was not set any longer as well. So Christine would still be working generally the 12.5-hour days, but I may have to work at hours that could start at 5 in the morning and sometimes could be going late into the evening. So while generally I would know what I had to do for the day and maybe how long it would take, it wasn't convenient for conventional childcare in terms of having Valerie go to, say, a daycare, because the au pair that we had would work similar hours to that Christine had. And when I got home from work, the au pair would be no longer working for the day, or if it was on the weekend that Christine had to work, the au pair generally would be off. So the au pair kind of worked basically 3 12-hour shifts coinciding with Christine's job most of the time. But sometimes if Christine didn't have that many hours during the regular work week, Christine may choose to have the au pair work other hours so that Christine could get things done around the house or other activities that she had to do.
Sounds like he gives Juliana a lot of credit, including Positive Vibes says, notice it's loving activities with Juliana, yet never said loving activities that Christine done with her. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
So in terms of your contact with Juliana, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what kind of contact would you have on a daily basis prior to having a relationship?
Prior to having a relationship, it was mostly logistical. I may inform her when I was going to get home from work, if I had any delays, making sure that Valerie was getting to, say, dance lessons if Christine and I were not available then. Juliana would generally bring Valerie to preschool on the days that she was working. And we might just talk about activities for her to do with Valerie on days that they were working.
Okay. And when was it that this turned from a working relationship to something else?
In August of 2022.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened.
So, in August, Juliana and I were home alone. I had to work on both Saturday and Sunday, so I believe the original day was a Friday. Christine and Valerie were in New York, and Juliana started texting me while I was preparing food in the kitchen. It was an unusual line of text as she was complaining about.
Let me, if I may just
Sure.
interrupt. Where was she and where were you in the house?
I was in the kitchen. I believe she was upstairs.
So she said in her picture there, when you're in the bathtub with her, that you were already in lab from July. So just the August thing is maybe not going to pan out for you because the jury has the exhibits as well. So really start from where it really started. Okay?
In her room.
Okay, sorry. Please go. Continue.
It was a unusual text conversation in terms of that Juliana was complaining about her dating activity and the people that she was seeing at the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the time to now get your barf bags out, because this could get quite, I don't know if spicy is the word. Are we gonna? Yeah, exactly. She seduced me. Is that where we're going? Why do we have to hear this? And we don't want to know about your first time with Juliana.
I don't particularly like texting, and I think I basically said that if she wanted to talk, that she could come to the kitchen.
Okay, and what, if anything, happened?
At that point, Juliana showed me quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge, and the people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. And these were people that she had matched with on the app.
So it was what, written in the stars? She was on Hinge, you guys. The people she matched with was Brennan, Brendan, Brannon. All names that sounded just like me. What the hell, bro? Like, oh my goodness. Okay, did she have a FetLife account then, though? You said she had Hinge, right? Did she have anything else? Bumble? FetLife?
And so,
By the way, for those who don't know what the hell I'm showing here, sorry for those who are traumatized by it. This is what the state showed. A sheet from Juliana's room with bodily fluids on it, confirmed to be his semen and her bodily fluids. Literally, they did talk about that, yes. Yes, they did. So, that's what I was showing.
and how did it progress from there?
She was making quite a few jokes about it. At some point, I finished cooking and was eating. I don't
Sorry,
believe that
no. You finished what? And you what? No, none of that. We don't want to know.
actually ate dinner at the same time.
Oh, ew.
We talked about other unrelated things. Talked about there was some family history of alcoholism and how her family in Brazil was dealing with that. And we'd spent maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours talking about some random things, but also about her dating history. During this time, when she was talking about different people, she was described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Also, I guess when we were having this conversation, we were sitting at the island in the kitchen, and she scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. At some point, I told her that I was going to go upstairs, indicating that I was going to go to bed. And she said that she was tired and that she was going to do the same. A little bit of information about the upstairs of my house. Once you go upstairs, the master bedroom is to the left, and all the other bedrooms are to the right. So
We know.
her bedroom, a guest bedroom, and Valerie's bedroom are to the right. When I went upstairs, I went to the left, and she also took a step towards the left with me. And we had a brief conversation there, and then she came with me into my bedroom.
Our bedroom. You were married? Christine's bedroom. Into my bedroom. No. Look at him. He's like, she was basically describing me. This is terrible. We didn't want to hear any of this.
Did you ever talk to her either that night or later about a continuing relationship?
We did not talk that night about continuing a relationship. We did talk about, I would say, in the next few days, I guess we spoke a little bit about the relationship. She had indicated that she was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had just happened and what that was?
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs, and that really this was just an affair, and not that there would be no other relationship, that there's,
And
What-
that basically that this is something that I have had affairs previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
But then it did. Double homicide. And you moved the au pair into the master bedroom, so.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Okay, and how did the two of you manage in your relationship moving forward with those facts?
So I guess in about 2013, it was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week. So we were separated a lot. My job, I wasn't in my previous position, but my job also required some travel. I spent about 6 months in Jacksonville. I spent another month in Kansas City, and I was living in New York, but I also spent some time here in the DC area. So we were both traveling quite a lot for work. And I guess that was poor for our relationship at that point. We had gone to therapy. We went to couples therapy for several months. We had decided that we were going to continue our marriage.
So now back to 2022. You and Juliana were having an affair outside of the knowledge of Christine,
Yes.
and how did that look on a daily basis?
It's not the same. It's not the same all the time, but I guess it depended, a lot on Christine's work schedule. If But, so Juliana may spend time with me and Valerie during the day instead of when I would get home from work. Juliana used to just kind of leave. She might go to her room or she might go out prior to our relationship. And afterwards, it was more like she chose to do whatever I was going to do with Valerie, whether it was going to be stay home or, like I was Valerie's soccer coach. So when I would go to soccer practice, sometimes Juliana would go, even though I wasn't interacting with her at all. Basically, she was choosing to.
Look at the state's face. Look at that one eye, just all ready for you, Brendan. You better be ready for tomorrow. What's the time locally? Yeah, he's going to be on for a while. I'm telling you, it's 20 to 5. He's not finishing today, right? No way. The defense put him back on the stand for probably most of tomorrow, I would say. Grumple Mumskin said, why is he smirking? I know, right? And he said, continue the marriage. He didn't say work it out or work on it or improve my behavior. None of that, right? Christy, thank you so much.
To be with me whenever she could choose to be with me.
So let's move toward the October timeframe of 2022. Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for some.
By your definition, that means 0. 0, right? 6 to 8 weeks, 0? Okay, an absurd line of questioning. He says, sorry, I'll go back just a few seconds here so you can hear the whole thing here.
At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife.
So absurd.
Is absolutely crazy.
So
we know. And you did it, allegedly.
With no plan, let's talk about Silver Eagle Armory.
Sure.
Okay. So how did that happen where Juliana went to you or went with you to the Silver Eagle Armory?
So it was basically one of those things where it was something that I was going to be doing outside the house. Generally, I would go to a shooting range every month, every other month, to practice before my qualifications for my job.
And how many times did you have to qualify for your job?
You have to qualify twice a year, but there's practice there's practice on the opposite quarters. So there would be, I guess, 2 trainings and 2 qualifications. And generally, I would go practice prior to having one of those training sessions or qualifications at my job.
And how is it that Juliana ended up coming?
I was going to be going there anyways. She thought it would be fun to attend as well, as it was going to be out of the house. It was something that there wasn't going to be risk of being found out by Christine.
Yeah, just fill in forms, buy her Glock. No risk, eh? Just take the au pair to target practice, to a shooting range, and buy her a gun. Who does that? Nobody does that.
Okay, so the relationship continued into that October, December timeframe?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're in terms of training for people that go to Silver Eagle, is there any sort of training class or anything like that?
The first time you go there, they do a safety class, making sure that you understand the fundamentals of using a firearm, that you treat all firearms if they're loaded. You never point a firearm at anything that you're not willing to shoot. Things like that, making sure that you understand the safety mechanisms of a firearm, and making sure that you understand range etiquette, that the gun should always be pointed down range, it should never be pointed at another person, things like that.
And is this something that you knew through your training?
Yes, this is something that is also discussed in my trainings.
And so would this training that you're talking about at Silver Eagle be for someone who's never shot a gun before?
Yes, it would be for a kind of a beginner lesson.
Okay. And she went with you twice, correct?
Yes, she did.
Was there, in having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point when we had gone to the range. There was no.
Said at this point.
There was none of the suspect email account. There was no FetLife account. There was no Telegram messages. None of that.
You said at this point.
That existed at the point that we went to the range.
Okay. Now, did FetLife or Gmail or Telegram ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died. I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest.
And you're talking about the criminal reports, the police reports, things like that?
Yes.
The things that the Commonwealth gives?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move toward, so let me ask you this. There's some dates that came up recently. Some dates that came up recently relating to the FetLife account and lack of activity. Do you remember what occurred, what was going on January 13th and 14th of 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember a weekend in Winchester?
Yes, I do remember a weekend in
Who was
Winchester.
with you in Winchester?
I went to Winchester for work. I was going to be there for 2 days. So I had a hotel, and Juliana drove there herself, not with me, later the evening of the first day, if I remember correctly.
And she stayed there with you?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what was going on at home with Christine and Valerie?
I believe my mother-in-law, Linda, was with Christine and Valerie.
Okay. That was on the 31st of January and February 1st?
I don't remember the exact date of Winchester, but
Okay. Would that be common for your mother-in-law or even your mother to come down to help out with the kids?
well, there's only Valerie, but yes, it is extremely common that the grandmothers came to visit us. Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valerie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valerie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was that one of those days when someone was visiting, or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay.
He's trying to say that when Juliana and Brandon were out of town at the same time and the FetLife account wasn't being accessed, it's because the grandmother was over, and that's why Christine didn't access it. So you want us to believe that Christine would access the FetLife account when her husband is downstairs, the au pair is there, her daughter's there, but that she wouldn't access the account at all when her mother when her mother was there. Yeah, no? Okay.
Now, let's talk about February 24th. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day, with work or with the family or?
Sure.
He's talking about February 24th of 2023, the day of the crime.
February 23rd is my birthday, and the evening, I was planning to drive to New York with Valerie. My friends in New York had planned a birthday party for me in New York.
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was
Right.
my 38th birthday, and the
Okay.
24th was the day that.
Okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party. You're talking about the 24th?
Well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still, so I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So the 24th, your day was planned, and what did you fill your day with in terms of your plan?
So, but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
Okay. So had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Yes. Other people that were hired at similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent.
So Friday.
But then you became an Uber driver instead, after the double homicide occurred. Even though you weren't arrested yet. For some reason, Juliana wrote in those jail letters, you became an Uber driver. Okay. He had his whole day planned out, except he had perhaps, allegedly, some other undercover operation planned. Maybe literally under the covers. Ew. This guy with the au pair, what the hell?
February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you
Yes.
in terms of your career?
It was supposed to be the meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation on Tuesday, the following week.
Okay. Now, so what did that mean in terms of your normal waking up or any other usual habits?
I woke up a little bit earlier that day. I was
Why?
planning to get to my office, which is in Vienna, a little bit earlier, so that I could set up the conference room, have my documents ready, have my presentation ready, have the document for the operation available so that it could be signed off by management.
Okay. And so what time did you wake up that morning?
I believe I woke up 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember whether or not Christine was up?
Christine, I had seen seemed to be awake and on her cell phone when I was getting ready and taking a shower to get ready for work.
Okay.
You can hear how he's lying. You can hear that's a lie. You can see it and hear it, right? Riverbird says jeans and tennis shoes for your, we should say tennies. Do you remember the Burgos Aviles trial? Jeans and tennies for your special meeting, not.
Now, did you have any sort of interaction with her at that time?
Yes, she was aware that I had this meeting that day. She wished me luck. She said that she would talk to me before I headed to New York with Valerie. Told me she loved me and have a good day.
Okay, so
And that's what they all say. We've literally heard them all, like you, sorry, all of the ones like you say that. She told me she loved me and have a good day. I mean, maybe she did. I'm just saying, they always say it just like that, don't they? My goodness. And also, why would Christine not be going to New York with you? You're her husband? It's your birthday, the day before, obviously. He was going there to meet friends in New York with the daughter? Taking the daughter along to a party in New York. What, dude? And your wife's not going with? And the au pair's not going with? Weird. This day's already sounding very sus.
So you carried on with your morning. What did that entail?
I went downstairs and got my work laptop out of the basement. My work from home space at that time was in the basement. I have a desk. I have a desk down there. It's because it's quiet. So I got my work stuff ready. I made sure that I had all of my equipment. Getting ready on a typical day would mean that I need to have my credentials, which includes my badge, my firearm, my holster, my handcuffs, two magazines, a belt clip badge, my work cell phone, and then generally I would also have my personal cell phone, my wallet, and my keys, which includes to my government vehicle.
And so you...
He said maggot when he tried to say magazines. He first said maggot magazines. Yeah. Okay, and then you went to McDonald's to do what now? And what were you doing for 7 minutes in the bathroom? But also saying my work desk is in the basement. Well, thanks for pointing that out. It's probably where you were busy on the FetLife account. Hey, Telegram and all that.
You had a holster that would hold the gun?
Yes.
And to what side was that holster?
It's on the right because I'm right-handed.
Okay, and so presumably you're putting it in the right and the gun comes out of it on the right side?
Correct.
Okay. Now, who else was up when you, and what else was going on in the house that you were involved with?
I know Juliana was downstairs when I came upstairs from getting my work stuff out, my work laptop out of the basement. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. I think she might have been getting stuff ready in the kitchen.
You mean the supposed lunches? Sir, what was she last wearing? Do tell us. I'm sure you're going to know exactly what she was wearing. Oh, she was doing stuff. When I came downstairs from the basement, she was just there. Don't know what she was doing. Getting the fake pack lunches for the zoo?
Let me just stop you right there. Prior to that time, which would be February 24th, had you ever taken Christine's laptop or taken her phone out of a bag near the door?
No, I don't take her laptop. I have no reason to use her laptop. I don't have access to her laptop. It's not a password that I know. I have my own work laptop. I have my own home desktop. I have my own, actually I have two cell phones. I have a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Our devices were completely separate.
And so in terms of, so that's fine. In terms of the idea of the laptop, where it would be on a regular basis, do you have a recollection of where she would put her laptop?
Christine kept her laptop actually in several places. Sometimes it is by the front door when she gets home. She would have a backpack, and she would bring the backpack and drop it off, and generally go visit Valerie and our dog and me. But usually she would go upstairs and she would bring her backpack with her, and her desk is in the sitting area of our master bedroom. So if you were to go into the master bedroom, you can kind of either go left or right, and to the left is the sitting area, which is where Christine does her work and has her desk and her file and has her files for her job. And if you went to the right, it would be where the master bedroom is, and for a little bit further, the master bathroom. But she didn't also only keep her laptop at her desk. I would say the majority of her use would be sitting in bed with her back against the headboard, while she had TV on or something like that. And when she would be done, she might put the laptop in between her nightstand and the bed, or on the nightstand itself, or back on her desk, generally at night.
It's way too much information, dude. You're over-explaining. You're lying. He's lying so much.
And so, and what about her phone? Where would there be a particular place where she might leave her phone?
I mean, her phone was basically always connected to her. Her phone wasn't
connected to.
really away from her basically ever. I mean, she would keep it in her pocket.
So following up on,
Look at his face. Look at his face. Right, jury, am I right? He might as well just do like fingers at this, huh? I'm doing well, huh? Not so much. Stefan says, that's a lot of details, sir. That was a lot of details. And also when it's like the master bedroom, the one you moved the au pair into, we all know about it. We've seen it. When you replaced your wife's pictures with her pictures, we've seen it. I don't think you want us to focus on the basement or the laptop, or where you did the work in the basement or the master bedroom at this point. And why is he making like the jury doesn't know? They saw the body cam, dude. They know the layout of the house, okay?
on the discussion we had about a plan, was there ever any time, and I think you indicated that you never went and grabbed her laptop or whatever, was there ever any time you observed Juliana going to grab her laptop or her phone?
I never observed Juliana grab her laptop or her phone. Juliana also has her own laptop and phone.
She's got her own things, okay? Look at his face when he says it. She's got her own things. I got my own things. My own special toys. Okay. My chérie, à moi chérie, says, so, why would a phone be in the kitchen cabinet? That's such a good question at this point. Because it's like, her phone is always connected to her. Yeah, and yet on that day, it was off in a kitchen drawer. Mm-hmm.
Now, what, if anything, was Juliana and what were Juliana and Valerie supposed to be doing on February 24th?
Christine had scheduled for Valerie and Juliana to go to the zoo, at the main zoo in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Did you have any role in that?
I didn't have any role in planning the trip. I was aware of the trip.
And how did you become aware?
And you say Juliana is going to leave for that zoo at 7:30 in the morning. Peak traffic. Right.
Of the trip?
Christine had told me that that was something they were going to do.
Okay, so you never kind of forced that on her for the 24th?
No, it was also written on our calendar that was shown earlier. Christine had written it on the calendar. She had also written it on Juliana's work schedule in her au pair book.
Now, what, if anything, did you know about the plan for that day for them?
I knew that they were planning to go in the morning. I don't recall if I knew what time they were supposed to go, But I knew they were going in the morning, and I knew that when I saw Juliana in the morning, that that's what she was working on doing, was getting Valerie ready. But Juliana had actually asked me to go get Valerie from upstairs. At some point in the morning, I heard Valerie's feet, meaning that she got out of her bed and pounded down the hallway and ran into my room.
Okay.
And so Juliana had asked me to get Valerie because Valerie wasn't in her room to start getting her ready. So I got Valerie out of my bed, which happened after I had finished getting my equipment ready.
And did you see Christine?
Exactly. Out of my bed. Where was Christine? It's like our bed. That's Christine's bed. And you claim, well, Juliana claimed that she was sleeping in. So now let's hear where he says Christine was. Yeah? You forget about that part? Okay.
In there?
Yes, when I had gone back upstairs, Christine was there, and she was sitting up. She was sitting up in bed. She had a blanket over her lap. She had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Okay, and what, if anything, so when you took Valerie, where did you take her in order to?
Valerie was sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp, and I carried her downstairs to Juliana, and Juliana got her, kind of woke her up gently and changed her out of pajamas and into her clothes for the day.
Okay, did you take any part in getting ready, get sandwiches ready, get anything like that ready?
No, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to leave myself. I wasn't. Besides collecting Valerie, I wasn't doing anything to help them get ready for the day.
What time did you get out of the house that day? Do you have any recollection?
Roughly 7.
Okay.
A couple minutes after 7.
Would that be a usual time for you to leave?
I would say a more usual time for me to leave is roughly 7:30.
Okay. And in this instance, you were going earlier for what reason?
I was going earlier to just make sure that I had plenty of time in Vienna to get my presentation ready and have the conference room ready for when management was going to inspect my operation and documents for the operation that was supposed to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said Vienna. Why Vienna?
Vienna is where my office is. We have a couple offices, but that's the one that I am stationed out of.
That's the home office for you?
Yes, that's my home office. The main office is in Washington, D.C., but this is one of the satellite offices, and that's the one that I work out of.
And what time was that meeting set for?
It was set for 9:30.
Okay, so you left at 7 for what reason?
I left at 7. I was going to go get breakfast, and after breakfast, I was going to get on the 267 toll road and head towards my office.
Okay, and where did you end up going to breakfast that morning?
I went to McDonald's for breakfast.
Okay, is that a common occurrence for you?
I would say that I occasionally go to McDonald's, but I often pick up breakfast on my way to work. Not necessarily McDonald's. Sometimes it's bagel places or.
Yeah, he doesn't like that image, you see. He's like, I'm a healthy guy. I go to the gym a lot, okay? Sexy. Everybody wants me, all the au pairs, all right? So no, he doesn't want to say on the stand that he goes to McDonald's often. No, I don't go there often. I go to bagel places. And you usually just grab to go. But that day you didn't just grab to go. You were hanging around and went to the bathroom for 7 minutes. Stefan's like satellite office, like the satellite spatter.
Place to get an egg sandwich, things like that.
Right.
So it's not uncommon. You don't usually make your breakfast at home?
On the weekend, I usually make a bigger breakfast for everyone. But no, normally I don't make breakfast for myself before work.
So when you went to McDonald's, you saw the video that the Commonwealth showed of you driving up to the drive-through,
Yes.
and it looks as though Well, it appears you go past the drive-through at one point. Is that correct?
It did. I circled the drive-through.
What was the reason for that?
The McDonald's app has a QR code so that you get reward points and you can use the deals that you get. And when I initially opened it, it didn't provide me with my code. And that's why I was like blocking the drive-through. And so then I basically just got back in line once the code came up.
Okay, and so.
It was pretty quick.
And you had that app on your phone at that time?
I've had the McDonald's app for several years.
Okay. Now, when
Why? You said you go to bagel places rather to get an egg sandwich. He was too embarrassed to say he goes to McDonald's a lot. Now you're contradicting yourself again because you have the app, okay, and you get points. You're going to collect on those points even on this day.
So I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
You can order directly from there, but that's generally not what I do because then the food gets made before you get there. So normally I just open up the QR code section and you can look at the deals, and the deals tell you, you can get a free hash brown with your breakfast, and you can load
Really
that,
good.
or you can get a orange juice or coffee with it, and then you'll get reward points, and you can use the reward points to get free food too. So,
Okay.
Why? Why is he testifying to this? Well, I mean, we want to know. So what did you have that day, huh? But like, wow. Look how happy he is talking about it too. Stefan said, did you have the bagel app too?
it's kind of a loyalty app that you would find for many restaurants.
But you're not a loyal guy, so how can you have a loyalty app? Should we tell McDonald's you were cheating on them too? You just said it on the stand. So we better let them know, everyone. He was cheating on McDonald's, even while using the loyalty app.
And so when it didn't work the first time, you came back around?
Yeah.
And did it work?
Yes. Then my QR code came up, and I went to order.
Okay. So when we see you in your work vehicle with your sunglasses on, you got your food after that?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I pulled straight forward. The McDonald's, the shopping center that the McDonald's is in, the McDonald's is kind of a standalone building. But basically you cross over the road. It's a road in the parking lot. You cross over the road. It's only, it's a two-way road, and basically right on the other side of that road is parking spaces. And
No way.
I was going to sit there to eat my breakfast.
Okay.
So he's like, eat my breakfast. This guy, oh man. But then you went in for tinkle time or something else. Was it number 1 or number 2, sir? 7 minutes.
And what was the parking space? What was the landmark next to your parking space?
It's kind of in front of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-thru.
Okay. And so you went there to go eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought
Oh,
me
my
for my
goodness.
birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a
Stop
place
it.
like Crumble, they're
Just stop it.
large cookies.
Okay.
You were cheating on McDonald's while using the loyalty program right then and there? Eating some crumble cookies? Did you have a little chocolate milk to go with it? Did you have your backpacky? And you had your tennies on?
I ate that first.
Okay, so you ate the cookie, and then what happened?
I started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay.
Tell us
And
everything.
is that
Don't.
in the video the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes, so you see me park next to the side entrance of McDonald's.
Yes.
Yes, we saw that.
And then,
We then saw you waddle with your dirty diaper into the bathroom.
what if any, I mean, you went to the restroom, so what happened then?
As I was finishing up in the restroom,
Oh my.
I received a call from Juliana.
And without saying what she said, what did you do?
I left the restroom and went back to my car quickly.
And was she alarmed?
Did you wash your hands though? Did you use your right hand or your left hand to wipe? Because we got to verify if you really are right-handed. Sorry about that. Ask him. And you you walked fast to your car. We saw that. We saw all of that. You don't need to testify to this. We saw it. Donna Raviri said, what a piece of work this guy is. Love the snark. Gee, this guy, can you believe it? 33 months. Thank you so much for being a member for 33 months.
At the time?
She sounded that she was very stressed.
Okay. And did you tell her that you were coming back?
I did not tell her that I was coming back on that original phone call. On the
Oh.
original phone call, I told her that I was going to call Christine.
Okay.
The original phone call, just like the original 911 call. I did not tell her. Why did you not? She sounded stressed. Oh, not scared. She said she was scared because she saw a car. Terrified of seeing a car. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And did you do that?
I did try to call Christine, but I did not reach her.
Okay.
Because the phone was in the drawer.
So in terms of your communications with Christine, was that unusual for her to not pick up the phone?
I wouldn't say that it's unusual for Christine not to pick up the phone, but I would say it's unusual that her phone would go directly to voicemail. Many times if I would call her, she could be busy at work, but her phone would probably be on silent, and therefore it would ring and then go to voicemail. And then she might text me or call me back and let me know when she can call me back. But it was unusual that her phone went directly to voicemail.
Okay. Now, and so what did that cause you to do?
I believe I tried to call Christine again, of which it went to voicemail straight again. After that, I called Juliana back, and I told Juliana not to go in the house, and that I was going to return to the house.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
How long did it take you to get back to the house?
4 minutes, 5 minutes?
10 minutes,
No.
11 minutes.
Liar. It did not take 11 minutes, you liar. It's like less than 2 miles from your freaking house. Don't lie. While you're still eating the crumble cookie. You first had to finish the cookie or what? Liar. 5 minutes, 6 minutes at most. We've done the map time, okay? Don't lie. You go there all the time. Remember, you got the loyalty program? Oh, you're adding time on there, hey?
12 minutes, hard to say.
How long would it normally take?
I guess it depends on, there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
Were you at that point?
Not
were
a
you
chance. Not a chance. 5 to 6 minutes, okay?
rushing? Were you?
Objection leading.
What if at that point?
Sorry, I'm also saying it with my whole chest because, you know, I got emails from locals and things, you know, people who know things, and it's like, oh yeah, 5 minutes. It's not far from his house, okay? Where he was hanging out that morning eating crumble cookies and going to the bathroom.
How was it that you were proceeding back to the house after the two phone calls that Christine didn't answer and the phone calls you received from Juliana?
I started driving quickly back to the house. I took the most direct route back to the house.
5 minutes then,
Okay.
45.
Now, if I can just stop you right there.
11.
Was there any plan for how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th?
There was no plan with Juliana on February 24th. As far as I knew, Juliana was going to be going to the zoo with Valerie, and Christine had just taken off from work, and I understood that she was going to be home, but I didn't know anything else. At that point, I was more concerned with my day of what I had to do at my job.
Sure you
Prior
were.
to
Only you matter at all times. We've heard that loud and clear today, right?
leaving the house, did you do anything with anyone's devices other than your own?
I didn't touch anyone else's devices that I remember that morning. I was just getting ready for work.
Okay. Specifically, did you touch Christine's devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time, or do you have more questions?
May I just look one
Sure,
second,
sure.
Judge?
Judge, sure. No, we want more questions. Now we do want more questions. Carry on, defense.
Judge, this might be a good break.
Okay, this is a good break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, since it's
Okay, hold on. Letterer by Betterer said there's no better place on earth to watch a trial than here with G and the Grizzlies. 2 years, Grizzlies strong. Thank you so much. So they're going to come back tomorrow. Don't worry, we're going to be there on time, live.
Well, it is 5 o'clock right now, so we'll go ahead and take our evening break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. I understand that everybody is available for Friday. Again, I'm sorry that I have to thank you for being flexible. I'm sorry that we have to keep changing things. I know somebody can't get here until around 9:30. We'll wait for you whenever you can get here, and we will stop at 4:30 on the dot for somebody who needs to leave as well, okay? So that'll be at the Friday schedule, okay? All right, have a good evening.
Keep checking the date. Tomorrow's Thursday. Day 9 will be Thursday. Yeah, Brandon, look at you. That was abysmal. But you keep talking. We like it a lot, right? We like it a lot, right? Tell us more. Crumble cookies when you ate his breakfast. Did you see how I said breakfast? He says it like this, breakfast. Oh, come on.
Mr. Banfield, since you're in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody at this time. That includes your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, you can have a seat back with your attorney. Is there any other matters for this evening?
Judge,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes.
I was remiss in not asking, is Mr. Miller still subject
Is
to
Mr. Miller still
recall by?
subject to recall? Detective Miller, is he still subject to recall?
Did I do that?
Yeah.
Yes, you did, but that's okay. If you
I don't plan on calling him, Judge.
Did I do
okay,
that?
so he can be released then.
Thank
Detective
you.
Miller can
And
be
then, as I
released.
had indicated this morning, I would like to request that Detective Stephen Augustine be permitted to watch the testimony for his expert.
Okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll take care of that tomorrow. And how about Friday morning at 9:30, finish up the jury instructions? We don't have much left. so-
Judge, we should be able to do it. I anticipate we can do it at the end of tomorrow.
Okay, do you want to do the jury instructions at the end of tomorrow? It's just, I mean, we only have basically the charging instructions left and the waterfalls.
We should be able to do it.
Okay, and there's just one thing with that while I have you here, because I know it's only, you have the 2 charging instructions for aggravated murder, okay?
Yes.
But for the record, I have 4 counts.
You do.
So are we going to select like
We
count
are.
1 and count 3, or count 2 and count 4?
We are.
Or just as long as I can get that on the record, I would appreciate that,
Once-
just to clean it up.
Once this has concluded, then we
Perfect.
will be able to let Your Honor know how we elect to
Okay.
proceed with the charges.
Excellent, that's great. Okay, so we'll see you in the morning then at 10 a.m., okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody stand, please. Okay. My goodness, the day started off incredibly tedious and boring, and then it got real interesting when he actually took the stand and surprised us. Because I thought he's going to chicken out, no doubt. What an idiot after seeing the cross-examination from the state on Mr. Lidsky. One would think he would be like, oh crap, I shouldn't get on the stand. But you know what? He was like, challenge accepted. I'm going to get up there and tell my story because I'm a very clever boy. They're going to believe me. I had no idea. No clue that day. He's going to say it was all Juliana. Interesting. But even if it was all Juliana, you still moved her into the master bedroom. I don't believe him at all. Do you believe him? I don't. There's court tomorrow. They're just talking about Friday as well, right? Right? There's court tomorrow, right? I understood this court tomorrow, and then on Friday the jury would have to come in between 10 and 4:30. Okay, right? Okay, so I will see you for day 9. I'm going to put the link in the chat like this. Let me show you. Click on it. Go there. Say hi. Click notify me. I will update the thumbnail, okay? Because I wasn't sure if he's taking the stand or not. Today's was updated already. I'll update tomorrow's as well. So yeah, I'll see you at court tomorrow for day 9. Can't wait. Can't wait. Thank you so much for spending the day with me. Please like on your way out if you haven't yet. Otherwise, YouTube's going to give me a bad report card and say there were 10,000 people here, but only half liked your stuff, Grizzly. Bad score. So like the stream, and I'll see you on day 9. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. See you there.